Chapter 1994. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. On the high platform, Duan Yuanshan, who had been bowing and smiling apologetically, quickly walked over to Xiao Yuyang and whispered a few words to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the meat of the show was about to begin and immediately fell silent as they stared towards the high platform. Duan Yuanshan smiled slightly and cupped his fists. "We are indebted to Silver Star Envoy Master Xiao from Star Soul Palace for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. We also received the assistance of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, investing a large number of precious treasures, secret arts, martial skills, and artifacts into this pagoda. My Maplewood City is eternally grateful to all of you for your kindness today. On behalf of all the friends of Maplewood City, this Duan thanks all of you for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. I hope that all of you will be able to reach new heights in the future, and I wish all of you." As soon as Duan Yuanshan opened his mouth, he was full of praise and flattery, obviously prepared for this. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yuyang frowned impatiently and said, "Enough nonsense, get to the point." Although he was reprimanded in front of countless cultivators in the city, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction and instead nodded quickly before continuing. "The time has come, Master. Please open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once you enter the pagoda, life, death, wealth, and riches will be up to heaven." As soon as these words fell, the 6 cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up one after another. Below the high platform, countless eyes also turned towards these 6 people. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, let out a long roar as he suddenly formed a series of mysterious seals with his hands, causing the surrounding world energy to hum. A vigorous pressure burst from his body, causing many Origin King Realm cultivator to feel both yearning and fear. Not only the Origin King Realm cultivator, but even the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor Realm were staring at Xiao Yuyang intently at this moment. It was as if they wanted to see some kind of clue from his movements. Xiao Yuyang's movements were extremely fast, his hands flying about, leaving behind only a series of afterimages, making it look as if he had grown countless arms. Accompanied by a soft shout, Xiao Yuyang suddenly pointed his finger forward. Somewhere in front of him, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuyang continued to use his finger as a brush, the world principles as ink, and the void as cloth. Runes slowly appeared one after another, and as soon as these runes appeared, they began to flow according to a certain pattern. It was like a living creature. Chi, chi, chi. Chi sounds rang out incessantly. An inexplicable force sputtered into the void, bursting toward level 4. Not long after, a huge circular rune pattern about 10 feet in radius appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Many thanks for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 from the Emperor realm moved. Their figures flickered, and they stood in 5 different positions. The 5 of them used their own methods to pour their pure and huge source chi into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin. As the power of the 6 masters from the Emperor realm poured in, the pattern spun faster and faster, making everyone who looked at it feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 from the Emperor realm were solemn, and it seemed that pouring in their own source chi like this consumed a lot of their energy. After a while, except for Xiao Yuyang, the other 5 people all looked a little pale. Fortunately, this process did not last long. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Great Emperors, please act." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm flashed from within the door of light. It was as if some kind of barrier had been shattered, and the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared inside the stable light gate. The pagoda exuded a 5-colored light and was so tall that no one could see its true appearance. 5-colored treasure pagoda. Below the high platform, the cultivator who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared greedily at the pagoda exuding a five-colored light. This was obviously the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, the famous emperor artifact of the entire star boundary, the five-colored treasure pagoda. Countless people had only heard rumors about this pagoda, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, not only did they see it, they would also be entering it later. Thinking of this, the breathing of the cultivator could not help but quicken. "Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and nodded lightly to the other five. The five people seemed to have consumed a lot of their strength, so they did not say anything after hearing this. Instead, they returned to their original positions and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yuyang's hand. He smiled slightly and threw the space ring into the light gate, shaking it with his hand. The space ring instantly shattered, and from the inside of the ring, hundreds and thousands of different colored lights shot out like arrows towards the five-colored treasure pagoda. It's the treasures taken out by those great forces. I saw an artifact. Wow, that wouldn't be the Dao Source fruit, right? If I can obtain this fruit, I can also break through to the Dao Source realm. There are only 3 Dao Source fruits, but there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. Do you think you can obtain the Dao Source fruit? If I can't obtain it, don't even think about it. After learning that these lights turned out to be the treasures placed inside the five-colored treasure pagoda by several great forces, everyone became excited, especially the existence of the Dao Source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Origin King Realm cultivator the most. Although they were excited, no one dared to act without permission. After all, Xiao Yuyang was still watching. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly. "Everyone, you may enter." As soon as his voice fell, how could the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time still be able to hold themselves back? They all used their movement skills and secret techniques to rush towards the light gate, lest they be slower than others. For a time, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was very noisy and chaotic. Before anyone could enter, some cultivators were already fighting over who should enter first. Xiao Yuyang didn't care about this, his eyes instead staring at a certain woman in the crowd. Seeing this woman looking towards him, he gently nodded and secretly flicked his finger, sending a soft force towards her. Yang Kai's group of 3 was also mixed in the crowd and was pushed back and forth by the chaotic flow of people, suffering greatly. However, those cultivators who accidentally touched Mo Shaoqi suffered great misfortune as they felt as if they had been pricked by sharp needles, causing them great pain and forcing them to avoid her. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately signaled to Mo Shaoqi with his eyes. Mo Shaoqi understood and led the way without hesitation. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived near the light gate and rushed in. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again, but Yang Kai stabilized his divine sense and remained unmoved. A moment later, his vision blurred as he arrived in a very special environment. He immediately noticed that the world energy here was not rich and was actually quite thin. However, in this world, there was a kind of power that made all cultivators scramble for it: principal strength. Although the principal strength here gave off a very strange feeling, as it was not as complete as the outside world and was instead in a fragmented state, it was precisely because of this state that one could better comprehend and understand. It was no wonder that the five-colored treasure pagoda was a must-visit place for Star Soul Palace's disciples. In this special environment, Star Soul Palace's cultivator could touch the threshold of principal strength more easily than others. Although the fragmented principal strength had its shortcomings, making it impossible for one to understand its true mysteries, it was still the best place to start. After a cultivator reached the Origin King realm was the Dao Source realm, and if they wanted to break through to the Dao Source realm, they had to comprehend the world principles. Star Soul Palace had a treasure like the five-colored treasure pagoda, so it was at least 30% easier for its disciples to break through to the Dao Source realm. This was an extremely terrifying probability. Just as this thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he heard an extremely shrill scream coming from not far away. Startled, Yang Kai quickly turned his head to look. He found that not far from him, a cultivator who had arrived here first had his throat bitten by a crocodile-like monster beast, blood spurting out like a fountain. The cultivator clutched his throat with both hands but was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. In addition, there were more crocodile-like monster beasts biting into his thigh and arm, frantically dragging him under the grass. Asterisk goo loo loo. Asterisk in just the blink of an eye, this cultivator had disappeared, leaving behind only the turbid mud and the filthy water. This place was actually a swamp. The unfortunate cultivator had obviously arrived here before Yang Kai, but after being teleported, he had felt a brief sense of dizziness and had not been able to react in time. In that situation just now, even if Yang Kai wanted to take action, it would have been too late. The ferocious beasts hiding under the swamp moved too quickly. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with a soft sound, Yang Kai immediately caught a glimpse of a crocodile-like ferocious beast that was identical to the one that had killed the cultivator just now. Its pair of beast eyes were full of scarlet, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yang Kai's throat. With the previous cultivator as an example, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. As his figure flashed, he valiantly threw a punch. The fist bloomed with multicolored light as it directly hit the crocodile's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if he had hit something made of gold and iron, sparks flew everywhere. The crocodile was smashed backward and fell into the quagmire in front of it. However, it did not die immediately. Instead, it swung its tail and drilled into the quagmire. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to release his divine thought. In the next moment, his face could not help but sink. In his perception, he sensed that countless life fluctuations emanating ferocious auras were lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him from all directions. These things were obviously existences similar to the crocodile just now. In fact, their individual strength was not very strong, only about the peak of the 9th order monster beast, equivalent to a 3rd order origin returning realm cultivator. Such a monster beast was not worthy of Yang Kai's attention. But there were too many of them. Yang Kai really did not want to tangle with them. Chapter 1995. If someone like the cultivator just now had been teleported here, it was very likely they would have suffered misfortune. After all, not every Origin King could ignore the discomfort of being teleported like Yang Kai. They would more or less feel dizzy for a while. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately leapt up, wanting to leave quickly. However, something he had never expected happened. He had only risen to a height of less than 3 feet when a huge pressure suddenly came from the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from the sky, directly pressing him back to his original position. He didn't even have room to resist. A flight restricting array? Yang Kai's face went black as he immediately reacted. When Kong Si Ran had introduced the interior of the 5-colored treasure pagoda to him before, he had said that there were many natural and unnatural barriers and traps inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. These barriers and traps had all kinds of strange effects, and the flight-restricting array was one of the most common. In these flight-restricting arrays, cultivators could not fly too high, and once they exceeded a certain height, these barriers would act and suppress the cultivator. What Yang Kai had just encountered was the rebound effect of the flight-restricting array. For a while, Yang Kai did not know whether the flight-restricting array here was artificially arranged or naturally formed. He didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he fell, countless crocodiles leaped out from all directions and pounced at him. Those bloody mouths looked very frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. Yang Kai pushed his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, a series of bangs rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent dozens of crocodiles flying, but the vitality of these creatures was so tenacious that even after being hit head-on by Yang Kai, they still did not die. Instead, all of them turned around and dove into the mud before disappearing. More crocodiles pounced on Yang Kai one after another. So, Yang Kai's body was covered in crocodiles, from his arms to his thighs, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Crocodiles were born with amazing bite strength, and even ordinary monster beast could not be taken lightly, let alone these crocodiles that had all reached the peak of the 9th order. An ordinary Origin King. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, Yang Kai's fleshly body was extremely tough, and when he circulated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, the fierce 5-element sword chi caused the crocodiles to suffer heavy injuries. Many of the crocodiles spat out blood and were forced to release Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was still dragged into the mud by the crocodiles. It was cold and dark underwater. Most importantly, it wasn't clear water, but muddy mud. Yang Kai couldn't see much even if he opened his eyes. He randomly punched out for a while and found that not only did he not alleviate his situation, but he was sinking deeper and deeper. More and more crocodiles were surrounding him, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Secret technique, Moon Blade. He flicked his 10 fingers. A series of pitch-black moon blades flew out. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced. In the swamp, dark red blood and dead crocodile corpses appeared. All of them were incomplete. Demonic eye, open. Yang Kai opened his eyes again. His left eye had a golden hue, and his vision had finally recovered significantly. Using his divine sense, his slaughter had not only failed to repel these crocodiles, but had instead attracted even more crocodile monster beast because of the bloody smell and the commotion he had caused. Acting recklessly, Yang Kai was furious. With his current strength, even if he faced an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master, he wouldn't be so flustered, but because of a moment of carelessness, he had been forced into such a situation by a group of monster beast. This made him somewhat angry out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai directly released the monster insect queen, which was still repairing its body in the sealed world bead, and issued an order with his divine sense. The monster insect queen was now Yang Kai's blood beast and had its own sentience, so naturally it would strictly obey his orders. The purple and green dual swords flickered, and with a flash of light, a wave of sword chi was set off. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk an icy cold aura filled the air, and not only did Yang Kai involuntarily shiver, the encirclement of the crocodile monster beast also slowed down. With a flash of brilliance, the sword chi surged, and the crocodile monster beast was cut in two, dying instantly. Even the crocodiles a little further away were not spared. With the purple and green dual swords in hand, the monster insect queen's strength seemed to have greatly increased. Even without using the clear sky snowfall secret technique, the simplest of sword moves was enough to shine. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange place from the corner of his eye. In the depths of the swamp, there was a place that was emitting a clear light. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found a trace of strong energy fluctuations. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Urging his strength to protect his body, he dove down. The monster insect queen was like a loyal guard, following closely behind Yang Kai. Whenever there was a disturbance, the sword chi would cut the enemy in two. Not long after, Yang Kai reached the bottom of the swamp and arrived at the place where the clear light was emitting. With the help of the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was finally able to see what this thing was. It was actually a palm-sized thing that looked like a Ganoderma. What is this? Yang Kai had a blank look on his face. Although he had a deep understanding of the herbs in the home star's territory, after coming to the star boundary, he still felt that his knowledge was lacking, especially when it came to spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. There were many things he had never even heard of before. This Ganoderma in front of him was something he had never seen before, nor had he ever heard of. Just as he was observing it, the clear and misty light suddenly turned green. After a while, it turned red. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai determined that he really didn't recognize this thing, but judging from the aura it was exuding, it was definitely a Dao Source grade herb. Yang Kai decided to pick it first. In any case, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead was still there, so if he transplanted it, he would be able to figure out its type and function one day. Considering all this, Yang Kai immediately got to work. A moment later, he transplanted this Ganoderma into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai didn't rush out and instead continued to search around. He really did find a few more stalks of medicinal herbs that were exactly the same. After half a day, Yang Kai rushed out of the swamp with the monster insect queen following closely behind. Along the way, countless crocodile monster beast corpses floated on the water's surface, dyeing the surrounding swamp red with blood. It seemed that the ferocity of the monster insect queen had deterred the crocodile monster beast, or perhaps it was because most of them had been killed, but Yang Kai didn't encounter any more attacks and successfully emerged from the swamp. This time, Yang Kai didn't act rashly and instead flew a few meters above the water's surface before heading out. There were many types of flight-restricting arrays. Some completely prohibited flight, while others restricted flight altitude. From his first encounter, the flight-restricting array here was undoubtedly the latter type, so as long as he didn't exceed a certain height, he wouldn't trigger it. The swamp seemed to cover a very large area, so Yang Kai flew for half a day before he finally flew out. The monster insect queen had long since been taken back by him. The monster insect queen was still repairing its body, so it wouldn't be of any benefit to it if it went into battle too early. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want others to know that he had such a helper. The monster insect queen could be regarded as his biggest trump card, so naturally, the more hidden it was, the better. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was incredibly vast. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Maplewood City had entered this place, but Yang Kai hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he couldn't find his target. This should be the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Kong Si Ran had told him to try his best to reach the second layer after entering the pagoda. Although the first and second layers were suitable for Origin King Realm Cultivator, for a third-order Origin King Cultivator like Yang Kai, the second layer was naturally better. The way to enter was to find a 5-colored light pillar that connected the sky to the earth. Yang Kai had been looking for this so-called 5-colored light pillar for a long time, but he hadn't found it yet, which made him feel a little disappointed as he didn't know where to look for it. Just as he lifted his eyes to look around, the ground suddenly buzzed. Soon after, it began to tremble intensely. There seemed to be a deafening sound of rolling thunder coming from deep within the ground. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi while looking around vigilantly for fear of any sudden changes. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, but in a location extremely far away, the projection of a true dragon suddenly appeared. It was unknown how long that true dragon was. Its entire body was fiery red, and its dragon tail swayed as it charged straight into the clouds. Soon after, it descended at an extremely fast speed. No one knew where it landed, and then it disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He had never expected that a true dragon phantom would appear in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was definitely not caused by some kind of secret technique or secret art, but rather a real true dragon phantom. It might even be related to a true dragon artifact because when this true dragon phantom appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt a heat in his chest. He had fused and refined a real dragon scale on his chest. And this dragon scale seemed to be resonating with something in the distance at this moment. Yang Kai immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder it was rumored that opportunities were everywhere inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If one was lucky enough to enter it, they could obtain many benefits, but if they were unlucky, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless no matter how many times they entered. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards the place where this vision was occurring at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon phantom appeared was very far from where he was, so even if Yang Kai used his full strength, it still took him a full 3 hours to arrive. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help being stunned. Because there were already many cultivators gathered here, at least a few hundred, and there was a steady stream of other cultivators who had also seen this vision. This was a mountainous terrain, and at the very center of this valley, there was an altar-like building. This altar seemed to have just broken through the ground and was giving off an ancient and desolate aura. The surrounding earth also showed signs of being refurbished. Chapter 1996. On the ancient and desolate altar, there were more than a dozen unknown objects. These unknown objects were all shrouded in a layer of dark and misty light, as though a bowl was placed on top of them. Through the dark and misty light, although it wasn't very clear, one could still make out some embryonic forms. The objects shrouded in the light curtain were all kinds of things. There were hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like artifacts, as well as yellowish secret arts and secret tomes. There were also some jade bottles that were obviously very old. Each of them looked extremely extraordinary, especially those artifacts, which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest was a Dao Source-grade artifact. This made Yang Kai's face burn with desire. Not only him, but the other cultivator who had rushed here also looked at the altar with greed and covetousness. Everyone was filled with greed. Could it be that these things were placed here by those few great powers? Maybe the Dao Source fruit is here. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice came from the side. That's not the case. Someone continued, I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground and was not something that originally existed. It seems that a friend triggered the restriction of this place and caused the altar to appear. The things on the altar all emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely not something that was placed here by those great forces. So, the things on this altar have been here for a long time? Are they treasures left behind from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and grab them. A treasure left behind from ancient times was actually so well preserved. Its value was simply inestimable. It was countless times more valuable than the treasures placed here by the great forces. As soon as the news spread, many cultivators' blood began to boil. Many cultivators who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back and mustered up their courage to rush forward. Their movements immediately affected the nerves of others, and more cultivator began to move. Even Yang Kai began to move, but he did not rush to the front row. Instead, he fell behind in the middle. This way, he would have enough time to observe the movements of the cultivator in front of him, lest he accidentally fell into a trap. Everyone please wait. Right at this moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes suddenly flew up into the sky. This young man had rosy lips and white teeth. He was a man of striking appearance, with a pair of spirited eyes and an extraordinary bearing. With one look, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, the young man shouted again. Many cultivator frowned and looked up impatiently. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. At this moment, someone had suddenly obstructed their path, and it was truly displeasing. Obstructing one's path to wealth was no different than murdering one's parents, and such enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. However, when everyone saw this person's face clearly, many people obediently stayed where they were, and some others also showed a look of understanding. So it's young Master Jianghu he. Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the young man cupped his fists and said, What do you mean, young Master Jiang? Could it be that he wanted to rely on the Jiang family's power to monopolize the treasures on the altar? If that's the case, then please don't say anything more. Exactly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Although the Jiang family is considered extraordinary in Maplewood City, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If young Master Jiang wants to monopolize it, please think twice, someone immediately echoed. Hearing them say so, Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of this young man. A member of Maplewood City's Jiang family. In Maplewood City, below the city lord's mansion, there were also some family forces present, and among them, the Jiang family's strength was quite good as they had an old ancestor from the First Order Dao Source realm. Although Yang Kai had not had any dealings with the Jiang family, he had seen several Jiang family cultivator corpses killed by the little Luan Feng in Clear Jade Mountain. This time, those who entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda were basically all cultivator from Maplewood City, so naturally many people recognized Jianghu he. Even if they did not know him, they had at least heard of his name. However, as that person said, if they were in Maplewood City, everyone might have some scruples about the strength of the Jiang family's old ancestor and give Jianghu he some face. But inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the Jiang family's people were no deterrent. What's more, the treasures were right in front of them. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was an ancient truth. Now, not to mention Jianghu he, even if the Jiang family's old ancestor was here personally, these hundreds of origin kings would not fear him. Jianghu he was not angry however and instead smiled. This friend is too serious. There are hundreds of fellow cultivators gathered here, so even if this Jiang had guts as big as the sky, he would not dare to offend everyone. Monopolizing the treasures is something this Jiang has never thought of. Then, what does young Master Jiang want to do? Jianghu he continued with a smile. This Jiang just wants to tell everyone that where there are benefits, there are also risks. What's more, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you really think that the treasures on the altar are so easy to obtain? If that were the case, those treasures would have long disappeared. Why would they wait for people like you and me to collect them? We naturally know this, but if we do not hesitate when there are risks, what is the point of cultivating? We are already mentally prepared. The person who spoke just now coldly snorted. This friend has guts. Jianghu he smiled at the person before changing the topic, but shouldn't this friend first inquire about what this altar is? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is the first time this humble one has entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda, so how would I know what this altar is? The person shook his head, but soon looked at Jianghu he in surprise. Could it be that young Master Jiang knows? If so, I hope young Master Jiang can enlighten me. Jianghu he shook his head. This Jiang does not know, but I think there should be someone here who knows. Saying so, he turned his head to look at a certain spot in the crowd, a smile on his face as he said, "Young Lady Qin, what do you think?" Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw a woman surrounded by some cultivators. This woman was not very old, about 25 to 26 years old. She had a petite figure and seemed to be suffering from some kind of illness. Her complexion was sallow, her figure was thin, and her lips were slightly pale. If not for these factors, she would definitely be a stunning beauty if her figure was just a little more voluptuous. Even so, this woman was like a flower swaying in the wind and rain, drawing the pity of others. Seeing that Jianghu he had diverted everyone's attention to her, young Lady Qin's brows furrowed together as a sliver of annoyance appeared on her face. The cultivators surrounding her also glared angrily at Jianghu he, showing great dissatisfaction. Young Lady Qin? That young Lady Qin you from the Qin family? From the crowd, cries of surprise rang out, seemingly indicating that this Qin Yu was quite famous. I have heard that young Lady Qin Yu has read a lot of books since childhood and is very knowledgeable, especially about the sealed world. I wonder how much young Lady Qin knows about this altar? Please enlighten us. This humble one and everyone here will be very grateful. Jianghu he's face was as clear as jade as he smiled gently, completely ignoring Qin Yu's annoyance and the angry glares of the guards around her. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly understood why this Jianghu he wanted to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out more about the altar. However, if he were to ask Qin Yu alone, she might not be willing to tell him. But now, with so many people watching, Qin Yu had no choice but to say it even if she didn't want to. No one would want to provoke public anger. This Jianghu he was quite scheming, but this method was a little despicable. There were many cultivators like Yang Kai who understood this, but because it concerned their own interests, they didn't point it out. Instead, they looked at Qin Yu with great interest. That's right, young Lady Qin. With so many friends here, if you know anything about this altar, please tell us. If there are any dangers here, we will be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many people, Qin Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was because the wind here was too noisy, she couldn't help but cough lightly and cover her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child, so it's not convenient for her to speak. Please forgive her. Next to Qin Yu, a third-order origin king realm guard in his 40s cupped his fists and said with a cold look. Qin Yu gestured with her hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter. Since young Master Jiang and all these friends want to know, then this mistress will tell you." She didn't know what illness she had. Not only did she look listless, but she also sounded weak when she spoke. It was truly heartbreaking to see her like this. However, when they heard that she was willing to talk about the altar, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young Lady Qin has indeed heard of this altar. This Jiang is impressed. Jiang Chu's eyes also lit up. His previous actions were just a test, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. On the one hand, he also hoped that Qin Yu would explain in more detail so he could understand more about this altar, but on the other hand, he was afraid that others would obtain this information and compete with him, causing his mood to become extremely complicated. This is the Soaring Dragon Altar, Qin Yu said slowly. The first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda fell silent, with only Qin Yu's weak voice drifting through the wind. Obtain the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. This Soaring Dragon Altar doesn't appear at a fixed time, and its location is also very erratic. It may appear in the first layer, the second layer, or even the 5th layer. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times, so even if someone from Star Soul Palace enters here, it won't be easy to find this Soaring Dragon Altar. According to the ancient records of Star Soul Palace, the Soaring Dragon Altar has only appeared a total of 8 times. Each time it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of some rare treasure. If we can obtain one of these treasures, perhaps we can become a fish leaping over the dragon gate and cultivate to the Emperor Realm. A fish leaping over the dragon gate. The Emperor Realm. Many cultivators whispered as their eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators in Maplewood City were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Although their strength was not bad, because they had no background or backing, it was almost impossible for them to advance beyond the Origin King realm. However, Qin Yu's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad road in front of them that led directly to the throne of the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1997. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, countless cultivators became restless. Although all of them felt that the treasure on the altar was extraordinary, they didn't have any concrete proof. Coupled with the fact that there were so many cultivators eyeing the altar covetously, none of them dared to act rashly for fear of provoking a fatal disaster. But now, after hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone's thoughts became lively. The temptation of reaching the Emperor Realm was enough to make them risk their lives. However, some people remained calm and asked loudly, "Dare I ask young Lady Qin, what is so dangerous about this Soaring Dragon Altar?" Danger. There is definitely danger, and it may even cost us our lives. But as for what exactly it is, Qin Yu does not know. After all, this 5-colored treasure pagoda is the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and there are very few ancient records about it. This is the first time this mistress has entered, so, hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. Although everyone knew that Qin Yu must have something more to say, she had already revealed a lot of information and had done her utmost. If they continued to force her, it would be tantamount to offending the Qin family. They were all cultivators who made a living in Maplewood City, so who would be willing to offend them? If they did not do well, they would be punished. However, it is said that this Soaring Dragon Altar is an artifact, and one made from dragon bones at that, so if one wants to get close to it, one must first resist the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon, Qin Yu added, seemingly out of nowhere. Made from dragon bones? The dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon? The group of cultivators exclaimed. At that moment, a burst of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from not far away. This sound was extremely fast, and everyone was startled and instinctively circulated their strength to look around. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless, acting so sneakily, how hateful." It turned out that while everyone's attention was attracted by Qin Yu and they were listening to her introduce the Soaring Dragon Altar, a cultivator from the mysterious realm had appeared. It was unknown which great force this cultivator belonged to, but he had concealed his figure and aura and was quietly approaching the Soaring Dragon Altar. Their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures were extremely profound, so no one present was able to discover them. If it weren't for the sudden change in the Soaring Dragon Altar, it was likely no one would have noticed these people taking away the treasures on it. However, at this moment, These people all revealed themselves. There weren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them, and they were separated into several directions. Cautiously approaching the soaring dragon altar. It was unknown which unlucky guy triggered the spirit array near the soaring dragon altar, but from the altar, a beam of light suddenly shot out and bombarded these people. Those people weren't paying attention for a moment, and 2 of them actually lost their lives on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and their flesh shattered. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged. Naturally, they were unable to conceal themselves and were exposed. Fortunately, the soaring dragon altar's spirit array did not seem to be too powerful, so after the 2 or 3 survivors evaded for a while, none of them were harmed. Exchanging a glance with each other, seeing that their whereabouts had been exposed, they grit their teeth and continued to rush forward. Damn it. They're from the Ghost Dance sect. A bunch of clowns. How dare you covet the treasure? You're courting death. The treasure is mine. As soon as they saw someone approaching the soaring dragon altar, the remaining cultivator could no longer hold back and quickly used their movement skills. All of them rushed towards the soaring dragon altar, wanting to reach it as soon as possible. All of them wanted to take the treasures for themselves. Jianghu, he was the fastest to react, and with a twist of his body he rushed out a few dozen meters, taking the lead as he stared at the secret art on the soaring dragon altar. At the same time, he waved his hand. A rope-like artifact flew out of Yang Kai's sleeve and wrapped around the secret art several dozen meters away. Young Master Jiang? Someone saw this and was shocked. Haha. Jianghu, he gave a hearty laugh, as though he could already see himself becoming invincible under the heavens after he had obtained the secret art. His insolent attitude was revealed as he said, "Treasures belong to those who are capable. This secret art belongs to this Jiang." But just as his voice fell though, the smile on his face suddenly froze as he stared at his rope-like artifact in a daze and muttered, "How could this be?" His rope-like artifact had only managed to extend 10 meters before it fell limply to the ground, as if it had lost all of its spirituality. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to activate it. Not only him, but everyone else who wanted to use their own artifacts to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar also lost their connection with their artifacts in a very short time. While Jianghu, he was in a daze, a great force seemed to have struck him from the sky and smashed him to the ground, covering him in a cloud of dust as his mouth and nose filled with dirt. Haha, young Master Jiang, this dog-eating shit move of yours has really been practiced to the point of perfection. This one is truly impressed. The cultivator from before laughed loudly as he rushed past Jianghu, not forgetting to taunt him before leaving. Damn it. I'll remember you. Jianghu, he cursed as he stood up with a face full of dirt and grime. Looking around, all the other cultivators who wanted to fly to the soaring dragon altar suffered the same fate as him, all of them falling from the sky in a tragic manner. This discovery immediately caused Jianghu's heart to feel much better. In an instant, everyone understood that if they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to rely on themselves to reach the soaring dragon altar. However, this was definitely not an easy task. Before, the distance was far enough, so no one felt anything, but the closer they got to the soaring dragon altar, the more ferocious the inexplicable pressure became. In the eyes of all the cultivator, the entire soaring dragon altar seemed to have transformed into an ancient dragon, roaring ferociously as it opened its bloody maw, waiting for food to be delivered to its door. Some of the cultivators with weak minds, weak willpower, or low strength actually lost their composure for a moment, their eyes filled with fear as their bodies trembled violently. As for others, even if they could resist this terrifying dragon pressure, they still found it difficult to move, no longer able to run as fast as before. Young lady, On the other side, the Qin family group was still gathered around Qinyu, and under Qinyu's instructions, they approached the soaring dragon altar unhurriedly. Qinyu coughed a few times from time to time, her expression relaxed. On the other hand, the other Qin family cultivators all showed anxious looks, fearing that someone else would take the initiative. Don't worry. Qinyu finally managed to catch her breath and whispered softly, "The soaring dragon altar is not so easy to get close to. You should take this opportunity to feel the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. It will have a great effect on tempering your mind. If you gain enough, you won't be too embarrassed when you encounter a powerful enemy in the future. Although Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she seemed to have great prestige among this group of Qin family guards. As soon as she spoke these words, the guards no longer became anxious and instead began silently circulating their secret arts to expel distracting thoughts from their minds. While guarding Qin Yu, they slowly walked forward while using the dragon pressure to temper their minds. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned and glanced in a certain direction. On the other side, Yang Kai grinned at her and walked forward leisurely with a calm look on his face. This person? Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai's back deeply and found that she, who had always been good at reading people, was unable to see through him. He didn't show the slightest eagerness towards the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. While everyone else was trying their best to compete for them, he seemed to be taking a stroll in a garden, calm and relaxed. Qin Yu shook her head secretly and lowered her eyes, but when she raised her head again, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai's body tightened, as if there was a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the heavens peeking into his secrets. Turning around abruptly, Yang Kai locked eyes with Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu's tender body trembled and she began coughing violently. "Young lady!" The guards were shocked. Qin Yu waved her hand repeatedly as she bent over and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing with extreme difficulty. After a while, she gradually recovered. "It's fine." Qin Yu gasped for breath, but when she looked up at the position where Yang Kai had been standing, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, causing her to sigh. This little girl is quite strange. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was mixed in with the crowd, frowned. He always felt that this woman named Qin Yu was extraordinary, but her cultivation was only a trivial second-order origin returning realm, which really puzzled him. In particular, when Qin Yu glanced at him just now, it was as if she could see through his secrets, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. If it's not necessary in the future, it's best to avoid contact with this woman. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, otherwise, he would never know when his secrets would be exposed. At that moment, a scream rang out. A cultivator, who had long since been frightened by the dragon pressure and had lost his mind, stood in place and let out a shrill cry, his eyes trembling, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. His strength began to surge chaotically as he attacked in all directions. A moment later, with a bang, this cultivator's head burst open, causing red and white matter to splatter in all directions. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. This scene shocked the nearby cultivator. This was not the end, though. The death of this cultivator was like a fuse, and in the next moment, screams rang out one after another from different directions. These people suffered the same fate as the first cultivator, as if they were in a nightmare. Their strength went berserk, and after a few random attacks, their heads exploded. "Dragon pressure!" Someone in the crowd cried out in horror. Everyone understood how these people died. Obviously, it was because their divine senses were suppressed by the supreme dragon pressure, causing them to meet with misfortune. For a time, some of the more timid and weaker cultivators no longer dared to move forward and instead retreated in order to protect themselves. However, just as their figures began to move, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What no one expected was that these streaks of light did not kill people aimlessly, but instead only targeted the retreating cultivators, not missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 corpses were added to the ground. Chapter 1998. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the spot. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat. If you do, you'll trigger the barrier and die on the spot. Everyone be careful." "Damn it, this is a trap. That damned Star Soul Palace. What should I do?" Many of the weaker cultivators who coveted the treasures were now in a dilemma and began blaming Star Soul Palace, as if this was a trap set up by Star Soul Palace for them. In this situation, the more one moved forward, the more intense the dragon pressure they would have to endure. If one was not careful, one's head would explode. The cultivator who had died tragically before was the best example, but even if they wanted to leave, they could not. The 30 or so corpses that had just fallen were a good example. With this situation, some of the cultivators really did not know whether to advance or retreat, all of them frozen in place for a while. However, this was not the case for everyone. Those who had real strength and confidence in themselves still resisted the pressure of the dragon pressure and walked towards the soaring dragon altar step by step, their eyes locked onto the dozen or so unknown treasures placed on the altar. Every step seemed to be extremely difficult, but after taking that step, their faces filled with joy, as if they had gained something. Riches and honor were found in danger. This was a truth that everyone knew. Which one of the cultivators here had not experienced many life or death tribulations, so most of them were extremely determined. What's more, without even mentioning whether or not they could snatch the dozen or so unknown treasures, the benefits they obtained in the process of walking towards the soaring dragon altar made these cultivators ecstatic. With every step they took, these cultivators could feel their mental fortitude and perseverance increase significantly. Even under the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure, many origin kings felt the strength in their bodies rapidly transforming into source qi. The speed of this transformation. It was by no means comparable to taking source condensing pills. Yang Kai naturally noticed this as well. In fact, he could completely ignore the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body, and although the soaring dragon altar was made from dragon bones, it naturally contained a supreme dragon pressure. However, in front of the origin energy of the golden holy dragon, this kind of dragon might was still useless. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were countless members of the true dragon clan, but within this clan, the suppression of bloodlines was very obvious. Golden Shenglong had an extremely high status in the true dragon clan. Judging from the phenomenon that appeared on this soaring dragon altar before, the dragon bone used to create this soaring dragon altar was likely the bone of a fire dragon. The reason for that was because the silhouette of the true dragon that had appeared was a gigantic red dragon. Red dragons generally used the power of fire. The golden divine dragon source was enough to suppress the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar in all aspects, making it impossible for it to approach within 10 meters of Yang Kai. When Yang Kai discovered this, he even had the thought of rushing over and snatching the treasures on the altar regardless of anything else. But when he thought about it carefully, he still didn't want to be so rash. After all, there were hundreds of Origin King Realm cultivator here. Not to mention whether he could escape the pursuit and siege of these people after snatching the treasure. Even if he succeeded, it would be troublesome after leaving the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once the people outside learned that he had obtained so many benefits from the soaring dragon altar, he would likely become the target of public criticism. A man's wealth was his own ruin, and Yang Kai did not believe that these Dao Source Realm Masters would not covet the treasures from the soaring dragon altar. If he really became the target of a Dao Source Realm Master, his future days would not be easy. As such, he did not do so. At this moment, he mixed in with the crowd and approached the soaring dragon altar step by step, relying on the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure to transform the source qi in his body. While doing so, he also had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Yang Kai took a look at the situation of the others. Not long after, a number of powerful Origin King Realm cultivator were silently recorded in Yang Kai's mind. These people were undoubtedly all existences who had completely transformed their source qi, so while they were resisting the dragon pressure, they were much more relaxed. As such, the speed at which they advanced was much faster. Yang Kai had already opened up a certain distance from the people behind him. Yang Kai quickened his pace slightly, at the same time thinking about how to pack up these treasures without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, a gnashing voice called out from the side, "You dare surpass this young lord?" As soon as the word "die" was spoken, a palm print flew towards Yang Kai. From this palm print, a fierce wind howled and seemed to contain great destructive power. Yang Kai's face sank and he instantly raised his hand, poured a powerful force into his palm, and pushed it towards the other party's palm print. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a soft sound, the two violent forces collided and swept out in all directions. The power was immense. Kai Yang's body swayed slightly before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the person who had taken the initiative to attack him let out a cry of alarm. It seemed that he was unable to resist Kai Yang's attack. His body became unstable and he was sent flying backwards. This man's face changed drastically and his face turned pale. After all, the cultivator who had retreated before had been killed on the spot by the light from the soaring dragon altar, so he was not sure if he would receive the same treatment if he was beaten back. If that were the case, he did not have the confidence to resist the attack from the soaring dragon altar. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly sank down, like a wooden stake fixed to the ground. He would rather let all the force rush into his body than move his feet. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk a burst of cracking sounds came from this man's body and his face paled as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his appearance suddenly becoming terrifying. "Young lord!" Someone shouted and quickly took 2 steps forward to block this man's back, neutralizing the last bit of force and allowing him to stand firmly in place without taking half a step back. Yang Kai looked back and saw a familiar face, sneering as he muttered, "So, it's young Lord Jiang." The person who had launched a sneak attack on him was shockingly the one who had spoken earlier, Jiang Chu-he. When Yang Kai saw him for the first time just now, he felt that this person had a dignified appearance, gentle and refined, and had the demeanor and bearing of a young lord. But later, after understanding Jiang Chu-he's intention of shifting his attention to Qinyu, Yang Kai understood that this person was full of evil intentions. Now, it seemed that not only was he full of evil intentions, but he also had no tolerance for others. He was simply an abominable rascal. The reason why he attacked her was because her speed was faster than his, surpassing his own. "Who is your excellency?" Jiang Chu-he had suffered a big loss and almost died, so while he hated Yang Kai in his heart, he also feared him. He had never expected that he would not even be able to take a single blow from an Origin King realm cultivator. What's more, in that situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the other party. If it had been a real life or death battle, wouldn't Jiang Chu-he not be his opponent at all? Is this guy even human? Jiang Chu-he's heart was filled with shock and fear. When did such a person appear in Maplewood City? "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned. "It's just someone that young Master Jiang can't afford to offend." Seeing Yang Kai boasting so shamelessly, a look of unwillingness appeared on Jiang Chu-he's face. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party might be from some great force. After all, Maplewood City had gathered the masters of many great forces recently. Thinking so, Jiang Chu-he's eyes couldn't help but flicker as he cupped his fists and said, "This Jiang has offended your excellency just now. Please don't take offense. At least you have some self-awareness." "I'll spare your life for now," Yang Kai sneered. Not bothering with Jiang Chu-he anymore, he turned around and continued forward. Jiang Chu-he stared at Yang Kai's back, his face alternating between green and red. While suppressing his injuries, he also had to resist the supreme dragon pressure. It was extremely tiring for him. At the back of the group, Qinyu was slowly moving forward with her many guards. After all, her strength wasn't high, so she was unable to move forward as quickly as the others. However, it was also because of this that she was able to witness the scene just now. That person, what's his background? Qinyu's brow furrowed. As a fellow cultivator in Maplewood City, Qinyu naturally knew what kind of cultivation Jiang Chu-he had. Although Jiang Chu-he's aptitude wasn't that great, with the resources of the Jiang family and his many years of hard work in cultivation, he had long reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm, with all of his strength converted into source qi. In other words, even if Jiang Chu-he wasn't invincible in the Origin King realm, he wasn't someone that could be injured in a single move. However, someone had done it. This surprised Qinyu, but at the same time, it also increased her interest in Yang Kai. "Young lady, what's wrong with that person?" Seeing Qinyu staring at Yang Kai, a guard couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you seen that person before? Do you know his origins?" Qin Yu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Yang Kai before. The guard who spoke earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after we leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda, subordinate will send someone to inquire about him." Qin Yu nodded. "Remember, just inquire about him, don't defend him." Near the soaring dragon altar, as time passed, the gap in strength between everyone gradually became apparent. Although everyone was basically an origin king, and many were even third-order origin kings, under the touchstone of the soaring dragon altar, the difference in strength was quickly determined. Those with superior temperament, perseverance, and strength would undoubtedly walk faster and further. As for the rest, they all fell behind. For a time, with the soaring dragon altar as the center, countless cultivators were divided into several levels, all of them desperately trying to get closer to the center. In the first stage, there were more than 40 third-order origin kings, and the gap between them was not too great. It was foreseeable that if nothing unexpected happened, these 40 or so masters would undoubtedly reach the soaring dragon altar first. As for the cultivators in the second, third, and even later stages, there was no longer any hope of reaching the soaring dragon altar. However, none of them dared to retreat at will, lest they bring disaster upon themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and move forward. During this period, more and more cultivators died because they could not bear the pressure of the dragon pressure. Within a few dozen meters of the soaring dragon altar, 100 to 200 headless corpses were strewn about, a tragic sight to behold. Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road leading to the soaring dragon altar had become the burial ground of countless origin king realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the soaring dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well, so after approaching within 10 meters of the soaring dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. "Damn, I knew you would attack father here, so you finally couldn't hold back and acted?" The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Ping. A loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly and origin energy surged wildly from his fists. Suddenly attacking his enemy, he shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist." This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, there was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Dao Source realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator who had launched the sneak attack to change. He hurriedly turned around and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter-long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Water Moon Mirror Flower." He recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the two Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Gotcha. It was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good. I've finally met a decent guy. Delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the soaring dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the soaring dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes and ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target. But in the next moment he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King Realm Masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment, and after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts, creating a dazzling sight to behold. The second and third level cultivator who had fallen behind were dumbfounded for a while, but soon they were pleasantly surprised. Because this way, they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the first level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that in their opinion, only the first-level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died one after another, the second-level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Yang Kai was among the second-level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the soaring dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the first-level cultivator, but if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly, "Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the dragon gate, then follow me." Saying so, Yang Kai set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the second layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks, but when they heard Yang Kai shout about the carp leaping over the dragon gate and recalled what Qin Yu had said before, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Yang Kai's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. "Smelly brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first." Soon, the two masters in front of Yang Kai locked onto him. These two masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Yang Kai's words, they both set him as their target. Since these two could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings, and when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Yang Kai. With a flash of brilliance, a huge axe seal fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into two, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the sea water in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent and he fell to the ground, dead. What? The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The two of them had been evenly matched just now, but now, he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Yang Kai's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber. The Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Yang Kai killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained two Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the other was the Soul-Splitting Saber. However, the power of these two Emperor artifacts was too great, and Yang Kai's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feather Sex Ice Cliff, it deterred the monster Insect Queen, allowing Yang Kai to subdue it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of Emperor artifacts and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact. And Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy's soul would be destroyed and they would die on the spot. Yang Kai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first-layer cultivator and the second-layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yang Kai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yang Kai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivators saw Yang Kai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, The beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yang Kai took action to the time these two cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak origin kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yang Kai used or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yang Kai changed, filled with dread and panic as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yang Kai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivator around him, Yang Kai was extremely arrogant. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, a man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi! It was Duan Tianxi! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city Lord Master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao dragon soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yang Kai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, Duan Tian Ci. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon's soul, another young man not far away let out a shout and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense and were all blocked. It's Raging Fire Temple's immovable Heavenly King Bell. This person is Zhong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact, Immovable Heavenly King Bell? That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King Realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zhong Zijin could not display the full power of the Immovable Heavenly King Bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact and was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zhong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered, "This Zhong will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this Zhong will definitely pay you a visit." As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. "Young Master Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zong and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you. An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. Me too, young Master Zong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zong, is there a need for this? Zong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, "Good, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it, but if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future." We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zong. The cultivator was overjoyed. Zong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tianci and Zong Zijin, Yang Kai was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because, unlike Duan Tianci and Zong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianci and Zong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon he rejected this idea, because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way, just as he made up his mind. Duan Tianci suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianci's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the soaring dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat while Zong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. "It's all mine." Duan Tianci laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianci was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the soaring dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianci's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the many cultivators who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianci roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the soaring dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianci picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianci used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety, but now, such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment, he rushed forward. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also arrived near the soaring dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianci, he began picking up treasures from the soaring dragon altar before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Yang Kai also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the soaring dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianci seemed to be unable to accept this outcome and muttered in disappointment. Seems we were all played. Zhong Zijin laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 2001. The soaring dragon altar inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda turned out to be a huge scam. The hundreds of origin kings were unable to accept this reality for a while. Near the soaring dragon altar, everyone wore gloomy expressions as they stared at the ground littered with corpses and broken bodies. If the soaring dragon altar was a scam, then what was the point of all these people dying? Some of these people were relatives and friends of those who were still alive. Young Lady Qin, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Suddenly, someone from the crowd looked towards Qin Yu, who was at the back of the group, and asked in a cold voice. Qin Yu had long since stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, due to her strength not being high enough, she had not walked very far. At this moment, even her bodyguards were lagging behind the rest of the crowd, with the nearest cultivator being only 30 to 40 meters away. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned, raised her head, and asked weakly, "This friend, what do you mean?" Does young Lady Qin not understand what I mean? You said this place was the soaring dragon altar, and we firmly believed you, but we never expected it to be a scam. So many people have died because of this. Does young Lady Qin intend to pretend to be deaf and mute? The person who spoke wore a look of righteous indignation, as if Qin Yu had really deceived them and wanted her to take responsibility for the dead cultivator. His statement was approved by many cultivator, and they all glared at Qin Yu, as if they wanted to vent their grievances on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's brow furrowed even more, but before she could speak, one of the guards beside her couldn't help coldly snorting, "This friend, can you please think before you speak? What does this have to do with my young lady?" How could it have nothing to do with her? If it weren't for young Lady Qin Yu saying this was the soaring dragon altar, we wouldn't have rushed in here in a hot-blooded manner? Not waiting for the man to finish speaking, Duan Tianci suddenly sneered, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the man. How laughable! Think about it for yourselves. Even without young Lady Qin's guidance, would you be willing to let go of such a great opportunity here? After all, Duan Tianci was the son of the city Lord Master. Moreover, his strength was not weak, and he had an extremely high reputation and popularity among the cultivator in Maplewood City. After hearing what he said, many people lowered their heads in contemplation and found that this was indeed the case. At that time, even without Qin Yu's explanation, everyone would not have ignored the soaring dragon altar and would have swarmed towards it. If that had happened, the result would likely have been the same as it was now. In other words, with or without Qin Yu, the outcome would not have changed. Don't you think it's a little too laughable to pin the blame on young Lady Qin just because she gave you some pointers? Duan Tianci looked coldly at the cultivator who spoke earlier. How would that person dare to meet Duan Tianci's gaze? His eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. That's right. Miss Qin didn't do anything wrong. That would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of my raging fire temple. Zhong Zijin also spoke with an indifferent expression. My Jiang family has the same attitude. Jiangchu, he replied with a smile, standing on the side of righteousness at the right time, helping the Jiang family accumulate reputation for himself. Of course we won't blame Miss Qin, this is just the irresponsible words of a few people. Miss Qin doesn't need to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for Miss Qin, we wouldn't even know what this thing was. Instead of thanking her, you actually dared to criticize her. You are the scum of my Maplewood City's cultivator community. Scum. We are ashamed to be associated with such people. As everyone shouted, the face of the cultivator who had just accused Qin Yu turned red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Not far away, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Gracefully bowing, she said, "Everyone here is really reasonable, but this mistress is not wrong. This soaring dragon altar does indeed contain a treasure." Where is it? Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin's faces became hot as they hurriedly asked. Yang Kai's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Qin Yu, lest she say something he didn't want to hear. Qin Yu smiled lightly and said, "This soaring dragon altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps what was placed on top of it before was an illusion, but the soaring dragon altar was made from the bones of a true dragon, an artifact refining material that even the Emperor realm covets." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yu continued, "However, with our strength, it is impossible to destroy this soaring dragon altar, otherwise, it would not have existed inside the five-colored treasure pagoda for so long and would have been taken away by a powerful master. If we rashly attack it, I'm afraid it will trigger a powerful barrier, so this mistress advises everyone not to act rashly." Hearing what she said, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tianxi's expressions gradually calmed down as they turned their heads to look at the huge soaring dragon altar and sighed. A treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they were unable to mine it. This kind of mood was truly confusing. "Right, young Lady Qin." Yang Kai, who had not spoken until now, suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Since young Lady Qin has some understanding of the soaring dragon altar, dare I ask, when can we leave here? After all, those friends who retreated before, you saw what happened to them. We can't be trapped here forever, can we?" "That's right, young Lady Qin, please enlighten us." Many people suddenly realized this problem and all turned their eyes to Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully before smiling and saying, "You can leave now. Once the treasure on the soaring dragon altar disappears, the barrier around it will also lose its effect. This soaring dragon altar will sink into the ground in half an hour and drift away into the void. There is no telling when it will appear again. However, you can also choose not to leave. After all, the dragon pressure still exists. You should already be clear about the benefits of cultivating here, so there is no need for this mistress to explain." Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, feeling like his secret had been exposed, but he still gratefully said, "Many thanks for young Lady Qin's guidance." Having said so, he did not move. Learning from the mistakes of others, he did not want to be inexplicably killed by the light from the soaring dragon altar. As such, he simply sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a source-condensing pill, and swallowed it while relying on the powerful dragon pressure here. Using this two-pronged approach, he began transforming the source qi in his body. Not only him, but all the other cultivators did not move, waiting for the first person to eat the crab to be born. Most of the cultivators were like Yang Kai. They sat down cross-legged, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they were eager to leave here and go elsewhere to search for treasures. However, none of them had the courage to leave, their eyes drifting left and right as they looked around. Seeing the situation, Qin Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and took a few steps back. "Young lady!" The guards beside her turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In a split second, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But what made them feel relieved was Qin Yu did not encounter any attack from the soaring dragon altar. It seemed that what she said before was true. Once the treasure on the altar disappeared, the power of the barrier would no longer work. Seeing Qin Yu set an example, the other cultivators calmed down and used their own methods to leave. So, there were only a few dozen cultivators left near the soaring dragon altar. Yang Kai was among them. He had already dispersed the power of his golden divine dragon source and was using his physical body to withstand the terrifying dragon pressure. Under the catalysis of the source condensing pill, he could feel the source qi in his body being transformed rapidly. After a brief calculation, he realized that cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to cultivating outside for about 10 days. Just as Qin Yu said, half an hour later, accompanied by the humming and trembling of the earth, the soaring dragon altar on the ground began to slowly sink into the ground under the influence of an inexplicable force. In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the entire soaring dragon altar disappeared without a trace. Even the oppressive dragon pressure had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Kai Yang sigh. Rising to his feet, turning his head, Yang Kai saw the dozens of cultivator left behind also stand up, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. However, all of them were safe and sound, and there were no disputes. So, these dozens of people flew off in different directions. Yang Kai also chose a direction at random and continued to search for the 5 colored light pillars that led to the second layer. After flying for a short time though, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and increased his speed. 2 hours later, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked behind him. There was no one behind him, but after waiting for a moment, a profound light quickly approached from the distance. When it got close, Yang Kai saw that it was a flight-type artifact similar to the one he had seen before. Aboard this ship, a delicate figure stood on the deck, looking into the distance, and after seeing Yang Kai, she hurriedly turned around, seemingly giving orders to someone nearby. Not long after, the ship flew in front of Yang Kai and slowly landed. Young Lady Qin. Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu and the several Origin King Realm guards who came down from the ship and asked with a gloomy expression, "What is the meaning of this, young Lady Qin? Did you think I wouldn't notice you following me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said apologetically, "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency, this mistress did not intend to follow you. It's just that Your Excellency's speed was too fast for my Qin family's ship to catch up, so we followed you all the way." Yang Kai frowned, but the look on his face eased a little as he asked, "Does young Lady Qin mean you have something to discuss with me?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "I have nothing to do with young Lady Qin, so why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he instinctively rejected this weak woman. In front of her, Yang Kai always felt a sense of insecurity. "Actually, it's nothing. This mistress just has a question to ask Your Excellency." "A question? May I ask Your Excellency's surname?" "Is that it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled before suddenly coughing lightly, calming herself down before saying, "That's not what this mistress wanted to ask." Yang Kai nodded and said, "My surname is Yang." "So, it's Brother Yang." Qin Yu understood and immediately moved her lips to whisper into Yang Kai's ear. "May I ask Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on the soaring dragon altar?" Chapter 2002. Dare I ask Brother Yang, are there really no treasures on the soaring dragon altar? Qin Yu's voice reached Yang Kai's ears accurately. Why would young Lady Qin ask such a question? Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu in amazement, appearing extremely surprised. Qin Yu stared at Yang Kai deeply, her pair of clear and flawless eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently for a moment before suddenly frowning and whispering, "What young Lady Qin means, is it possible that the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not all illusions?" "Ah." Qin Yu smiled. "This mistress isn't sure, just asking casually." At that time, only you, Brother Yang, Brother Duan, and Brother Zong were near the soaring dragon altar, so you were the ones who examined the dozen or so treasures on it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "In any case, I didn't see any treasures, and according to my observation, the other two didn't obtain any benefits. So that's how it is, This mistress was overthinking things. Qin Yu nodded apologetically. Is that what young lady Qin wanted to ask? Yes, I apologize for wasting Brother Yang's time. It's fine, since there's nothing else, this one will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave. Brother Yang, wait. Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned, a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing how this weak woman had a good temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, he and Qin Yu had never interacted before. Brother Yang, please calm down. This mistress wants to ask Brother Yang, are you going to look for the entrance to the second layer next? So what if I am? Yang Kai didn't deny it. Brother Yang, do you know where the entrance is? Yang Kai shook his head. He only knew that the entrance was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. How could he know the exact location of the 5-colored light pillar? At that time, Kong Si Ran had not mentioned this to him. However, since it was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find as long as the distance wasn't too far. They should be able to find something. However, seeing Qin Yu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. He couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin, do you know where the entrance is? I don't know the exact location. Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Qin Yu giggled and said, although I don't know the exact location, I'm not sure. But I have a rough idea. As she said this, she suddenly recited in a low voice, between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear. Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear? Yang Kai repeated with a frown. Qin Yu nodded. Although the 5-colored light pillar at the entrance is connected heaven and earth, it is impossible to find it if you don't find the right place. Even if you pass by it, you may miss the opportunity. Did you also read this from an ancient book? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Qin is really well-read and knowledgeable. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Qin Yu's pale face showed a slight blush, and she suddenly seemed to be more lively. She shook her head and said, Brother Yang is too kind. This mistress just likes to read some random things. It's not something that can be considered elegant. In fact, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the second layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about you go with me? She actually extended an invitation to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked up at the ship artifact behind her, an expression of interest on his face. With the ship, he could save a lot of energy and could even rest on the ship and maintain his spirit. It wasn't a bad idea. However, I'm used to being alone. So this one appreciates Miss Qin's good intentions. Yang Kai considered for a moment and tactfully declined Qin Yu's proposal. Qin Yu suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't insist. Instead, she nodded and said, in that case, this mistress won't disturb Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang the best of luck. You too, farewell. Yang Kai cupped his fists, turned around and left. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. After his figure disappeared, a guard next to Qin Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and coldly snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously, he felt that Qin Yu wasn't worth it. Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, he's just being cautious. How is that related to not knowing how to appreciate kindness? I feel that his choice is normal. That's because young lady is kind and benevolent. The guard looked indignant. By the way, young lady, why did you ask him that before? Aren't all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar fake? Perhaps. But there are some discrepancies with what I read in the ancient books. I don't know the specifics. After saying a few words, Qin Yu suddenly coughed violently again. The guard was shocked and quickly said, young lady, we should hurry back to the ship. The wind outside is too strong. Qin Yu nodded quickly and turned back towards the ship. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer, there was a petite woman with a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Mo Shaoqi, who had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda together with Yang Kai and then separated. At this moment, Mo Shaoqi was riding a monster beast that looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger. This monster beast had a fierce look on its face and was covered in snow-white fur. Its body was huge, and the hot air it exhaled from its nostrils seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that corroded the ground with every hit it made. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the beast Emo Xiaoqi was riding was the famous silver-maned lion-tiger beast. Although this monster beast did not inherit the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. It was born as a 5th-order monster beast, and depending on its aptitude, it could grow to the 10th order or even 11th order at its peak. In other words, it was a cultivator comparable to an Origin King realm or even a Dao Source realm master. There were even legends of 12th-order lion-tiger beasts that had cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm. This silver-maned lion-tiger beast was obviously not comparable to a Dao Source realm master. It was only exuding a peak 10th-order aura, but it could not be underestimated. The silver-maned lion-tiger beast was born ferocious and aggressive, not something an ordinary cultivator could subdue. Even if a master from the Emperor realm tried to subdue it, they would not necessarily succeed. The most likely result was that the silver-maned lion-tiger beast would fight to the death and eventually die of exhaustion. But now, this majestic silver-maned liger was being used as a means of transportation by Emo Xiaoqi, yet not only did it not show the slightest dissatisfaction, it even obeyed her every command, not daring to go east or west. It was truly unbelievable. In front of Emo Xiaoqi, there was a strange beast about the size of a palm flying about. This strange beast looked a bit like a bat and was quite inconspicuous, but judging from the energy fluctuations coming from its body, it was also a 10th-order monster beast. The heaven-escaping bat, like the silver-maned lion-tiger beast, was an extremely rare species. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method Emo Xiaoqi had used to get along so well with these two monster beasts and make them obey her every command. No one knew if these two monster beasts were subdued by Emo Xiaoqi after she entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or if they were already here. Little bat, hurry up and find the entrance. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Over here, over here. Little Silver, hurry up, don't be so slow. Emo Xiaoqi sat on the back of the lion-tiger beast and gave out orders. Obviously, she was also looking for the entrance to the second layer. The heaven-escaping bat, named Xiaofu by Emo Xiaoqi, seemed to have some special abilities as it led Emo Xiaoqi forward and soon arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. Above this mountain stream, clouds and mist curled around its peaks, the peaks of which reached straight up into the sky, making it impossible to see their peaks. Somewhere in the mountains, the sound of a mountain spring could be heard incessantly. The sky-escaping bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring and began to circle around a certain area. Emo Xiaoqi quickly urged the lion-tiger beast to follow it. When she came to the place, she looked up and immediately giggled. "It's not hard to find. I'm definitely the first one, heh." Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, let's see where Big Brother Yang is." As she spoke, she took out a round bead from her space ring and sent a few seals into it. A moment later, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. The sound bead doesn't work in this damned place. Is it because the world principles here are too broken? Forget it, Big Brother Yang will definitely come here. Little bat, wait here. When you see Big Brother Yang, bring him to the second layer to find me." After giving this order, she took out a jade slip and poured her divine sense into it. She left some information and handed it to the heaven-escaping bat. Only then did she rush forward happily. Not far ahead, there was a flash of light and Emo Xiaoqi and the lion-tiger beast disappeared. The heaven-escaping bat stayed where it was, but it only circled around once before it suddenly landed beside a pile of rocks. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. On the third layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun was strolling around, looking around. Her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, which seemed to have an inexplicable power that kept all dangers at bay. Suddenly, she stopped in a secluded valley and after carefully perceiving her surroundings, a look of joy appeared on her face. "It's here." While speaking, she took out many array discs and array bases from her space ring and started busying herself nearby. 2 days later, she finished arranging everything and took out a large number of source crystals to pile up nearby. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and silently circulate her secret art, beginning to break through the bottleneck of the Tao source realm. As time passed, Lan Sun's delicate body exuded an inexplicable attractive force, and many fireflies suddenly appeared around her. These fireflies looked somewhat similar to the starlight Yang Kai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before. But if one were to perceive them carefully, they would find that the two were fundamentally different. The starlight in the starlight corridor was like a catalyst that could rapidly transform the Saint Qi in a cultivator's body into source Qi. However, the starlight here contained many broken laws of heaven and earth. As the starlight entered her body, Lan Sun comprehended the world principles, and the aura fluctuations on her body grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 2003. 5 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, somewhere on the first floor, Yang Kai descended from the sky with an indifferent expression. He landed beside the other 2 cultivator and stared at the dead monster beast corpses on the ground. Unlike Yang Kai's indifference, the other 2 cultivator were extremely excited. Of these 2 cultivator, one was dressed in blue, while the other was dressed in white. Both were men, and both were third-order origin kings. The 3 of them did not inform each other of their names. They only knew each other's surnames. The reason why they were gathered here was because they were temporarily working together. After separating from Qinyu, Yang Kai had been looking for the entrance to the 2nd level. He didn't expect to meet the 2 cultivator here. The 2 of them showed up and briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that the 2 of them had actually discovered some rare golden crystal grass. However, the golden crystal grass here was guarded by 4 iron-armed spirit nuns. The iron-armed spirit nuns' skin was extremely hard, and their innate defense was astonishing. The 2 of them had clashed with the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, but they hadn't been able to gain any advantage over them. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beast. Yang Kai happened to be passing by, so he showed up to invite them. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai immediately decided to join them. Although Yang Kai didn't know what golden crystal grass was, since it could make 2 third-order origin kings so obsessed, it must be of extraordinary value. It was just 4 monster beasts, so it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, he didn't care much about 2 third-order origin kings. Even if they were plotting something, Yang Kai felt that with his current strength, he could easily deal with them. He should be able to handle it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai found out that the golden crystal grass was a rare spiritual herb that could help a cultivator refine his body, even if it was swallowed directly. It could also increase the cultivator's physical strength and defense by a lot. If he could use other medicinal herbs to refine the golden crystal pill, the effect was even better. It was precisely because of the golden crystal grass that the iron-armed spirit Ni had gathered here to survive. Once the 3 of them came to an agreement, they attacked without hesitation. Of the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, the largest one was at the peak of the 10th order, equivalent to a peak origin king, and as long as it was given a few more years, breaking through to the 11th order would not be a problem. Both of them were 2nd-order origin kings. If it was an ordinary monster beast, the 2 cultivators would be able to handle it. At the very least, they would be able to fight it to a draw. However, the iron-armed spirit Ni's defense was astonishing, his strength boundless, and he did not fear death. The previous exchange had caused the 2 of them to suffer greatly, but they did not gain any advantage. But after Yang Kai joined the team, the situation was completely different. Although Yang Kai had concealed his own strength, it was not a problem for him to restrain the iron-armed spirit Ni. The other 2 joined forces and used their artifacts to kill the 3 smaller ones. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, and the last big one was unable to escape. Brother Yang is really amazing. Even under the attack of this evil beast, he is still able to remain unscathed. This Zhao admires him, the man in blue said with a somewhat forced smile. This slightly longer iron-armed spirit and I almost caused Brother Zhao and I to suffer heavy injuries before. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be able to deal with it for so long. This son is truly ashamed, the man in white also said. Two sirs are too kind. This one's movement skill is just a bit more flexible. Although its strength is great, I don't want to tangle with it, so it naturally can't do anything to me, Yang Kai said lightly. Zhao and Sun glanced at each other. Without saying anything more, they simply laughed and glossed over the matter. After all, when the three of them had joined forces to deal with the last iron-armed spirit and they had seen Yang Kai's performance. It was not just his movement skill that was flexible. For a time, both of them felt some fear towards Yang Kai. Now that these four beasts are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of this iron-armed spirit and are all extraordinary materials. We can't waste them, the man surnamed Zhao proposed. Their fur, in particular, is the most suitable material for refining defensive artifacts, the man surnamed Sun also said with a happy expression. So the three of them no longer hesitated and began to deal with the four iron-armed spirit and Not long after, all three of them showed satisfied looks as they divided up the same amount of materials, leaving only some flesh and bones behind. Then all that's left is the golden crystal grass. I wonder how many there are, but I hope there are a lot. The man surnamed Zhao turned his fiery eyes towards a cave in front of him. Let's go in and see. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took the lead to walk into the cave. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun exchanged a glance before hurriedly following. The cave was dark and damp, and there was an inexplicable smell that made one want to vomit. Near the entrance of the cave, there were many skeletons of other monster beasts, all of them white and gloomy, and when one stepped on them, a bone-chilling sound could be heard. The four iron-armed divine nuns had clearly settled down here. After walking for a short time, the three of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. In front of them, there was a stone-like structure about 15 meters in diameter. On top of the stone-like structure grew a dozen stalks of grass that exuded a metallic luster, each stalk about 2 fingers long. The three of them released their divine senses and, after confirming that there was no danger here, approached the stone-like structure. Tiskeske, there are 13 of them, the man surnamed Zhao said happily. It won't be easy to divide them, the man surnamed Sun frowned as he thought of another problem. Yang Kai chuckled and said, since there are 13 stalks, the three of us will each take 4. As for the remaining stalk, we'll convert it into source crystals. The one who takes the golden crystal grass will compensate the other 2 with source crystals. Brother Yang, good idea, let's do that. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded quickly. The three of them then divided the 12 stalks of golden crystal grass one by one. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai finally bought the last stalk for 5,000 source crystals. After some work, everyone was happy. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. I hope there will be another opportunity next time. The man surnamed Zhao cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary. I hope there will be a time when we can cooperate with Brother Yang again. The man surnamed Sun also chimed in. There will be another opportunity, Yang Kai casually said. Since this matter is settled, this one will take his leave. Brother Yang, we will meet again. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun quickly cupped their fists and replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, aren't you two going to look for the entrance to the second layer? The man surnamed Zhao chuckled and said, naturally, we must go, but this Zhao consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle and would like to recover here for a while. Brother Yang, please go ahead. The man surnamed Sun indicated that he had the same intention. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding and nodded, not saying anything more before leaving the cave. The other 2 sat down cross-legged, took out some restorative pills from their space rings, stuffed them into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. For a time, the cave was silent. After a long time, the man surnamed Sun suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he should have gone far by now. It's been so long, could he still be nearby? The man surnamed Zhao asked. Brother Zhao, why did you tell me not to act rashly just now? Golden crystal grass is so rare. yet we let him take 5 of them for free. Moreover, from the way he bid, it seems he has a lot of source crystals on him. If we could kill him, do you think the 2 of us together are his opponent? The man surnamed Zhao heard this and coldly snorted. What? Although his performance was indeed extraordinary and he hid his strength, aren't you and I the same? 2 against 1, what is there to be afraid of? The man surnamed Sun said with an unconvinced expression. That's because you don't know how terrifying he is. The man surnamed Zhao snorted. Remember I told you before that I came from the soaring dragon altar? At that time, I saw this man kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Kuei Sha didn't even have a chance to resist. Kuei Sha? Kuei Sha of Blood Transformation Sect? The man surnamed Sun was shocked. And how do you think we compare to Kuei Sha? Naturally, we're inferior. Although Blood Transformation Sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, even slightly inferior to Raging Fire Temple, I've heard of Kuei Sha before. That's why I didn't tell you to act. When I first saw him, I didn't remember who he was, but when I saw him act, I realized he was that person. Being able to kill Kuei Sha with a single strike, even if the 2 of us join forces, we definitely won't be his opponent. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Brother Zhao reminded me in time, otherwise, if we had fallen out with that person, the man surnamed Sun broke out in cold sweat. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Fortunately, this person seems to be quite ignorant and doesn't even know what the use of golden crystal grass is, intentionally or unintentionally asking the 2 of us about it. How interesting. And this person is really strange. Since he's so strong, how could he not have heard of golden crystal grass? The man surnamed Sun also wore a puzzled look. Isn't that even better? Since he doesn't know about golden crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know about it either. Golden crystal grass only grows in places where rare ores are gathered. In other words, there are definitely rare ores underground. The man surnamed Zhao smiled slightly. Now that he's gone, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. If we find an emperor grade ore, you and I will be rich. How can emperor grade ores be so easy to find? It's rumored that emperor grade ores can only be found in the Star Ocean. This is just the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. However, if we find a Dao source grade ore, I'll be satisfied. As the 2 of them spoke, they no longer hesitated. Using their respective methods, they blasted towards the stone block in front of them. Not long after, a large pit was blasted open on the ground. Immediately after, the 2 of them changed their methods again, using their strength to transform into various moves as they continued to dig downwards. Sure enough, there's something fishy here. Not far away, Yang Kai, who had used his secret technique, Nihility, to conceal his aura and existence, coldly snorted. Chapter 2004. Earlier, Yang Kai had felt that there was something strange about the behavior of Zhao and Sunday. After all, the cave of the Iron Arm Spirit and I was dark and damp, and the smell was unbearable. However, after obtaining the golden crystal grass, these 2 had decided to stay and meditate to restore themselves, which was obviously a problem. If there weren't any other benefits inside, why would they choose to stay in such an environment? Therefore, Yang Kai pretended to leave, but in reality he was hiding nearby and quietly investigating. At this moment, as soon as he felt the traces of these 2 using their strength, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. However, in this situation, Yang Kai couldn't just kill them and rob them. After all, although Zhao and Sun had concealed something from him, they hadn't really done anything to harm him, so he could only blame himself for being a little ignorant. It seems, it's time to cram some knowledge about the various materials in the star boundary, otherwise, I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Yang Kai didn't know what was underground that was worth Zhao and Sun digging for, but since it wasn't convenient for him to show his face, he could only continue to hide. The movement continued, and soon, a large pit was dug out in the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped in one after another and continued to dig. After half a day, at the entrance of the cave, Zhao and Sun shot out one after the other, but instead of showing any joy, both of their brows were furrowed, as if they hadn't gained anything. Damn it, we wasted half a day's worth of effort, the man surnamed Zhao cursed. That's right. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If we had known, we would have just left, huh? The man surnamed Sun also sighed. Forget it, it's fate, we can't force it. Let's hurry up and find the entrance to the second layer. We don't know when this 5-colored treasure pagoda will close, so we need to find as many benefits as possible, especially that Dao source fruit. It'll be of great use to you and me. After exchanging a few words, the two no longer had any intention of staying here, summoning their flight-type artifacts and flying away. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared from the void, staring in the direction the two disappeared with a thoughtful look on his face. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they did not gain anything from the cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. However, from what they said, it seemed like they didn't say that there were no benefits to being underground. This caused Kai Yang to be puzzled. With a flash of his body, he returned to the cave. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he looked around and saw a huge pit in front of him. Yang Kai jumped in. Not long after, his feet landed on the ground. After releasing his spiritual force, the situation underground was immediately clear. The efficiency of the Zhao and Sun duo was indeed quite good. After all, they were third-order Origin King cultivators. In just half a day, they had dug out a hole that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there were no signs of it collapsing. Yang Kai gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but admire the two's methods. However, there was only one thing in this 1,000-feet-wide cave, an incomparably huge and complete ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but it was light green in color, as if it was covered in moss. But if you look carefully, Yang Kai discovered that it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore had been excavated, so Yang Kai could clearly see that this ore had an irregular shape. However, it was about the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there were some traces of attack on the ore. There were quite a few marks. Some were several inches deep, while others were just scratches. These marks were obviously left behind by the Zhao and Sun duo. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Zhao and Sun duo showed such annoyed expressions when they walked out of the cave. It turned out that there were benefits to being underground, but these benefits, the two of them couldn't take them away and could only sigh. Such a large piece of ore would not be able to fit into anyone's space ring. The Zhao and Sun duo obviously knew this, so they wanted to take some of it away with them. The traces left behind on the ore were the best evidence of this. Unfortunately, this ore seemed to be extremely hard. Even with the Zhao and Sun duo's strength, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only reluctantly abandon it to avoid wasting time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully. His space ring was no different from others, so naturally, it could not accommodate such a large piece of ore, but in addition to his space ring, he also had the sealed world bead. Back then, his embodiment had been stuffed directly into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, let alone this piece of ore. Compared to his embodiment, it was much smaller and more delicate. This ore existed in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so it was definitely not an emperor-grade ore. Yang Kai estimated that it was at most a Dao source grade or Origin King grade ore. Even so, such a large ore was still extremely valuable. The embodiment now cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle art and needed a lot of materials to devour and refine. This ore could become a good resource for the embodiment to become stronger. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged, immediately releasing his divine sense to completely envelop this huge ore. Next, Yang Kai let out a muffled shout and poured out his spiritual energy. In the next moment, the huge ore in front of him disappeared and appeared in the sealed world bead. After doing all this, Yang Kai's body could not help shaking as his face turned slightly pale and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Yang Kai did not panic and instead quickly took out some spirit pills to restore his soul and stuffed them into his mouth to refine and absorb them. Time passed slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His consumed soul had basically been restored. With the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul recovery speed was several dozen times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, with his current realm and the effort he had just expended, it would have taken him at least 10 days to recover before he could move again. Sweeping the sealed world bead with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the huge or had been moved to the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment was also a little different from before. Although it was still as tall as a mountain, it was undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yang Kai saw it. Around the embodiment, the impurities that had been refined were now several dozen meters high, forming a thick layer. While Yang Kai was observing for a while, he saw broken stones falling from the embodiment's body. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Kai was very satisfied. According to this speed, the embodiment would be able to help him in half a year to a year, and it would no longer be put on hold because of its inability to move. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai jumped out of the hole and went outside to identify the direction before leaving. 7 days later, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the mountain range not far in front of him with an anxious look on his face. He had been looking for the entrance to the second layer these days, but unfortunately, he had not found it. Qin Yu's words that day were still ringing in his ears, and he did not think that the other party would deceive him, so he followed Qin Yu's instructions and searched for a place with a mountain range. He had searched several places in succession, but found nothing. He was not sure whether the mountain range in front of him was the target he was looking for. However, he still had to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved forward. Not long after, he arrived in the middle of the mountain range. Looking up, he could not help but feel happy. This was because this place was surrounded by mountains with clouds and mist above their heads. This was very much in line with the first 2 sentences Qin Yu had said. Just as he secretly felt that he had found the right place, a small black shadow suddenly shot over from not far away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and a powerful force came out of his palm and attacked the black shadow. The black shadow's reaction was extremely fast. It was originally shooting straight at Yang Kai, but the moment Yang Kai attacked, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and shot straight up into the sky. Then, like a falling meteor, it fell straight down, and its mouth kept making squeaking sounds. Its tone was somewhat aggrieved and hurried. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He stood in place and did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was a palm-sized monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, and as it flapped its wings, its body was extremely flexible and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the bat-like monster beast was floating in front of Yang Kai, its small eyes staring at Yang Kai, revealing a sense of recognition. Yang Kai was surprised. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, it let out a series of squeaking sounds before opening its mouth and spitting out a jade slip, indicating to Yang Kai. "For me." Yang Kai frowned, but he still figured out the intentions of this little beast. The little beast squeaked again, seemingly responding to Yang Kai, and then slowly flew over to him, loosening its mouth and letting the jade slip fall. Yang Kai took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, and after a while he laughed. It turns out to be Xiaoqi. Only now did he realize that this little beast in front of him was Mo Xiaoqi's heaven-escaping bat. She had left it here to guide him along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. But it seems I really didn't find the wrong place. Moreover, that girl Mo Xiaoqi actually entered the second layer so much earlier than me. She really is amazing. Lead the way. Yang Kai put away the jade slip and smiled at the heaven-escaping bat. This little beast seemed to be able to understand human language. Hearing this, it immediately turned around and flew in a certain direction. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Friend, please wait." While speaking, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Yang Kai's face sank. Just now, he was so surprised by the spirituality of this heaven-escaping bat that he didn't notice someone approaching. After hearing the voice, he immediately reacted. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai knew that there were 6 cultivators nearby, and all of them were origin kings. Chapter 2005. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 6 Origin King Realm Cultivator approaching. The one leading this group had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, it was obvious he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was someone Yang Kai knew. The young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Cheng. That day in the black market, Ning Yuan Cheng and Mo Shaoqi had some conflicts over the snake egg. Yang Kai had concealed his appearance and used tiger skin to intimidate the group from Flying Saint Palace. Unexpectedly, on the first floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he met people from Flying Saint Palace again. However, at this moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Lu Yizhi, was not with Ning Yuan Cheng. After all, the 5-colored treasure pagoda was open this time and Dao Source Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter, so Ning Yuan Cheng could only bring some Origin Kings with him. Yang Kai did not know what method they had used, but they had actually gathered together and bumped into Yang Kai here. Although they could be regarded as acquaintances, Yang Kai did not panic at all. He had concealed his appearance that day, so he believed Ning Yuan Cheng would not recognize him at this moment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Ning Yuan Cheng faintly. "Isn't that nonsense? Why would I stop you if I had nothing to say?" An Origin King behind Ning Yuan Cheng snorted coldly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the man who spoke coldly. "Don't be rude." Ning Yuan Cheng shouted, seemingly reprimanding the guard, but he immediately raised his eyes to Yang Kai and cupped his fists with a smile, proudly saying, "This one is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Cheng. May I know how to address this friend? If you have something to say, say it. There's no need to flatter me." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He had a general understanding of the other party's character and naturally knew that it was impossible for him to be so polite, but because he did not know Yang Kai's identity and origin, he was trying to probe him. Perhaps it had something to do with his encounter in the black market. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Yang Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuan Cheng frown, seemingly quite displeased, but he only hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, this one will get straight to the point. Just now, this little beast seemed to have given you something? So what if I am?" Yang Kai suddenly became happy, thinking to himself that it was because of the jade slip. Ning Yuan Cheng must have thought that the jade slip was some kind of treasure and had suddenly become greedy. "What is that?" Ning Yuan Cheng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. "What does it have to do with you? Brat, how dare you?" The guard who spoke before suddenly became furious and shouted, "Young palace master asks you a question, you only need to answer obediently. You don't have the right to ask." Ning Yuan Cheng waved his hand, stopping the guard from taking any further action. His expression gradually became cold, and he no longer had the patience to deal with Yang Kai. "It's like this one is quite interested in your little beast. I wonder if your excellency is willing to part with it. This one is willing to pay." Not interested, Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and directly refused. Not to mention that this little beast was a 10th order monster beast and was not easy to raise. Even if it was Yang Kai's, it was impossible for him to sell it casually, not to mention, it was Mo Shaoqi's. After saying so, he turned around and left. "Friend, it seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him for me." Ning Yuan Cheng saw that Yang Kai was not giving him any face, so he didn't bother to put on an act and directly tore off all pretense. He immediately issued an order. The 5 Origin Kings heard this. They immediately took action. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which had been flying midair, suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of sharp cries. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. The sound waves madly spread forward, fanning out towards the Flying Saint Palace cultivators. In an instant, the faces of the 5 Origin Kings and Ning Yuan Cheng couldn't help changing as they felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, their blood and qi tumbling uncontrollably, and their source qi tumbling uncontrollably. Everyone looked shocked as they hurriedly pushed their strength to resist the sharp cries and suppress the tumbling of their blood and qi. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai and the little beast had already flown far away, and they could only see their backs in the distance. damn it, chase after them. No matter what, we must grab that little beast. That little beast seems to be able to find precious treasures and may play a big role in this place. Ning Yuanqing shouted angrily. The other 5 didn't dare to neglect and immediately used their movement skills to pursue. But a moment later, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did they go? Ning Yuanqing looked around but couldn't find them at all. Reporting to young palace master, "We don't know, they seem to have suddenly disappeared." One of the guards also looked puzzled. They should be nearby, search for them. How could something this young master set his eyes on run away? Ning Yuanqing said with a fierce look. The 5 people immediately spread out and began searching the surrounding area. Not long after, one of the guards called out in surprise, "Young palace master, come and take a look, this seems to be the entrance to the second layer." What? Ning Yuanqing was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately became angry. Nonsense. The entrance to the second layer is a 5-colored light pillar that connects heaven and earth. It's extremely obvious. Do you think this young master is blind and can't see it? How could there be? Ning Yuanqing's voice paused and he suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. Frowning, Ning Yuanqing took a few steps back and the 5-colored light pillar in front of him disappeared, but after taking a few more steps forward, the light pillar reappeared. Is it really that amazing? Ning Yuanqing was shocked. Yes, young palace master, it seems that this entrance can only be found when standing in a specific position, otherwise it would be impossible to detect it even if you were close at hand, the guard who discovered the entrance said with a look of pleasant surprise. Those bastards from Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is blessed by the heavens, otherwise, how could I have found this entrance? Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the second layer. That guy must have also gone to the second layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm. Young palace master, that little beast may not only be able to find precious treasures, but also the entrance. It's really a strange beast. Then this young master must get his hands on it. Who knows, I might even be able to find the entrance to the 3rd floor. Ning Yuanqing's face was filled with a fiery light as he led his 5 guards into the 5-colored pillar of light. The next moment, the 6 figures flickered and disappeared one after another. But when they entered the second layer, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At the same time, somewhere in the second layer, Yang Kai was flying with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way. Yang Kai knew that it was looking for Mo Shaoqi, so he followed behind it leisurely while secretly observing the situation in the second layer. There didn't seem to be any difference here from the first layer. The world energy here was extremely thin and not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the world principles here were extremely fragmented. However, the second layer seemed to be much more dangerous than the first layer. Yang Kai had explored the first layer for a long time but had not encountered many traps or barriers. But after arriving in the second layer, when he released his divine sense, he could feel a lot of hidden energy fluctuations. These were obviously man-made or naturally formed barriers, and once he entered a certain range, it would trigger an attack. However, with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way, Yang Kai did not need to worry about encountering any dangers. This little beast seemed to have a very strong sense of danger and could often avoid many traps and barriers ahead of time. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 human passed through a canyon that was about 1,000 meters wide and windy. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there was no danger. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which was flying above the canyon, suddenly let out a sharp squeak, its voice filled with panic. Yang Kai was startled. Before he had time to investigate what was wrong with it. At that moment, Yang Kai's whole body suddenly sank. At that moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force coming from beneath his feet, causing his body to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the power in his body. He wanted to resist this inexplicable suction. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that all this was futile. With his 3rd-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to stabilize his body. As for the little beast who was good at flying, It was also unable to escape this calamity and fell from the sky into the canyon. The wind whistled in his ears as he fell faster and faster, the wind blowing against his face like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that he had likely encountered some kind of powerful barrier, one that not only he had not noticed, but also the heaven-escaping bat. It was unlikely that such a powerful restriction was man-made. There was a high chance that it was natural. This kind of barrier was generally very difficult to detect, and by the time it was detected, it would already be too late. Falling at this speed, even if Yang Kai's physique was strong, even if he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon transformation secret technique, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This way of dying was simply too miserable. The little beast's sharp squeaks continued to reach Yang Kai's ears, but because it was falling too fast, it was somewhat out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes but was unable to see the situation below, so he had no choice but to release his divine sense to investigate. After some time, the situation finally improved. Locking onto the position of the little beast with his divine sense, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, but in this situation, he was unable to maintain enough accuracy and failed to bring the little beast back to his side. Helpless, Yang Kai stretched out his 10 fingers and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, weaving them into a large net that finally brought the little beast back. The next moment, holding the little beast, Yang Kai escaped into the sealed world bead without hesitation. A moment later, at the bottom of the canyon, there was a soft pop as the sealed world bead rolled a few times before falling still. Only then did Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. However, the suction force here was too terrifying, and even his divine sense was somewhat unable to resist it, being pulled and deformed, unable to spread far. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai spoke some words to comfort the little beast, telling it to continue staying in the sealed world bead while he jumped out. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole body was sucked in by a suction force and stuck to the ground. Even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult. A natural gravitational field? Yang Kai's expression changed several times. Chapter 2006. The star boundary was vast and filled with countless danger zones. Not to mention the star boundary, even the star territory had this kind of natural gravitational field. In some places, the gravity was several times higher than normal, often enough to catch a person off guard and make them suffer a great loss. However, the natural gravitational field here was even more terrifying. Even Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, was stuck in place, unable to move, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. This was definitely a gravitational field thousands of times higher than normal. Natural gravitational fields were extremely rare, and the conditions to form them were also very harsh. Although Yang Kai had encountered one before, he could easily break free from it by circulating his Saint Chi slightly, but here, Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified as he constantly pushed his Saint Chi, but he could only move slowly. It was impossible for him to fly. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the shadow of the sky at an unknown height. Such a high distance, if he couldn't fly, it would be impossible to reach it. Looking around again, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This canyon was actually not very long. It was only about 1,000 feet long. However, at the bottom of this 1,000-feet canyon, there were piles of white bones. There were bones of demonic beasts, and there were also bones of humans. Most of them had already fallen to pieces and were scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse that had apparently died not long ago, as even the blood nearby had not yet dried up. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and internal organs had been sputtered far away. It was a tragic sight. This person was obviously the cultivator from Maplewood City who had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Just like Yang Kai, he had been accidentally pulled down while flying over this canyon. As a result, without Yang Kai's help, this cultivator had been reduced to a fine powder. This person must have been very unwilling before he died. Yang Kai thought to himself, after all, he had already reached the Origin King realm. Who would have thought that he would one day fall to his death somewhere? If news of this kind of death were to spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. But why is the gravity here so terrifying? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had encountered many natural gravitational fields before, but none of them were comparable to this one. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements indestructible sword. A 5-colored light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he used his dragon form's secret technique, finally allowing him to move at the speed of a tortoise in this canyon. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai dispersed his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon form's secret technique and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. However, the effect was negligible. The losses outweighed the gains, so he decided not to waste any more energy. I won't be trapped in this damned place, will I? Yang Kai had a sad thought. A moment later, he frowned again, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. That's not right. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was extremely dense. It was actually extremely dense. In the star boundary, he didn't know how rich the world energy was in the best heavenly abode. After all, he hadn't been to the star boundary for long and hadn't been to the headquarters of any large sect. However, the world energy here was not comparable to that of Blue Feather Sect's headquarters, nor was it comparable to that of the cave mansion he rented in Maplewood City. The richness of the world energy here was almost beyond the limits of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, without circulating his secret art, the surrounding world energy would automatically flow into his body. After a while, Yang Kai's previously consumed strength was restored to its original state. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Since Yang Kai entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had felt that the surrounding world energy was extremely thin. Whether it was in the first or second layer, it was the same. Suddenly, there was an area with such rich world energy. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, because of the terrifying natural gravitational field here. All the surrounding world energy was firmly attracted to a space less than a meter above the ground, unable to spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this canyon, in the space 3 meters above the ground, the world energy was as dense as a thick fog, and there were even signs of it turning into threads. Before this, Yang Kai had just experienced an accident, so he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he was carefully observing it, he was shocked. Is there some kind of treasure underground? This thought uncontrollably emerged in Yang Kai's mind. Only this conjecture could explain the strangeness of this place. Considering all this, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little excited. Forcing himself to stand up, Yang Kai pushed the power in his body and condensed several dozen golden blood threads into his hand. These golden blood threads twisted together and gradually transformed into a drill-shaped object. With a light shout from Yang Kai, the drill-like golden blood threads began rotating and bombarding the ground. The next moment, a loud noise rang out. Golden light overflowed. The several dozen golden blood threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original forms, no longer able to maintain their drill-like appearance. Somewhere on the ground, there was a flash of fire and sparks. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at a rice-sized pit in the ground and exclaimed, "So hard." He was finally able to confirm that there was definitely a treasure underground. This was because the soil on the ground was nothing more than ordinary soil, but for some unknown reason, there was an invisible force that made it so hard that even his golden blood threads were unable to cause much damage to it. Under the full force of Yang Kai's attack, only a small dent the size of a grain of rice was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, that dent disappeared. The ground was flat again. That inexplicable force had the ability to repair itself. Yang Kai's face burned with desire, but there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not dig up the ground, he would not be able to take the treasure underground, but if he did not take the treasure underground in his current state, he could not even break open the ground. He had completely fallen into an endless cycle, like the egg or the chicken. If only Xiao Xiao was here. Yang Kai suddenly missed Xiao Zhao's ability. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed him to devour ores to strengthen himself, but he could also shuttle through the ground at will without any restrictions. If Xiao Xiao had not been separated from him, Yang Kai could have used Xiao Zhao's power to drill into the ground and obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know where Xiao Xiao was now. As for the embodiment in the sealed world bead, although it was also a stone mongoose, it was too big, and its impurities had not been completely quenched, so Yang Kai estimated that it would not be able to display its ability to drill into the ground. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He immediately took out the sealed world bead and sent his divine sense into it to communicate with the heaven-escaping bat. Since this little beast was called the heaven-escaping bat, it should be able to drill into the ground. If he could use its power, the little beast was a 10th-order monster beast, so even if it did not have the intelligence of a human, it was not without intelligence, so it should have no problem communicating with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai carefully reached out and tapped the sealed world bead. With a flash of light, the little beast suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his divine sense wrapped around the little beast. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately take it back. After all, the pressure here was too terrifying, and he did not know if the 10th-order monster beast could withstand it. If it exploded and died, he would not be able to explain it to Mo Xiaoqi. Fortunately, the situation was not too bad. After the little beast appeared, it showed an expression of extreme hardship and pain. Its whole body seemed to have become much shorter, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard from its body. Its small eyes also gradually turned blood red, as if blood was oozing out of them. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and squeaked twice at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "Then it's up to you. If you feel that something is wrong, come up quickly, don't force yourself." The little beast squeaked twice in response before immediately turning around and sinking into the ground as if it had fallen into water. However, its speed was not fast, and after a full 10 breaths, its figure gradually disappeared. Yang Kai waited anxiously in place. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the little beast's situation, but he was powerless to do so. As soon as his divine sense left his knowledge sea, it was completely distorted by the terrifying gravitational force, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation underground. A cup of tea's worth of time passed, an incense stick of time passed, an hour passed. Yang Kai's face gradually became ugly. Just when he thought that the little beast's trip this time would be a one-way trip, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, and with a series of squeaks, the little beast reappeared. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly came to its rescue. He urged his divine sense to wrap around the little beast, bearing most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body completely drilled out of the ground, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, and at the same time, his figure flickered and he and the little beast directly entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground with the little beast lying on his lap, panting for breath, as if it had just experienced a great battle and was somewhat exhausted. "You've worked hard." Yang Kai gently combed its fur and comforted it. The little beast raised its weak eyelids and glanced at him before falling silent. After a while, it suddenly got up, opened its small mouth, and spat out a yellow object about the size of a pigeon's egg. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but who would have thought that although this thing looked small, the moment it touched his hand, Kai Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was as if a 10,000 gene object had fallen into his hand. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his body, not making a fool of himself. The little beast squeaked, as if it was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai did not pay attention to it, but instead observed the yellow, irregular object in his hand with a dignified expression, his expression changing several times before he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earth." The thing the little beast brought back from underground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Chapter 2007. I've had a toothache for several days now. It's so painful that I can wake up from my sleep at night. Both heavy earth and weak water were treasures of the same grade. Both were extremely heavy and had their own unique characteristics. An ordinary cultivator would rarely encounter such treasures. Even for those with high cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to encounter such treasures. Mo Shaoqi had a weak water bead that seemed to be refined from weak water. Back in Clear Jade Mountain, she had used the power of the weak water bead to imprison the Luanfeng cub. The Luanfeng was an ancient divine spirit. Even if it was a cub, it was not easy to provoke it. The fact that so many people had died in Clear Jade Mountain was the best proof of this. However, after being imprisoned by the weak water bead, it was unable to break free. Mo Shaoqi's background was not small, so it was not surprising that she had a treasure like the weak water bead. As for heavy earth, it was in existence on par with weak water. To some extent, heavy earth was even rarer and more precious than weak water. Not only was heavy earth extremely heavy, but it also produced a natural gravitational field where a cultivator could cultivate, but it could also be used to refine all kinds of treasures. No matter what kind of artifact it was, as long as a bit of heavy earth was added to it, it would become extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Moreover, heavy earth had some magical properties. If heavy earth was used to refine an alchemy or artifact refining furnace, it could increase the success rate of alchemy or artifact refining. Alchemists and artifact refiners were madly in need of heavy earth. Not only that, but because of the rich spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if a spirit treasure was planted in heavy earth, it could greatly shorten the growth cycle of those spirit treasures. In other words, if a spirit grass had a growth cycle of 100 years, it would only take 10 years to grow on heavy earth. 5 years, or even less, would allow it to mature. Such a supreme treasure was not only sought after by many cultivator, but also coveted by many great sects. Which sect did not have their own medicine garden? Every sect had a large number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in their medicine gardens. However, the more precious a spirit medicine was, the longer its growth cycle would be. A few dozen to 100 years was considered short, a few hundred to 1,000 years was normal, and some even thousands of years before they matured. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate these elixirs with long growth cycles, nor would they have the time and energy to do so. Only the sects had the power to do so. But it still required a lot of time. However, if he had heavy earth, the situation would be completely different. A sufficient amount of heavy earth might be able to make a 1-acre herb garden continuously produce all kinds of spirit herbs and magical medicines. If operated well, it was enough to make a force reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the rarity of heavy earth also made people despair. The heavy earth that occasionally appeared in this world was used to refine some artifacts. It was simply not enough to be used in a medicinal garden. The reason why Yang Kai knew about gravity earth was because he had been cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements to cultivate, so Yang Kai had paid a great deal of attention to treasures of the 5 elements, and heavy earth was undoubtedly a supreme treasure of the earth attribute. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the sun's true essence and was comparable to the soul-warming lotus. Although such a small piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg was enough to refine several artifacts, Yang Kai was naturally not satisfied. He believed that deep underground in this canyon, there was even more heavy earth. Otherwise, how could the gravitational field here be so terrifying? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put down the heavy earth and then took out a large number of restorative spirit pills from his space ring and placed them on his palm. He held them up to the little beast's mouth. The little beast was originally exhausted and did not even have the strength to move. However, upon seeing these spirit pills, the little beast's eyes lit up and it opened its small mouth and swallowed them all. Asterisk crunch crunch. Asterisk the pills were like jelly beans as the little beast chewed on them. Do you want some spirit pills? I still have many here. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he waved his hand and took out a dozen jade bottles. The little beast's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Very good, help me get this from underground and I'll give you as many spirit pills as you want. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he pointed to the heavy earth, tempting the little beast. The little beast rolled its eyes, obviously very tempted. After a while, the little beast squeaked twice in response to Yang Kai. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai and the little beast were not affected by the gravitational field, so Yang Kai and the little beast were able to meditate and rest very quickly. Coupled with the help of various precious pills, it only took 2 hours for the little beast to fully recover. Yang Kai then reappeared in the canyon with the little beast. After another 2 hours, the little beast drilled out of the ground. Yang Kai quickly took it back to the sealed world bead to recuperate. After a while, Yang Kai was satisfied with obtaining another piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon's egg. This situation repeated over and over again. 5 days later, the pile of heavy earth in front of Yang Kai was enough to fill a tabletop and was as thick as 3 fingers. Such a large amount of heavy earth was simply appalling. One had to know that a fingernail-sized piece of heavy earth was enough to upgrade an artifact's grade, and it was a priceless treasure. Even if the 10 great emperors were here, they would be envious and would try to snatch it regardless of their status. Yang Kai finally believed that the inside of this 5-colored treasure pagoda was indeed an ancient land. If not, how could there be such a treasure here? It was also thanks to the special terrain and terrifying gravitational field of this canyon, otherwise, such benefits would have been taken away by others. Anyone who passed through this canyon and discovered the anomaly would have fallen to their deaths long ago. Only with the help of the sealed world bead did Yang Kai escape this disaster and reap such a great harvest. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. The anomaly at the bottom of this canyon was so obvious, so what else in this world besides heavy earth could cause it? The little beast was still busy outside, but at this moment, the gravitational field of the canyon had weakened to a point where it could almost be ignored. After all, the heavy earth had basically been transferred to the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, so the gravitational field caused by the heavy earth had naturally disappeared. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, with a single thought, Yang Kai pushed his strength and rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. Outside, he definitely wouldn't have this ability. Only in the Emperor realm would he be able to accomplish this. But this was the small sealed world, the space inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact. After some refinement, Yang Kai could dominate everything here. Even so, carrying so much heavy earth while flying was still extremely taxing. After finally bringing the heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden, Yang Kai looked around at the empty medicine garden and smiled knowingly before using his secret technique to bury the heavy earth into the medicine garden. In this way, Yang Kai now had a heaven-defying medicine garden. In the future, if he came across any precious spirit seeds, he could transplant them and shorten their growth cycle. As long as they weren't the kind of spirit seed that would die immediately after being transplanted, there was no need to worry about them surviving. Of course, Yang Kai also left behind a small piece of heavy earth for himself to cultivate his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After checking his results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the canyon. Without the gravitational field, the rich world energy aura at the bottom of the canyon was finally free and began to dissipate upwards. There was no trace of the little beast, so it should still be busy underground. Heavy earth was so rare that Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss out on even a tiny bit of it, so he asked the little beast to search for it underground. If it could find it, that would be great, but if it couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, his harvest this time was already big enough. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of a skeleton and reached out to take the space ring from its hand. It was unknown how this skeleton had died here, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared, leaving behind only white bones and a space ring. Of course, Yang Kai had no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching for a while, Yang Kai actually harvested more than 50 space rings at the bottom of the canyon. In other words, more than 50 people had accidentally fallen to their deaths while passing by this place, and most of these people should be Origin King Realm Cultivator. Except for the cultivator who had just died, the rest should be from Star's Soul Palace. After a brief inspection, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Worthy of being a disciple of Star Soul Palace, each of their rings was quite rich. Not only were there a large number of source crystals, but there were also some artifacts and pills. Unfortunately, some of the rings had been there for too long and were damaged, so the things inside could not be taken out. There were also some things that, even if taken out, had lost most of their spirituality and were useless. Yang Kai kept the useful things and discarded the useless ones. All of a sudden, Yang Kai harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 mid-rank source crystals, but he didn't see any high-rank source crystals. As for Origin King-grade artifacts, there were more than 30 to 40, including 2 Dao Source-grade artifacts. This made Yang Kai feel a little emotional. The last time he went to the black market, he had secretly sold a lot of spirit pills and earned less than 200,000 source crystals, but now, just walking around the bottom of the canyon had given him such a huge harvest. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's lack of funds had been solved. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Yang Kai stood in place and waited with satisfaction. Not long after, the little beast drilled out of the ground and flew in front of Yang Kai, opened its mouth, and spat out something. Yang Kai took a look and found that there was no heavy earth, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But after carefully observing these things, he became happy again. Earth vein beads? There are so many earth vein beads? This time, the things the little beast had found from underground were all earth vein beads. Earth veins were products of world energy rich to a certain extent. All sects were built in places with earth veins to ensure that their disciples could use them for cultivation. The more powerful a sect was, the better the earth vein it occupied. As for the smaller sects, they could only occupy some slightly inferior earth veins. Every year, many sects and families would fight over land with earth veins, resulting in countless casualties. The heaven-escaping bat continued to lead the way, searching for traces of Imo Shaoqi while Yang Kai followed behind unhurriedly. 3 days later, Yang Kai passed by a small mountain. Suddenly, he glanced down as if he had sensed something, smiled coldly, stopped, and said, "Friend, did you come out on your own? Or do you want me to force you out?" There was no movement below, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Stubborn!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards a certain location below. At that moment, a blue light flashed from below and met the golden blood thread head-on. With a bang, the golden blood thread was bounced back. Down below, where there had been no one, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, his face pale as he stared at Yang Kai with resentment, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai was startled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the other party was seriously injured, and it was not an ordinary injury either, it seemed to have damaged his foundation. This situation was completely different from what he had guessed before. He had thought that this person had been hiding here to attack him, but he had actually been hiding here to heal his wounds and had been exposed by Yang Kai. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little embarrassed. However, he was not a scoundrel, so after realizing something was wrong, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry, there seems to be some misunderstanding, friend. Please don't take it to heart. You can continue healing yourself. This one will take his leave first." "Friend, aren't you here to take my life? If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Why pretend to be merciful?" What happened next was even more unexpected to Yang Kai. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the middle-aged man did not relax his vigilance and instead shouted angrily, as if Yang Kai really had some kind of irreconcilable hatred with him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand me. I don't know you, so why would I want to take your life?" After all, this matter was caused by his mistake, so even though the other party's attitude was bad, Yang Kai did not care. Saying so, he took out a jade bottle and tossed it to the man. "This is a bottle of healing pills. It should be able to alleviate your situation." After saying so, he immediately left. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. At this time, he seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not done it intentionally, otherwise, Yang Kai could have killed him while he was weak. Reaching out, he caught the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it lightly. After confirming that it was really a healing pill, a look of struggle appeared on his face. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk away, the man finally made up his mind and called out, "Wait." Yang Kai stopped, looked back at him, and sighed, "What else does friend want?" "Although I destroyed your hiding place, you should have just moved to another place. I've also compensated you with a bottle of healing pills, so let's forget about this matter. Don't try to take a yard after taking an inch." The middle-aged man heard this, but instead of getting angry, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, "That's not what I wanted to talk to you about." "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai looked a little impatient. "Do you want the Dao Source fruit?" The middle-aged man stared at Yang Kai and said slowly, "What?" Yang Kai's face became solemn as he immediately turned around and arrived beside the middle-aged man in a few flashes. Sweeping his eyes over the middle-aged man's space ring, he quickly asked, "Did you just mention the source fruit?" "Yes, friend did not mishear. I did mention the Dao Source fruit just now." The middle-aged man nodded. "You obtained the Dao Source fruit?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded again and said calmly, "Heavenly Martial Holy Land placed 3 Dao Source fruits inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and this Zhang was lucky enough to obtain one of them." Before Yang Kai could ask where the Dao Source fruit was, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Friend doesn't need to think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the Dao Source fruit. Before I healed myself, I hid it in a safe place." Yang Kai couldn't help coughing lightly. "Why would I kill you?" "That's hard to say." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang chuckled. "Friend doesn't look like an evil person, otherwise you wouldn't have left so casually just now. I'm afraid you would have already tried to kill me and seize my treasures. However, the Dao Source fruit is extremely precious, especially to people like you and me. I can't guarantee that you will spare my life in front of such a treasure." "What you said makes sense." Yang Kai nodded, agreeing with him. Even if an ordinary cultivator wouldn't take the initiative to kill someone to seize their treasures, whether they could maintain their composure in front of a rare spirit treasure like the Dao Source fruit was another matter altogether. "But you took the initiative to call me back and talk to me about the source fruit. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "Naturally, I want to give the Dao Source fruit to this friend," the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang said solemnly. "Are you joking?" Yang Kai squinted at him, a look of disbelief on his face. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang shook his head. "When a man is about to die, his words are always sincere. Why would I joke with you about this matter?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said lightly, "I don't think you're someone who is about to die." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled bitterly. "In order to escape, I burned 80% of my blood essence. Even if I survive, my cultivation will drop greatly. What's more, I've been poisoned, and even my knowledge has been contaminated." Yang Kai's face changed as he released his divine sense to carefully examine the middle-aged man. Only then did he confirm that the other party was not lying. This middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He was barely holding on to his last bit of strength to maintain his vitality. Perhaps he had taken some kind of pills before to keep himself alive. With such injuries, even if no one disturbed him, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 days. Yang Kai sighed. "If it was only your physical body that was poisoned, I might have been able to help you, but even your knowledge has been contaminated. There's nothing I can do." "This Zhang is mentally prepared. Friend doesn't need to worry about it." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was very carefree and chuckled. "I don't know you, so whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, but you called me back and said you wanted to give me the Dao Source fruit. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Tell me, what do you want?" Friend is really smart. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded as he said, "There's not much time left, so I'll get straight to the point." Yang Kai nodded and put on a listening posture. "I can give you the location of the Dao Source fruit, but after you obtain it, no matter when you find someone to refine it into pills, You must give one to my Jiang family's descendant. The middle-aged man said, I am the patriarch of Maplewood City's Jiang family, Jiang Gaoxian. Although the Jiang family is not a big family in Maplewood City, it has been here for hundreds of years. Many people in Maplewood City know that I, Jiang Gaoxian, am Jiang Gaoxian. After you go out, ask around a little and you will know the location of my Jiang family. After you obtain the Dao source fruit and refine it into pills, if you fail, there's nothing to say, but if you succeed, you will obtain at least 3 Dao source pills. You only need to give one to my Jiang family's descendant and the rest will be yours. Chapter 2009. After listening to Jiang Gaoxian's words, Yang Kai nodded and said, This request is reasonable, so I agree, but aren't you afraid I won't keep my word? Jiang Gaoxian smiled bitterly, So what if I'm afraid? I don't have long to live, and if I don't have a suitable person to entrust it to, the Dao source fruit will only exist in this 5-colored treasure pagoda. My Jiang family won't be able to obtain any benefits from it, so I can only take a gamble. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul contract with me, otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Then do you want me to make an oath? Yang Kai grinned. Jiang Gaoxian glanced at him and said lightly, Forget it, oaths, I really have no other choice, and seeing that this friend's temperament is not bad, I decided to do this. In addition, after this friend leaves, I would like to ask this friend to oversee my Jiang family for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai coldly snorted, Friend really knows how to ask for an exorbitant price. Is 10 years too much? Jiang Gaoxian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You should know that what I gave you is a Dao source fruit. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to obtain one even if they spent their entire life trying. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Dao source realm will increase by at least 40% to 50%. As long as this friend's aptitude is not too bad, breaking through is absolutely a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai said lightly, To be honest, even without a Dao source fruit, I can still break through, so this thing isn't very attractive to me. Friend's tone is quite big. Jiang Gaoxian was a little shocked this time as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, trying to see if he was being deliberately mystifying. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. After a while, he sighed and said, It seems that your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Even a Dao source fruit can't tempt you. Since that's the case, forget about 10 years, 3 years. Yang Kai shook his head. Jiang Gaoxian's expression changed as he said discontentedly, Then what do you want? It's only 3 years. For a third-order origin king cultivator like you and me, 3 years isn't a long time at all. This condition is more than enough. Yang Kai chuckled and said, It's not a matter of 10 years or 3 years. I just don't want to be bound by time. Even if it was a year, I couldn't say for sure how long I would stay in Maplewood City. If something happened and I had to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't that break the agreement and create a heart demon for the rest of my life? I won't do such a loss-making business. This. Jiang Gaoxian was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. It seems that this Jiang was not mistaken. Friends should be people who keep their promises. If Yang Kai bargained with him, it meant that he really wanted to make this deal and would keep his promise. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just agreed and ignored it afterwards. The inner demon that Yang Kai mentioned. This also increased Jiang Gaoxian's confidence in him. If one wasn't a man of his word, it was impossible for him to have an inner demon because of breaking a promise. How about this? I can promise you that while I'm in Maplewood City, I'll help your Jiang family to the best of my ability. If your Jiang family makes any excessive demands, I won't agree. Also, they only have 3 chances to make a request of me. Yang Kai deliberated for a moment before saying, 3 times. Jiang Gaoxian fell into contemplation for a long time before raising his head and saying, Good. We'll do as you say. 3 times is 3 times. However, I need you to send a message to the Jiang family. That's not a problem, Yang Kai nodded. The two of them reached an agreement, and Yang Kai waited quietly to the side. Jiang Gaoxian took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, he had left behind some last words. After a while, everything was in order and Zhang Gaoxian handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. After watching him solemnly put it away, Zhang Gaoxian let out a long breath and said, "I'll leave everything to friend." The location of the Dao source fruit. Yang Kai asked. Zhang Gaoxian smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. "Do you see that hill over there? The Dao source fruit is over there. As for its specific location." At this point, Zhang Gaoxian suddenly fell silent, but his lips still moved slightly as he sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai quickly understood. "Friend, take this Zhang space ring back to the Zhang family. I have no use for it." Zhang Gaoxian slowly took off the space ring from his hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the opposite hill and found the place where Zhang Gaoxian had hidden the Dao source fruit according to his instructions. "He's really careful," Yang Kai muttered to himself. The patriarch of the Zhang family had not only hidden the Dao source fruit somewhere else, but also placed a spirit array around it. This spirit array could only be opened safely with his own blood essence. If one tried to break it with brute force, the spirit array would destroy the Dao source fruit. In other words, if someone really wanted to harm Zhang Gaoxian and even force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dao source fruit, without his cooperation and taking out his blood essence, it would be impossible to succeed. The final result would only be to try to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhang Gaoxian was seriously injured, so after taking out a drop of his blood essence, his situation became even worse. Yang Kai estimated that he would be lucky to live for another day, but after half a day he would die. Using the method Zhang Gaoxian had taught him to break the seal, Yang Kai poured his blood essence into the seal. A moment later, the seal disappeared and a delicate wooden box appeared in its place. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the wooden box over, slowly opening it. Immediately, a golden fruit about the size of an apricot appeared before his eyes. The fragrance that entered his nose seemed to contain some kind of magical power that allowed the cultivator to more clearly feel the surrounding world principles. The Dao source fruit was originally used to refine Dao source pills to assist the cultivator in breaking through to the Dao source realm, so it was not surprising that it had such an effect. However, Yang Kai found that this Dao source fruit was a little dry, as if many years had passed since it was picked and there were signs of its medicinal properties fading. Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, secretly cursing this top sect in the Southern Territory. Previously, when the cultivator in Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land had thrown 3 Dao source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he almost went crazy. But now that he had actually obtained one, Yang Kai discovered that this Dao source fruit was definitely a defective product from Heavenly Martial Holy Land's treasury. Thinking about it, if it was really a high-quality Dao source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land would not have been willing to take it out. However, even if it was a defective product, it was still a Dao source fruit, so there was absolutely no problem using it to refine Dao source pills. It was just that the number of pills produced would be slightly lower. Carefully putting away the Dao source fruit, Yang Kai leapt up and quickly disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the guidance of the heaven-escaping bat, Yang Kai arrived at a desolate valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. With a slight flicker, it drilled into the ground and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, soon arriving behind a small slope. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate carefully, but before he could find any clues, Mo Shaoqi's voice rang in his ear, "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he followed the voice to determine Mo Shaoqi's position, but when he looked around he could not see her figure at all. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to completely hide her whereabouts. When he was in Clear Jade Mountain, Yang Kai had discovered that Mo Shaoqi's concealment secret technique was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her methods. Yang Kai did not know what she was doing acting so mysteriously. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and walked forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the slope and looked around carefully before discovering some traces, causing him to laugh and ask, "Shaoqi, why are you hiding here?" "Shoo." Mo Xiaoqi raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Yang Kai to look ahead. Yang Kai was puzzled and quickly squatted down quietly, following the direction Mo Xiaoqi was pointing to, and glancing over. What he saw shocked Yang Kai greatly. Because about 10 kilometers in front of them, there were many cultivators gathered. Roughly counting, there were several dozen of them sitting cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, each of them using their own methods to pour their strength into a central position. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. I don't know, it seems they have found some kind of barrier and want to work together to break it, Mo Xiaoqi replied softly. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly became interested. If there's a barrier, doesn't that mean there's a treasure? Why aren't you joining in the fun? Mo Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head. I don't think it's right. What's inside that barrier might not be a treasure. If it's not a treasure, what is it? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know, so I'm just watching from here, Mo Xiaoqi replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless, but he was also very curious about what kind of barrier it was that required so many origin kings to work together to break it. Generally speaking, the more powerful a barrier was, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden inside it would be. A barrier that required several dozen origin kings to work together to break would at least contain a Dao Source-grade treasure, perhaps even an Emperor-grade treasure. It was no wonder that so many people were able to work together peacefully. What do you think is wrong? Yang Kai thought for a while and asked. They were more than 10 kilometers away, and there were so many cultivators there, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense rashly, lest he expose his whereabouts. I can't say, the closer I got to that place, the more panicked I felt, like there was some kind of danger, Mo Xiaoqi replied seriously. Are you sure? Yang Kai's face changed. Generally speaking, cultivators had their own telepathy. This kind of feeling was hard to explain, but once it appeared, it meant that something was really happening to the cultivator. Mo Xiaoqi had an extraordinary background, and since she had such a feeling, it meant that the barrier over there was likely to be something dangerous sealed inside. I'm still panicking, Mo Xiaoqi patted her chest with her small hand. Besides, Xiao Fu also has this feeling. Chapter 2010. Of course, Yang Kai knew that the little bat she mentioned was the heaven-escaping bat that had lured him all the way here. This little thing was born with keen senses, and it was thanks to it that Yang Kai was able to avoid many barriers and traps along the way. Since both man and beast had this feeling, it should not be wrong. At that moment, Yang Kai no longer made a sound and instead, together with Mo Xiaoqi, hid in the distance and secretly observed. With this glance, Yang Kai discovered something interesting. He and Mo Xiaoqi were not the only two cultivators who were hiding and watching. There were also some who had used some kind of secret technique to conceal their figures and auras, hiding in the void or hiding in some unknown place. All of them focused their attention on the scene ahead. Over there, the dozens of origin kings seemed to have been cracking the barrier for a long time, and each of them had consumed a lot of their strength. They all took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, refining them to restore themselves while continuing to crack the barrier. As the power of these dozens of cultivators poured into the barrier, a fluorescent, flame-like symbol gradually appeared in the center of their gathering. A scorching power surged out from that direction. Raging cross-flame seal? Mo Xiaoqi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice after seeing this scene. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Mo Xiaoqi nodded lightly. I've read about it in ancient books, but it's a very ancient sealing technique that basically no one knows how to use now. The principle of this seal is very simple, but it requires a great deal of strength to accomplish. I really don't know what's sealed beneath it. We'll know in a while, Yang Kai added. 10 kilometers ahead, when the raging cross-flame seal appeared, the dozens of cultivators who were cracking the seal suddenly became excited. Someone even shouted, Everyone, let's work harder. The barrier is about to be broken, and the treasure is about to appear. These words completely aroused the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The cultivators seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately urged their strength to pour it into the center of the seal. As time passed, the Raging Cross Flames seal became more and more complete. As more and more power poured in, the Raging Cross Flames seal seemed to be gradually unable to bear it. The blazing flames began to go berserk, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the seal. At a certain moment, the flaming cross suddenly trembled. After a series of distortions, it abruptly shrank toward the center. In the next instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Countless flames flew in all directions. A violent shockwave swept out from this explosion, sending several dozen Origin Kings flying. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had summoned their defensive artifacts, so although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction has been broken. Someone exclaimed loudly, and his voice carried a sense of pleasant surprise. The rest of the people looked forward. Everyone's hearts trembled. In the place where the restriction had originally been, the blazing cross seal had already disappeared. In its place was a large pit in the ground. It was dark and seemed to be bottomless. The numerous Origin King realm cultivator who had just stabilized themselves could no longer hold back. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards the giant pit at an extremely fast speed, attempting to snatch the treasure before everyone else. Everyone had the same thought, and all of a sudden, many people rushed to the side of the crater. They exchanged glances with each other. Hostility grew, and in an instant, a chaotic battle broke out around the giant pit. They were here because they wanted to break the restriction. That was why they had temporarily joined forces, and now that the restriction had been broken. Naturally, there was no need for them to join forces. Even some cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to watch the show also revealed themselves and rushed towards the giant pit. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi did not make a move, and there were also a few more cautious cultivators who did not show themselves. Not far ahead, a bright light soon burst out as the power of artifacts and martial skills was displayed. From time to time, someone would be injured and fall. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the giant pit. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and gave up on their opponents and chased after them. For a time, only a few cultivator with bloodshot eyes were left above the giant pit while everyone else chased after them. It's so lively here. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far from where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked because although he had been paying attention to the situation in the giant pit, he did not relax his vigilance. He did not notice that someone was close to him until this voice sounded. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. About 100 or so feet to his right, there was an old man with a wretched appearance, sloppily dressed, and a goatee. He had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He was currently looking forward with narrowed eyes. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. Why bother? The old man suddenly muttered in a low voice with an unfathomable look on his face. At this moment, the old man gave off a kind of ethereal feeling, which surprised Yang Kai. It's that old swindler. Mo Shaoqi also noticed the newcomer. After seeing his appearance, she was furious and immediately wanted to show herself to teach this old man who had deceived her a lesson. However, Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Although Mo Shaoqi did not know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, she still nodded obediently. At that moment, the old man with the goatee took a step forward, his figure blurring as he appeared a few dozen meters away. He then squatted down and looked at the Origin King realm cultivator in front of him who had lost an arm or a leg and was howling miserably. This martial artist had been severely injured in the melee, and even half of his limbs had been chopped off. He had managed to escape with his life, but in the end, his physical strength had been exhausted and he had fallen here. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a spectacular sight. "Brother, your injuries are very serious." The old man with the goatee stared at the other party with a compassionate expression, like a bodhisattva who had come to save the world. "Bodhisattva, save me." The cultivator stretched out his remaining arm and desperately tried to grab the old man, begging with difficulty. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This old man cannot just ignore it. The injury of a severed limb is not easy to deal with. If it is not treated properly, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. TSK, how pitiful. However, fortunately, this old man has an ancestral spirit pill here, the 9 Revolutions soul restoring pill. It can bring flesh back to bone and bring the dead back to life. This old man sees that we are fated to meet, so he will sell it to you at a cheap price. As the old man spoke, he mysteriously took out a spirit pill from his space ring. The cultivator's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw while drowning. He nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll buy it, I'll buy it. How many source crystals is it?" "It's not expensive, just give me your space ring," the old man said with a smile. Saying so, he stuffed the so-called 9 Revolutions soul-restoring pill into the cultivator's mouth without any explanation, then took off the space ring from his hand without any hesitation. Before the cultivator could react, the deal had already been made. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Sleep, sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine." The old man grinned and chuckled as if he was chanting a curse, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. "Big brother Yang, look at this old man. He's actually robbing people. This is too much." Mo Shaoqi was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She and Kai Yang were hiding in the dark, watching the old man's actions with their own eyes. She originally thought that this old man was just a swindler, but now, it seemed that he not only liked to cheat people, but also robbed people. How could Mo Shaoqi tolerate this? It is indeed too much. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I'll go teach him a lesson." Mo Shaoqi shouted and revealed herself. But before she could do anything, the ground suddenly shook and a rumbling sound came from underground, like muffled thunder. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's expressions changed at the same time. Before they could figure out what was going on, streams of light shot out from the pit 10 kilometers away in a panic. It was the cultivator who had rushed in to fight for the treasures. When these cultivator rushed in, there were dozens of them, but now only half of them came back alive. All of them were injured and looked panicked, as if they had seen ghosts in broad daylight. After getting out of the pit, they didn't stop and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, many cultivators disappeared from Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's sight. "What's happening underground?" Mo Shaoqi exclaimed. "Something's wrong, let's go." Yang Kai made a prompt decision and wanted to take Mo Shaoqi away from this damned place. Under his perception, he vaguely felt a powerful life fluctuation coming from underground, and it was quickly awakening. His speed was so fast that it was almost unimaginable. Moreover, the strength of the fluctuations made him have no intention of fighting back. Kacha. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the pit as the center, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was crisscrossed with cracks of various sizes. It wasn't over yet as green vines started to emerge from the cracks. These vines seemed to have a life of their own, constantly twisting and squirming as they grew madly. In an instant, the area within a radius of several kilometers looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was a horrifying sight. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi had already leaped into the air. Just as they moved, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was as sharp as a sword, and it pierced through the place where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were standing just now. One could imagine that if the two had been a little slower, they would have been caught in a bitter battle. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. Not far away, a cultivator who had been hiding in the void had his chest pierced by a sharp vine and was hanging in midair. This cultivator was also an origin king, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the vine's shackles. In the blink of an eye, even more vines wrapped around him, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 2011. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be a gurgling sound as traces of blood spread out from the vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cultivator wrapped in the vines instantly stopped moving. Not only that, his entire body shriveled up and soon became skin and bones, as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. Blood essence is being devoured. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Of course, Yang Kai could see what had happened to this cultivator. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the man's flesh and blood essence had been completely sucked dry by the vines that had pierced through his body, leaving him deader than dead. That cultivator was an origin king, but in front of these vines, he was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child. Wood spirit, it's a wood spirit. A wood spirit is actually sealed underground. At this moment, Emo Xiaoqi suddenly screamed, her voice filled with obvious panic. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen her so panicked. Even when she encountered the infant Luan Feng on clear Jade Mountain, she had remained calm, but after learning the truth, her beautiful face immediately paled. Big brother Yang, let's leave quickly. We are not its opponent. It can quickly restore itself by absorbing the flesh and blood essence of others. After Emo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and tossed out a flawless white jade chariot. She pulled Yang Kai and the two of them boarded the chariot at the same time. Immediately after, Emo Xiaoqi formed a series of hand seals and poured her strength into the war chariot. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a dozen or so barriers appeared on the war chariot in an instant, making it look like it was impregnable. Immediately after, Emo Xiaoqi shouted softly, "Go!" The chariot trembled slightly. It was about to carry the two of them away from here. But at that moment, countless vines crazily spread out from the cracks in the ground, either turning into whips or thorns. They madly attacked the chariot. For a time, the barriers on the chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, this chariot seemed to be of a very high grade and its barriers were quite strong. The vine attacks that could instantly kill an origin king were unable to break through the chariot's barriers. However, with so many attacks, the chariot was also a little shaky and could not escape at all. After a short delay, the chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Emo Xiaoqi's face could not help but turn pale. Moonblade! Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and opened them. A huge crescent blade suddenly shot out, cutting the vines that were entangling the war chariot. Although there were results, Yang Kai's face was still gloomy. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the defensive power of these vines. That huge crescent blade could only cut through 4 vines before losing its power. In the blink of an eye, the vines that were cut apart grew back and continued to wrap around the chariot. Big brother Yang, if you use fire elemental energy, you won't be able to destroy these vines completely. Emo Xiaoqi shouted a warning as she stretched out her hand and patted a cloth bag on her waist. Immediately, a fierce beast that looked like a qilin jumped out of the bag. It was crimson in color and exuded a peak 10th order aura. This fierce beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a fierce flame. Wherever the ferocious flames passed, the vines seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, twisting and retracting. Yang Kai saw this. He immediately had a plan in his mind. Activating his fire sword chi from his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he condensed a flaming long sword in his hand and slashed it out continuously, cutting down the vines. However, the vines that were cut off did not grow back immediately. Fire attribute energy seemed to be able to restrain these vines. Mo Xiaoqi did not stay idle either, and after releasing the qilin-like beast, she immediately went to work. She summoned the qilin beast and summoned a crimson handkerchief. Pouring her source qi into it, the handkerchief immediately turned into a cloud of fire and burned everything around it. With the combined power of 2 people and 1 beast, they finally cleared the vines that were wrapping the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for the vines to wrap around it again, Emo Xiaoqi had already stomped her foot on the war chariot and it instantly flew out like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, countless vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they chased after them, but they were thrown further and further away. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone and the vines no longer chased after it. Emo Xiaoqi gasped for breath, looking as if she had just survived a disaster. Looking back, within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless vines were flying around like tentacles, making one's hair stand on end. Xiaoqi, what is a wood spirit? Yang Kai finally had time to ask. It is the product of a divine tree's sentience. It has its own consciousness and is extremely difficult to deal with. Depending on the type of divine tree, a wood spirit has a different innate divine technique. I don't know what kind of ability the one we encountered was, but basically, all wood spirits are extremely difficult to kill because the pure wood attribute represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely injured, it can recover after a while. There are good and bad wood spirits as well. This wood spirit should be an extremely dangerous creature. I don't know how long it has been sealed away, but its strength must have dropped a lot. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would have been impossible to escape this calamity. A wood spirit is so terrifying? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course, Big Brother Yang, you must not underestimate it. A master from the Emperor realm once fell at the hands of a wood spirit, so now that it has been released, it must want to restore its strength as soon as possible. Judging from the previous situation, the best way for it to restore its strength is to devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator like us. Oh no, this second layer is no longer safe. Mo Xiaoqi's face changed when she said this. That's not necessarily the case. The second layer is quite large. Can't we just find a place to hide? What if we run into it? Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai and asked worriedly. Then what should we do? Return to the first layer? Yang Kai frowned. We can only go up the 5-colored treasure pagoda. We can't go down, so we can't go back to the first layer. Mo Xiaoqi frowned, but suddenly her eyes lit up. How about we go to the third layer? Yang Kai was stunned. How do we go there? Didn't you say only the first and second layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda were open this time? Let's give it a try. If we really can't go up, there's nothing we can do about it. If we're lucky, we'll be lucky. Mo Xiaoqi grinned meaningfully before putting the Qilin-like beast into her cloth bag and releasing the heaven-escaping bat again, instructing it to find the entrance to the third layer. 3 days later, the two stood in front of a 5-colored pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. This 5-colored pillar of light was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen before, so it was obviously the entrance to the third layer, but when Yang Kai tried it just now, there was no reaction after he stepped in, unlike before where he would be teleported to the next layer as soon as he stepped in. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Xiaoqi helplessly, but the latter just smiled mysteriously and took out a long shuttle-like artifact from her space ring. As soon as this artifact appeared, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because he felt a unique aura from this artifact. This was definitely not an Origin King-grade artifact, or even a Dao Source-grade artifact. An Emperor artifact. This long shuttle-like artifact was definitely an Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts carried their own principal strength, and the Emperor artifacts in Yang Kai's possession were all like this, allowing him to display great power. The one in Mo Xiaoqi's hand was obviously also an Emperor artifact. Although Yang Kai was shocked in his heart, after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural. As such, he did not ask rashly. This 9-star Sealbreaker shuttle is an artifact given to me by Auntie Phone. It specializes in breaking all kinds of barriers. Although I can't display its full power with my current ability, with Big Brother Yang's help, I may be able to break through the barriers here and enter the third layer. Mo Xiaoqi took the initiative to explain. What do you need me to do? Yang Kai asked. It's like this, Mo Xiaoqi explained briefly to Yang Kai before teaching him a set of techniques. Yang Kai memorized them carefully and after simulating them a few times, nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. Mo Xiaoqi understood, stretched out her hand, and tossed the 9-star Sealbreaker shuttle into the air, forming a series of hand seals and causing the artifact to expand to about 6 meters in length. She took the lead and entered the 9-star Sealbreaker shuttle before beckoning to Yang Kai. After both of them entered, Mo Xiaoqi sealed the 9-star Sealbreaker shuttle before exchanging a glance with Yang Kai. At the same time, both of them began forming a series of seals. As time passed, the power in their bodies continued to pour into the 9-star breakage shuttle, and the surface of the 9-star breakage shuttle began to shine with starlight. Suddenly, on the surface of the 9-star Sealbreaker shuttle, a pattern of stars lit up. After a while, another pattern of stars lit up. After a while, a third pattern of stars lit up. By this time, whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Xiaoqi, both of them had reached their limits. The strength of the two of them fluctuated unsteadily as their expressions became extremely strained. After all, this was an emperor artifact, so even if the two of them combined their strength, they could not display even half of its power. Mo Xiaoqi's expression became solemn as she changed the hand seals in her hand and shouted, "Break!" In the next moment, the 9-star seal breaker shuttle flickered slightly and rushed into the 5-colored pillar of light, disappearing in the next instant. The two people inside the shuttle felt a sense of weightlessness at the same time. Both of them were overjoyed, but they did not lower their guard and continued to maintain the power of the 9-star seal breaker shuttle. After a while, the feeling of discomfort disappeared. Chapter 2012. One day later, Yang Kai and Mo Xiaoqi opened their eyes one after another, each of them glowing brightly. Obviously, they had completely recovered. Mo Xiaoqi recalled her monster beast while asking Yang Kai, "Big brother Yang, since we've reached the 3rd layer, we can't miss out on the benefits here. Should we act together or separately?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think?" Mo Xiaoqi giggled. "If we want to be safe, I think it's better to act together. But if we want to reap more benefits, we'd better split up. Big brother Yang, you may not know this, but the benefits of the 5-colored treasure pagoda do not lie in the precious treasures it produces, nor do they lie in the artifacts left behind here. The real benefits lie in the fragmented world laws and star sources that are scattered throughout the world." "I've heard about this before, but I've never seen it before. What's going on?" Yang Kai frowned. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, "Of course it's because there aren't many of these things in the 1st and 2nd layers, but the 3rd layer is different. What's more, there are only the two of us here, so no one is competing with us. If we can obtain some world principles and star sources, it will definitely be of great help to us in breaking through to the Tao source realm." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "So what you mean is that you want to act separately?" Mo Xiaoqi immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "After all, if two people are together, even if we find some benefits, we'll have to split them in half. Big brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to share equally with you, it's just, I understand. Since you're confident in yourself, let's split up," Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. "Then you must be careful, Big brother Yang. There is a Tao source realm monster beast in the 3rd layer." "You too?" Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai was actually not worried about Mo Xiaoqi. With her means and the artifacts she carried, even if she really encountered a Tao source realm monster beast, it would only be an 11th order monster beast. It wouldn't be a big deal, and even if she couldn't defeat it, she could at least protect herself. Moreover, he himself wasn't too afraid. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just release the monster insect queen. As long as he did not encounter a large group of level 11 monster beast, Yang Kai was confident that he would be safe on the 3rd floor. He could even use this opportunity to condense his own Blood Fiend. The Blood Fiend army that was condensed in the territory of the homeland star back then was no longer of much use in the astral boundary, so it was time for a replacement. After the two finished their discussion, they quickly found a direction and went their separate ways. The two of them ran in opposite directions, and even if the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened to the end of the time limit, they would not meet again. This way, there was enough space for the two of them to search for their own opportunities. One day later, Yang Kai stood on a piece of flat ground, opening and closing his palms, sending out a series of moon blades. Not far in front of Yang Kai, the snow-white monster insect queen swung its twin swords and unleashed a series of purple and blue streaks of light, displaying the full power of its origin king-grade high-rank swords. Around the monster insect queen, an ice domain filled the air, accompanied by the power of ice principles, froze the ground within a 1,000-meter radius. The monster insect queen's opponent was an 11th order blue flame thunder wolf. This was a monster beast that was both a wolf and a jackal. It was small in size and extremely agile in its movements. It had an innate mastery of fire and thunder, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The monster insect queen was now able to display the strength of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, but it had been able to fight with it for most of the day. Still, it was unable to kill it. It was obvious how outstanding this Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's ability was. Yang Kai did not dare to intervene in their battle rashly and simply stood in the distance, constantly using his space force to interfere with the Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's movements. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's body as the ice domain of the monster insect queen spread out and invaded its body. Its opponent's movements also became slower and slower. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice concept. It could silently weaken the enemy's perception and speed, causing the enemy to become sluggish without anyone noticing, causing them to lose their lives. After another 2 hours, accompanied by a miserable howl, the monster insect queen's purple and green dual swords finally pierced its enemy's vitals, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's desperate counterattack forced the monster insect queen to retreat again and again. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's eyes lost their light and it fell to the ground, never to move again. Only then did Yang Kai step forward. The monster insect queen opened its mouth and swallowed the purple and green dual swords before crawling over to Yang Kai's feet and intimately rubbing against him. It was impossible for ordinary blood beasts to do this, but the monster insect queen had its own chaotic sentience, so its actions could be explained. Squatting in front of the Blue Flame Thunder Wolf, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before deciding to condense it into his own blood beast. Forcing out a golden blood thread from his finger, Yang Kai pierced it into the Blue Flame Thunder Wolf's corpse, sat down cross-legged in front of it, and began forming a series of seals. Half a day later, the already dead Blue Flame Thunder Wolf swayed and stood up again. However, at this moment, its eyes were dim, without the slightest trace of spirit. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint layer of bloody light. This was the most prominent characteristic of a blood beast. Yang Kai probed it slightly and determined that the strength of this new blood beast had not fallen to the Origin King realm and was still in the Dao Source realm, a fact which satisfied him greatly. With the monster insect queen's large blood beast guarding him, Yang Kai could now explore most of the third layer without worrying about encountering any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took the 2 blood beasts and continued exploring. 2 days later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged somewhere in the third layer with a happy expression on his face as he silently circulated his secret art. At the same time, streams of light visible to the naked eye shot towards him from the sky, like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2013. On this day, Yang Kai was flying close to the ground when he suddenly paused and looked up at the sky in the distance. Far away in the distance, streams of light streaked across the sky and fell to the ground below. It was as gorgeous as a meteor shower. These streams of light were the broken principal fragments he had been searching for several days. However, the number of these streams of light was much larger than the first one he had encountered. Yang Kai was overjoyed and no longer hesitated, suddenly accelerating towards that direction. 3 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at a mountain valley. What he saw caused him to freeze in place. In the center of the mountain valley, there was a large mass of light that was emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, streams of light were constantly falling from the sky and converging into this mass of light, increasing its brightness. This mass of light was the aggregate of the streams of light in the sky. So many! Even though Yang Kai was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The total number of streams of light he and the sealed world bead had absorbed before was probably less than 1% of the total here. Just that alone had benefited Yang Kai immensely and allowed the sealed world bead to undergo huge changes. If he could absorb all the streams of light here, his comprehension of principal strength would definitely be able to reach the Dao Source realm. It would not be difficult for him to break through in the future. Even the small sealed world inside the sealed world bead would be able to undergo fundamental changes. A look of joy appeared on his face as Yang Kai dashed out directly, stopping about 300 meters away from the ball of light. It was not that he did not want to get closer, but that the principal strength contained in this mass of light was too great. He could not get close at all. If he rashly went in, he would likely be crushed to dust by the chaotic principal strength. The mass of light in front of him was even buzzing because it was too large, appearing very unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath and released the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunderwolf. Letting them stand guard nearby, he sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art. In an instant, it was as if he was being pulled by an invisible force. Streaks of light shot out from the huge mass of light towards where Yang Kai was. These mystic lights were not harmful at all, and they all rushed into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. The instant the profound light surged in, Yang Kai felt that he could see the mysteries of the laws. Immediately, he didn't hesitate any longer, and he immersed his mind and started comprehending with all his heart. He was just an origin king. There was no way for Yang Kai to absorb so much light, and just like last time, when Yang Kai's physical capacity exceeded its limit, the light poured into the sealed world bead and became part of the small sealed world, perfecting its principles. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai's expression began to change, sometimes frowning. Sometimes he would relax, sometimes he would be at a loss, and sometimes he would be enlightened. More and more profound rays of light shot out from the ball of light, and they became denser and denser. However, Yang Kai was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much light came at him, he would absorb it without fail. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days passed. After Yang Kai's bottomless absorption, the huge ball of light had shrunk several times by now, and the light it emitted was not as strong as before. However, more and more profound rays of light were still shooting out from it. These rays of light that rushed into Yang Kai's body disappeared. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Drawing a line in the space in front of him. At the tip of his finger, an inexplicable force flowed out, and where his finger passed, a dark void crack appeared. Yang Kai was not using his space force at the moment, but he was still able to achieve this. This was all thanks to the power of the world principles. A Tao Source Realm cultivator had a preliminary understanding of world principles and could mobilize world principles for their own use to enhance their own killing techniques. At this moment, Yang Kai had already touched the edge of world principles, all thanks to his bottomless comprehension and absorption over the past few days. However, the world principles he had comprehended were still shallow, so when his finger passed through them, the tiny void crack immediately returned to its original state and could not be maintained for too long. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected the origin essence crystal in his body. The origin essence crystal, which was originally black like a black hole, now had a faint fluorescent glow flowing out from its surface. Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was condensed from all his insights into the Tao of space, allowing him to enhance the use of his space force. At this moment, after comprehending world principles, the origin essence crystal was imbued with world principles, making it even more unpredictable. From now on, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could slightly mobilize the world principles of this origin essence. What's more, it was the strange and inexplicable space principles. This kind of enhancement was a qualitative change, a fundamental change. Although he could not use this ability too many times with his current strength, once he broke through to the Tao Source realm, the situation would be completely different. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Yang Kai once again began absorbing the light in front of him with the sealed world bead. 2 days later, the mass of light had shrunk by more than a dozen times, and the light it emitted had become somewhat dim, as if there was not much left after this absorption. Yang Kai was unaware of this and was completely immersed in his own comprehension. Suddenly, a slight groan came from in front of him. Although this sound was soft, it was extremely real. Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, but when a second groan came, his expression changed and he quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the change in his mood, the monster insect queen and blue flame thunderwolf, who had been standing guard nearby, also quickly returned and stood guard beside him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face, and only after a long time did he whisper, "There's someone here?" It was not until now that he discovered that there was actually a human figure inside the mass of light in front of him. This starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, and with a wave of her hand, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. A whistling sound rang out, but before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. Startled, he turned around and threw out 2 punches. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as the condensed fists collided with the starlight arrow, creating a violent explosion that swept out in all directions. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the recoil to fly far away in an instant. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. He really ran away fast. Inside the ball of light, the woman ground her teeth as her brow furrowed, somewhat at a loss. Strange, how could there be someone in the 3rd layer, and this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary origin king. Chapter 2014. The woman herself was not an ordinary origin king, and now that she was on the verge of breaking through, her attack was naturally extraordinarily powerful. It was not something an ordinary origin king could resist. Yang Kai was fine after taking her attack, and even used the momentum to retreat faster, allowing the woman to have a general idea of his strength. A small Maplewood city actually has such a cultivator? The woman frowned, looking quite surprised. But soon, she had no time to think because the world energy baptism for breaking through a great realm was about to arrive, so she could only hold her breath and concentrate. Not long after, huge bolts of energy descended from the sky like bolts of lightning, heading straight for the woman. Yang Kai fled 100 kilometers or so before slowly coming to a stop. He did not know who this woman he met in the 3rd layer was or what method she used to enter this place, but since he had taken a lot of benefits from her, it was best to withdraw first. The woman was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so it was obviously impossible for her to chase after him, so Yang Kai was not too worried. Behind him, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. Looking back, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the world energy manifestation in the distance. He immediately knew that the woman was already undergoing the world energy baptism, and once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the Tao source realm. And judging from the woman's previous state, it was obvious that she had been preparing for this moment for a long time, so her chances of success were not small. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a step forward again, heading in the opposite direction of the woman. In the next few days, Yang Kai's gains were quite small, and he even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a peak 11th order monster beast for a long time. A peak 11th order monster beast was almost equivalent to a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator, not something Yang Kai could resist with his current strength. If not for the protection of the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, as well as his understanding of space principles, he would have been in big trouble. After escaping the pursuit of the monster beast with great difficulty, Yang Kai had only just recovered half a day ago. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tighten as a vague world force squeezed him from all directions, completely immobilizing him. His expression changed greatly, but before he could circulate his chi to resist, a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared under his feet. The array spun and sent out a suction force, firmly nailing Yang Kai to the ground. The next moment, it completely devoured him. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai finally relaxed. He knew that this was probably because the 5-colored treasure pagoda had closed, and all of the surviving cultivators had been teleported out. He immediately relaxed his resistance and allowed the power of the formation to pull him in. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, they had returned to the square of the city lord's mansion. The crowd was densely packed and jostling shoulder to shoulder. All of them had a pained expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from the teleportation. In order to avoid being too independent, Yang Kai also pretended to be unwell and slowly woke up. Noises immediately came from all around. Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Naturally, some had obtained great opportunities, some had returned empty-handed, and some had even died inside. Now, everything was over. Of course, the scene was one of joy and sorrow. However, tens of thousands of Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now only half of them had returned alive. As soon as he said this, the noisy square below fell silent as everyone looked at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Yang Kai, who was using the sound bead to contact Mo Shaoqi, couldn't help but raise his head and frown slightly. He didn't know what Duan Yuanshan and those from the Emperor Realm wanted to do. However, the reputation of the masters from the Emperor Realm was too great, so even though the cultivators who stayed in the square were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it and just stood there obediently. The 6 from the Emperor Realm gathered together on the high platform, and after a simple discussion, 4 of them suddenly disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yu Yang and the young woman, Gao Shueting, behind. Right at this moment, the whole of Maplewood City buzzed and a bright energy barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire Maplewood City like a big bowl. Among the crowd, strange tree-like existences suddenly appeared. At first glance, these things did not look any different from trees, but they exuded an extremely evil aura. In the center of the trunks, there was a human face. Yang Kai was also shocked at this moment. He saw with his own eyes that a cultivator next to him had undergone a huge change in a very short period of time. This cultivator was originally talking and laughing with his companions, discussing the opportunity of entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda with an excited look on his face. But just now, he suddenly became extremely painful. At the same time, his abdomen lit up with a cyan light. His skin cracked and blood flowed out. And from his flesh, something seemed to have drilled out. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator turned into a tree-like existence in front of him. The cultivator's face was embedded in the center of the tree trunk, struggling and howling with a ferocious expression. Soon it stopped moving. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk green vines shot out from the inside of the tree, crazily lashing out in all directions. Several nearby cultivators were caught off guard, and one of them was pierced by the vines. A gurgling sound came from the vines, as if they were swallowing something. The pierced cultivator's body shriveled up in a very short period of time. Wood spirit! Yang Kai exclaimed. How familiar was this scene in front of him? It was the scene where he had encountered the wood spirit on the 2nd floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But he never expected to see it again in this square of Maplewood City. At the same time as he shouted this, Yang Kai quickly retreated, while at the same time urging the fire sword chi of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to cut down the vines stabbing at him. With a bang, the fire sword tempering art cut off the top of the vines, and Yang Kai used this force to retreat. At this moment, many cultivators recognized the culprit behind this mutation, and in an instant, the name of the wood spirit began to spread across the square. All of you, circulate your strength to resist this king. Don't let the wood seeds invade your bodies, otherwise, your fate will be the same. Xiao Yu Yang's angry shout suddenly came from the high platform. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood and hurriedly circulated his strength to cover his body to avoid being hit by the wood seeds. The other cultivators who reacted quickly were the same as Yang Kai. Some of the slower cultivators were lucky enough to escape, while others were unlucky and had the tiny wood seeds invade their bodies, turning them into wood spirit clones in a very short time. On the high platform, Xiao Yu Yang coldly snorted, his strength surging violently as he pointed his finger and killed several wood spirit clones. Gao Shueting was also extremely powerful. You two are really delusional, Xiaoyang chuckled. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The specific opening time of the Shattered Star Sea hasn't been determined yet, so don't you think it's too early to discuss this? However, the opening of the Shattered Star Sea has always been a grand event in my southern territory. Once the news spreads, even people from the other 3 territories will come. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. What we need to discuss now is how many people each sect can send. Inside the secluded home, all the barriers were opened and the sealed world bead was left on the ground. Yang Kai had already entered the sealed world bead. He transplanted the several spirit grasses and medicines he obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda into his medicine garden one by one. He could only recognize less than half of these spirit grasses and medicines. He didn't recognize most of them and didn't know what they were used for. Among them, there were several spirit mushrooms that were constantly changing colors. They were his first harvest from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, collected from the swamp. Judging from the world energy it was emitting, it was a Tao source grade medicinal herb and should be quite valuable. Although they had not been processed for so many days, these spirit mushrooms were still full of vitality. After transplanting them into the medicine garden, they instantly adapted. After all, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead had 5 earth vein beads to condense world energy and a huge amount of heavy earth. Planting these spirit grasses and medicines here was much better than planting them in the medicine gardens of any great force. Yang Kai believed that in time, these spirit grasses and medicines would grow healthily. As for the 5 golden crystal grasses, Yang Kai knew what they were used for, but if he wanted to refine the golden crystal pill, he would need to purchase other herbs, so he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Yang Kai transplanted them into the medicine garden. In addition to these harvests, there were also various monster beast body materials. Yang Kai sorted them out a little and prepared to sell them in a few days. In any case, he didn't need to refine any artifacts now, so these monster beast body materials were useless to him, so he might as well exchange them for source crystals. There was also a Tao source fruit. Yang Kai took it out and looked at it for a while before putting it away. He didn't have much desire for the Tao source fruit, but now that he had obtained it, it was naturally the icing on the cake. He believed that as long as he refined it into a Tao source pill, it would help him break through to the Tao source realm faster. Of course, the premise was that all of the Saint Qi in his body had to be converted into source Qi. Next, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and stared at it solemnly. The most important harvest he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time was this jade bottle. After absorbing a large amount of world principles in the 3rd layer, which not only allowed him to gain a preliminary understanding of principle strength, but also made up for the lack of principle strength in the sealed world bead. This jade bottle was the one he obtained from the 1st layer of the Soaring Dragon altar. The dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were basically all fake, formed by illusions, but only the thing in this jade bottle was real. At that time, he had used his demon eye of annihilation to see through all illusions. While he was inspecting the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar with Duan Tian Ci and Zhong Zijin, Yang Kai had quietly taken out another jade bottle and swapped it for something else. Now that the alchemists sent by Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce headquarters had finally arrived, Kong Si Rant's worries were resolved. Then I must congratulate shopkeeper Kong, Yang Kai said with a smile. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, if alchemist Yang can stay and continue to perform alchemy for Spirit Pill Plaza, then this old master. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, shopkeeper Kong, I'm afraid that's not possible. I told you before that I don't make a living by alchemy. The reason I agreed to your request last time was because I needed pill recipes. Now that the 2 alchemists sent by headquarters have arrived, I won't be performing alchemy again in the future. Kong Si Ran heard this and sighed, that's a pity. In fact, with alchemist Yang's ability, if you focus on alchemy, I'm afraid your future achievements won't be any worse than Grandmaster Huang Pu's. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since Alchemist Yang has made up his mind, then this old master won't try to persuade you anymore. You have refined a large number of pills this time, so this old master will carefully calculate how many source crystals should be divided and send them to your cave mansion when the time comes. Many thanks, Yang Kai nodded. Then this old master will take his leave. Kong Si Ran nodded and walked out with Yang Kai. On the way out, Kong Si Ran suddenly said, Alchemist Yang, this old master will take the liberty to ask, are you in need of various pill recipes? Yes, shopkeeper Kong, do you have any connections? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If shopkeeper Kong has pill recipes that I don't know of, I can buy them. I'm sure you will be satisfied with the price. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, Alchemist Yang has shown this old master a great kindness. If this old master really has pill recipes, there is no harm in giving them to you. There is no need to mention the price. Shopkeeper Kong doesn't have pill recipes? Yang Kai was stunned. Kong Si Ran smiled mysteriously and said, although this old master doesn't, this old master knows a place that should have them. Moreover, if that place is real, not only will there be a large number of pill recipes, perhaps, there will also be the inheritance of an alchemy grandmaster. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Well, Alchemist Yang, come with me, I will tell you about it in detail. Kong Si Ran thought for a while before leading Yang Kai to his room. After a while, the two entered the room and Kong Si Ran asked someone to serve tea before he began explaining. After listening for a long time, Yang Kai learned that Kong Si Ran had information about the existence of a cave mansion. And that cave mansion was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai had known about this information many years ago, but he had been limited by his strength and couldn't explore it thoroughly. However, he had inquired about it a lot and even personally investigated it, so he was basically 80% sure that it was true. Is it really the cave mansion of an alchemy grandmaster? Yang Kai's heart was burning when he heard this and asked anxiously, which grandmaster did it belong to? Gong Sun Mu. I don't know if Alchemist Yang has heard of this person, Kong Si Ran replied slowly. Gong Sun Mu? Yang Kai frowned, recalling the ancient books he had read a few days ago. He vaguely seemed to have seen this name before, but there was no detailed description. Kong Si Ran saw his expression and smiled slightly. If Alchemist Yang has not heard of Gong Sun Mu, then you must know that among the 10 great emperors, there is one who has reached the pinnacle of alchemy. The wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, among the 10 great emperors, only the wondrous pill great emperors reached the pinnacle of alchemy and was revered by all. Shopkeeper Kong, what is the relationship between Gong Sun Mu and the wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. It was as if they had some kind of irreconcilable hatred for Yang Kai and were determined to kill him as soon as possible. Yang Kai was stunned. However, he did not put these two people's attacks in his eyes. After all, the cultivations of these two people were not very high. One was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator while the other was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Even if they attacked with all their strength, how much threat could they pose to him? As such, Yang Kai stood in place and did not move, instead raising a finger and flicking it forward. With two crisp sounds, the two streams of light that were heading towards his face were shattered. Seeing this, the expressions of the two people who had followed behind him froze for a moment, but soon they rushed forward with fierce expressions, as if they were not afraid of death. Using some kind of secret technique, they each spat out a mouthful of blood essence, causing their auras to soar. Yang Kai's brow furrowed immediately, and without waiting for these two to summon any kind of artifact, he leisurely released his territory field. In an instant, these two people felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, their bodies stiff and unable to move, but their expressions were filled with extreme anger as they glared at Yang Kai. Is this the Zhang family's residence? Yang Kai maintained the power of his territory field to suppress these two and asked faintly. Both of these men looked to be about 30 years old, one fat and one thin. Hearing this, the fatter man coldly snorted, "Why ask when you already know the answer? If you want to kill us, just kill us, no need to talk nonsense." Although the thinner man did not say anything, the sharp look in his eyes obviously meant the same thing. What happened to the Jiang family? Yang Kai was not a fool. Seeing the situation, how could he not guess what was going on and could not help frowning? "You're really long-winded. Since you're here to work for the Liu family, why put on such an act?" The fatter cultivator coldly snorted, a look of disdain on his face. The thinner cultivator sneered and said, "That old bastard Liu Baichuan pretends to be sanctimonious. The people he invited are naturally the same. Why is third brother so surprised?" The fat cultivator laughed loudly. "Yes, it's third brother who was stupid." Saying so, he spat fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed, "I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. I don't know any Liu Baichuan, nor do I know the Liu family you speak of. It was only because you suddenly attacked me that I fought back. Since you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan, why have you come to my Zhang family?" At this moment, a voice full of energy suddenly came from inside the manor. Then, a silver-haired old woman walked out step by step with the support of a young girl. She held a wooden staff that was as tall as a person in her hand. Behind the old woman, there were many others. This old woman was not young, her face full of wrinkles and brown age spots. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and immediately understood that this old woman was a first-order origin king, and she should have injured her foundation recently, so the Saint Chi in her body was somewhat chaotic. However, what puzzled him even more was that these people who followed the old woman were all women, middle-aged women, young girls, and even a few children. The only males present were the fat and thin martial artists who had launched a sneak attack on him before. It was as if all the men in this family were dead except for the fat and thin men. Yang Kai waved his hand and dispersed his territory, releasing the fat and thin men. The two men were tactful and seemed to realize that the gap in strength between them and Yang Kai was huge, so they didn't continue to tangle with him. Instead, their figures flickered and they arrived beside the old woman, assuming a protective posture as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "This one is Yang Kai. Greetings, old madam. May I ask if this is the Zhang family?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, this is the Zhang family," the old woman replied in a deep voice as she tapped her staff. "It's good that this is the Zhang family." Yang Kai smiled lightly and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Old madam, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Why did you attack me as soon as I arrived?" "Misunderstanding?" The old woman sneered. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not depends on who you are here for. You said before that you don't know that old thief Liu Baichuan?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Never heard of him." "Little brother means..." The old woman pondered. "Either I can guarantee your safety this time, which will be considered as fulfilling one of your requests, and you will have 2 more chances to ask me for help. Or I can take revenge for you, which will be considered as fulfilling all 3 requests. You can choose for yourself." Hearing this, the old woman was overjoyed. Overjoyed, she said, "This old one will naturally choose the second option. If little brother can really avenge my Zhang family, then there will be no need to trouble you in the future. You can consider it as fulfilling the agreement between you and Gao Xian. Not only that, this old woman will also thank you." "Good, then it's a deal." Yang Kai grinned in a good mood, got up and said, "Just wait for the good news." Saying so, he walked towards the door. "Little brother, this mistress will stand guard for you." The middle-aged beauty volunteered. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's figure flickered. But he had already disappeared. "Help me out and take a look." The old woman stood up excitedly and said to Zhang Ruo she beside her. The latter quickly helped the old woman up and hurried out. Outside the Zhang family manor, it was very lively. A team of people arrived at the gate of the manor, beating gongs and drums. Another 8 people were carrying a bridal sedan chair and many boxes covered in red cloth. Such a team was obviously used to escort a bride, so the things in those boxes were naturally the betrothal gifts. At this moment, this team stopped outside the manor, led by a middle-aged man with a mustache who looked to be in his 40s. His eyes were bright and his aura was deep, indicating he was a third-order origin king. Behind this middle-aged man, there was also a young man. Wearing a red wedding robe, he stood there with a smile on his face. His cultivation was not high, only third-order Saint King. He was also not very old, about 16 or 17 years old. His face was full of joy, as if he had become dizzy with happiness. The wedding procession was in a confrontation with the Zhang family's single family. Everyone from the Jianghu family glared at the mustached man and the young man in the red wedding robe behind him, their eyes spitting fire. All of them wore angry expressions as the strength in their bodies surged, but they did not dare to act rashly due to the difference in strength. Lu Baichuan, you still have the face to come to my Jianghu family. The fat cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai before gritted his teeth and shouted at the mustached man. My Jianghu family has been friends with your Lu family for generations, yet you still dare to act so ruthlessly and kill my Jianghu family's disciples. If I do not avenge this, I am not human. Lu Baichuan glanced at the fat cultivator indifferently and said, Junior, this old master is here to escort the bride today, so I won't argue with you. Let Aunt Qing come out and speak. You still have the face to call her Aunt Qing? The thin cultivator could not help but sneer. Lu Baichuan, father has learned today that your Lu family's face is thicker than the city walls. Admirable, admirable. Junior, you court death. Lu Baichuan was a third-order origin king master, so how could he endure being taunted by 2 origin returning realm juniors? He immediately shouted angrily, Who are you calling yourself father in front of? Impudent. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the thin cultivator. The thin cultivator's face changed as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi ensure while quickly retreating, trying to avoid Lu Baichuan's blow. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to circulate his strength. The gap in strength between a first-order returning realm cultivator and a third-order origin king was simply too great. To put it bluntly, Lu Baichuan could crush the thin cultivator to death with just a finger. Chapter 2022. Feeling this unique principal strength, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became dignified. The old woman had said that this silver moon purple frost saber was a product of a failed attempt to refine a Dao source grade artifact, and that was not a lie. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary origin king grade artifact to have such an effect. Of course, being able to draw out this trace of principal strength was also thanks to Lu Baichuan's profound cultivation. The source qi in his body must have been completely transformed and may even have touched upon the threshold of the Dao source realm and glimpsed some of the mysteries of principal strength. Otherwise, if it had been any other third-order origin king here, even if they had the silver moon purple frost saber, it would have been impossible for them to display such power. This principal strength was ice principle, and although it was very subtle and even elusive, it was a level that only Dao Source Realm cultivators could touch upon. With this artifact in hand, Lu Baichuan's combat power had risen to a whole new level. Kacha. The surrounding space showed faint signs of being frozen, and with Lu Baichuan as the center, layers of frost quickly spread out from the ground beneath his feet. The patriarch of the Lu family suddenly let out a roar as he took a step forward, his figure disappearing from where he stood. In the next moment he inexplicably appeared in front of Yang Kai and slashed out with his saber. The saber light flashed and was so powerful that it made one feel as if there was no way to avoid it. What's more, the cold aura emanating from the saber completely sealed the surrounding space, allowing Yang Kai to be struck by this saber. Haha. Lu Baichuan threw his head back and laughed with a look of satisfaction, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating himself. He was extremely confident in his all-out attack because several third-order origin kings had already been struck by it, so he believed that Yang Kai would definitely not be able to escape. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly shrank as he stared forward in amazement. In front of him, Yang Kai, who should have been cut in half and unable to resist, was actually safe and sound. There was not the slightest wound on his body, and he was holding a bladeless turquoise long sword in his hand. Inside this long sword, there was a faint snake-like thing swimming about. Holding this sword in front of him, Lu Baichuan blocked the shocking blow of the silver moon-purple frost saber. The ice principle strength that could render an origin king powerless did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the turquoise long sword light released a strange power that instantly disintegrated the ice principle strength. Lu Baichuan was Lu Baichuan's face, Yang Kai, Yang, to use principle strength. Law was an extremely profound power. This was the power of heaven and earth itself. In this world, only Dao Source Realm Masters could touch it, Origin King Realm cultivators were unable to use it at all. He had only been able to see through it with the help of a special artifact like the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber, but Yang Kai had done even better than him. Seeing how Yang Kai had easily resolved his killing blow, it was obvious that his comprehension of principle strength had exceeded 90% of the Origin King Realm's world principles. Yang the origin Yang Chi was. And without the support of principle strength, Yang Kai could easily withstand the attack of an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Little brat, you're actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, hateful. Lu Baichuan roared angrily. Yang Kai laughed, you're the one looking down on me. Saying so, he pressed down the dragon bone sword in his hand and sent Lu Baichuan crashing to the ground like a meteor. Just now, Lu Baichuan had used his escape to lure him in before turning around to attack him, but it was actually Space Force. Although it was not as powerful as his Moonblade, it was still enough to condense a Space Needle. Space Force was mysterious and difficult to defend against. If he had been careless for a moment, Lu Baichuan really could have succeeded. At that time, even a small Space Needle would be able to take his life. Unfortunately, Lu Baichuan had actually used his Space Force in front of him. What was the difference between this and Guangong? Looking back, the battlefield between the Lu and Zhang families was in chaos. The Zhang family was a lone force, and although they did not have as many masters as the Lu family, all of them were determined to fight to the death. This was especially true for the two first-order origin kings, the old woman and middle-aged beauty, who were fighting without any regard for their own lives, causing the Lu family's group to suffer a lot. However, they were much weaker after all, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Lu family wiped them out. But now, after fighting with Yang Kai for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Lu Baichuan had fled. This shocked the remaining Lu family members, and naturally, all of them lost their fighting spirit and wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into 3 golden spears. These golden spears trembled slightly in the air before shooting forward, piercing the bodies of 3 Lu family origin king realm cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. I'll leave these small fries to you, I'll chase after Lu Baichuan. Yang Kai did not kill them all. After severely injuring the 3 first-order origin kings, he took back his golden blood threads and his figure flickered as he chased after Lu Baichuan. Many thanks, little brother. The old woman was overjoyed and shouted before leading the Zhang family to launch a fierce counterattack. The 3 most powerful first-order origin kings of the enemy had been severely injured, so it was the best opportunity for them to take revenge personally, so how could the old woman hesitate? While she was angry in her heart, she also felt a sense of gratitude towards Yang Kai. Northwest of Maplewood City, 100 kilometers away from the Jiang family manor, there was another manor that was even larger than the Jiang family. Above the main entrance of this manor was a plaque with the words Lu Mansion written on it. Obviously, this was the Lu family's mansion. Today, the Lu Mansion was in a joyous mood as the family's disciples and servants were busy preparing for the upcoming wedding ceremony, but none of them realized that a disaster was about to befall them. It wasn't until Lu Baichuan suddenly appeared in the main hall of the mansion like a ghost that a few Lu family cultivator noticed. "Patriarch, didn't you go to the Jiang family to pick up the bride? Why did you come back now?" "The auspicious hour has yet to arrive," a Lu family origin returning realm cultivator asked in surprise. "Pass down my order, have everyone pack up and leave this place as soon as possible." After Lu Baichuan said this, he did not explain further and immediately rushed inside. "What?" The few Lu family elders who were left behind looked at each other in confusion. However, although Lu Baichuan didn't leave behind much information, everyone could tell from his expression that something bad was about to happen. They didn't dare to disobey the orders of the patriarch, so after discussing for a while, they immediately passed down the order. In the backyard of the Lu family, inside a secret chamber, Lu Baichuan hurriedly took out a token, opened a dozen restrictions around the chamber, and entered. By the time Yang Kai flew out of the secret vault, more than half a day had passed. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The Lu family ran away quite quickly, not a single one of them is left. When Lu Baichuan ordered the Lu family's people to pack up and leave as soon as possible, Yang Kai had also been hiding nearby, so naturally he had heard everything, but he hadn't expected them to be so efficient. However, this didn't matter as Yang Kai had promised the old woman of the Jiang family to avenge them. Now that Lu Baichuan had been captured by him and was on the verge of death, the three origin kings who had gone to the Jiang family were likely dead as well, so Yang Kai's mission had been completed. Yang Kai had never considered wiping out the entire Lu family. The Lu family had 300 to 400 people, many of them old, weak, women, and children. Even if they really stood in front of Yang Kai wouldn't be able to kill them. As such, after realizing that the Lu family had all fled, Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing them and instead returned the way he came with a clear conscience. At this moment, at the entrance of the Jiang family manor, blood was everywhere, and the bodies of 3 Lu family origin kings lay on the ground, their deaths miserable. Besides these 3 origin kings, none of the other people who had come to escort the bride had managed to escape, all of them killed by the Jiang family. The old woman's face was pale and her body was covered in blood, but it was impossible to tell whether it was hers or the enemy's. The middle-aged beautiful woman's aura was also somewhat unstable, her jade white hand holding her sword trembling slightly, and her delicate face was stained with blood, adding a touch of beauty to her beauty. Both the fat and thin cultivator were sitting on the ground, one clutching his thigh where blood was gurgling out while the other clutched his stomach, blood flowing from between his fingers. In this battle, although the Lu family's escort team had been wiped out, the Jiang family had also suffered countless injuries. Fortunately, no one had died, so it was an acceptable situation. The female army was cleaning up the battlefield, and every time they came across the dead body of a Lu family cultivator, they would spit on it fiercely. After a short rest, the middle-aged beautiful woman said, "Mother, Master, little brother Yang has been gone for half a day and has yet to return. I don't know what his situation is, but I want to go and meet him. What do you think?" "Good," the old woman nodded. "Gong, you go, but be careful." The middle-aged beautiful woman nodded solemnly and without waiting for her body to recover, she rushed in the direction of the Lu family. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi suddenly said, "Grandmother, master doesn't need to go, Sir Yang seems to have returned." Hearing her say this, the old woman and the middle-aged woman hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, in the sky over there, a figure was rapidly flying towards them. "He really came back." The middle-aged beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief. The old woman also smiled and said, "Little brother Yang's strength is amazing. It's good that he returned safely." "Oh, he seems to be carrying something in his hand, a person." The middle-aged beautiful woman stared intently, and when Yang Kai came closer, her tender body trembled. "It's that old thief Lu Baichuan. Brother Yang, little brother Yang has captured that old thief Lu Baichuan." "Really?" The old woman's eyes flashed, and she quickly got up and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. After a while, she couldn't help but laugh. "It really is that old thief Lu Baichuan. Sure enough, the heavens are right, retribution is not good. Gao Xian, my son, you can rest in peace knowing this in the underworld." At the end of her words, 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhang Ruoxi, who was supporting the old woman, also felt grief in her heart and her eyes were red. The figure in front of them flickered and Yang Kai landed in front of them. Throwing the half-dead Lu Baichuan to the ground, he cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Good, thank you for your trouble, little brother. My Zhang family is deeply grateful for little brother's great kindness," the old woman said seriously. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Old madam doesn't need to be so polite, I am just fulfilling my agreement with brother Zhang." Hearing him mention Zhang Gaoxian, the old woman's face darkened again. "Ahem, I have brought Lu Baichuan back. As for how to deal with him, old madam, you can discuss among yourselves." Yang Kai changed the subject. Chapter 2025. Late at night, in a large hall in the Zhang family manor. The Zhang family's old woman had set up a banquet to entertain Yang Kai to thank him for today's kindness. Only Yang Kai, the middle-aged beauty, and the old woman were present. The young girl, Zhang Ruoxi, stood to the side and served them eagerly, pouring wine for the 3 of them, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai from time to time with gratitude and admiration. The young girl was only 16 or 17 years old, a budding age where she longed to be a hero. Today, Yang Kai had almost single-handedly destroyed the Lu family and avenged her Zhang family, so how could the young girl not admire him? Among the people she had met in her life, Zhang Gaoxian was probably the strongest, but unfortunately, her grandfather had died in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although Kai Yang didn't look that old, he possessed a strength that was even greater than her grandfather's. Naturally, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Perhaps because of the influence of the wine, the young girl's small face, which was illuminated by the candlelight, appeared rosy. She stood there with her head lowered, only moving a little when it was time to pour the wine, appearing extremely lovable. "My Zhang family doesn't have much to offer, so please don't be polite, benefactor." Although the old woman had not yet recovered from her injuries, her face was still rosy as she eagerly invited Yang Kai to eat and drink. The middle-aged beauty also greeted him warmly. "Old madam is too polite. I really don't deserve to be called benefactor. If old madam doesn't mind, please call this junior by his name." Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable being called benefactor by the old woman. Previously, after the Zhang family killed Lu Baichuan, Yang Kai had already wanted to leave. If it weren't for Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit Jade, he wouldn't have agreed to stay no matter what. It was just that he didn't know how to bring up this matter. He instinctively felt that the space spirit Jade hid a lot of secrets, and it was very likely to be related to the Zhang family. If he spoke rashly, it would only backfire, so he could only wait for the right opportunity. Thinking so, he couldn't help but look up at Zhang Ruoxi. He happened to see the little girl quietly looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Zhang Ruoxi shivered in fright and quickly lowered her head, her pretty face turning red in an instant. Yang Kai chuckled and shifted his gaze casually. The beautiful woman sitting on the left side of Yang Kai took in this scene. It was unknown what she thought of, but she actually pursed her lips and smiled. Old madam, the matter of the Lu family has been settled. Consider it as me fulfilling my agreement with Brother Jiang, Yang Kai said with a solemn expression. Of course. The old woman nodded. As for the Dao source pill, after I find an alchemist to refine it, I will hand it over to the Jiang family. Please rest assured, old madam. The old woman chuckled. This old woman has faith in our benefactor's character. Besides, the Jiang family is not in a hurry. Now that my Jiang family's talents have withered, what can we do even if we obtain the Dao source pill? So, benefactor doesn't need to worry about this matter. You can find an alchemist to refine it when you have time. That would be for the best. Yang Kai nodded. At that moment, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who had not spoken much until now, suddenly spoke. Brother Yang, you are so young, yet you have such amazing cultivation and extraordinary looks. I'm sure there are many women who admire you, right? Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. He didn't expect the beautiful middle-aged woman to talk to him about this matter. The old woman also frowned. Although she felt that it was a little inappropriate for a woman to talk about this with Yang Kai, she knew her daughter-in-law wouldn't let this happen. However, she knew that her daughter-in-law would not speak without thinking, so she did not say anything. Instead, she calmly tasted the wine. The beautiful woman was also observing Yang Kai's expression. When she saw that after being stunned for a moment, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes and the expression on his face softened, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. She knew that Yang Kai was definitely not a blank slate when it came to relationships. But after thinking about it carefully, this wasn't surprising. Although Yang Kai didn't look very old, since he was able to cultivate to the third-order Origin King realm, he naturally had extraordinary experiences and met some unforgettable women along the way. If Kai Yang really didn't know anything about love, then that would be a strange thing. The banquet seemed to fall into a strange silence because of Yang Kai's memories. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a long sigh, got up and said, "Old madam, it's late. Junior will go back to rest first. Old madam, you were injured in the battle during the day, so you should also rest early to prevent your injuries from worsening." The old woman smiled and nodded. Many thanks for benefactor's concern. In that case, Ruoshi, take benefactor to the guest room and serve him well. Yes, Zhang Ruoshi heard this, put down the wine jug and bowed to Yang Kai. Sir, please come with me. Yang Kai excused himself and followed Zhang Ruoshi away. After Yang Kai left, the old woman glared at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman looked embarrassed and said, "Mother, master, this daughter-in-law knows she said something wrong. Fortunately, you didn't offend benefactor, otherwise, this old woman wouldn't have let you off," the old woman coldly snorted. The beautiful woman nodded repeatedly. "But, why did you inquire about those things just now?" The old woman frowned and asked again. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Mother, master, didn't you notice? At the banquet, this benefactor seemed to have looked at Ruoshi several times." "So what?" the old woman asked back. The beautiful woman said, "Although Ruoshi isn't a stunning beauty, she can still be considered a little beauty. This benefactor is likely interested in Ruoshi." The old woman heard this and hesitated. "That can't be, right? Ruoshi is just a first-order Saint King. How could she enter benefactor's eyes?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Mother, master, when men look at women, they don't just look at their cultivation, they also look at their feelings. Once they feel something, it doesn't matter how low their cultivation is. If they feel something is wrong, it doesn't matter how high their cultivation is." The old woman snapped. "Are you lecturing this old woman for not understanding the principles of men and women?" The beautiful woman spat out her tongue and said, "How could this daughter-in-law dare?" Needless to say, the things he obtained from the Lu family's secret vault were not cheap, at least 600,000 source crystals. Combined with Yang Kai's previous harvest, he now had almost 1,000,000 low-rank source crystals. There were also some artifacts in the secret vault, all of which were Origin King grade. Yang Kai only glanced at them a few times before throwing them into his space ring. As for some rare ores, he stuffed them into his small sealed world so his embodiment could absorb and smelt them using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art. There were also some pills that Yang Kai checked one by one, sorting them out in case of emergency. Next, Yang Kai checked Lu Baichuan's space ring. The things he obtained were basically the same as those in the secret vault. However, the Thunder Wind Hammer and Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber made Yang Kai a little worried. Although the Thunder Wind Hammer could manipulate the power of thunder and was extremely overbearing, it was still an Origin King-grade artifact after all. However, the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber could stimulate traces of principal strength. Chapter 2026. Before he broke through to the Tao Source realm, this Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber was still of some use to him. The most precious artifacts in his possession were the treasures of the 4 great emperors, but none of them could be easily revealed in front of others. Aside from that, there was only the Dragon Bone Sword left. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to integrate the Dragon Bone Sword into his body, so this artifact was destined to disappear in the near future. The Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber just happened to fill this gap. This artifact's grade wasn't too high, so it wouldn't attract too much attention when used, but what was rare was that it could draw a trace of principal strength. Thinking so, Yang Kai put away the Silver Moon Purple Frost Saber. He didn't try to refine it, so as not to waste time. This way, he could replace it at any time when he found a better one. After that, he solemnly took out the Space Spirit Jade from his space ring. As soon as the pitch-black round jade appeared, Yang Kai sensed that it was different from the one he had seen during the day. At this moment, the Space Spirit Jade was trembling slightly and emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. Layers of pitch-black ripples were rippling across its surface. The pitch-black jade seemed to have become darker, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. It really reacted. When Yang Kai saw this, how could he not know that the Space Spirit Jade had such a change? It was entirely because Jianghu was nearby. When Yang Kai saw it during the day, this thing was like an ancient well without any ripples. At this moment, he clearly felt that the Space Spirit Jade was fluctuating with obvious space force fluctuations. If someone immersed themselves in these fluctuations for a long time, they might be able to spy on the cultivation method of space force. Back then, Jianghu lived in the Lu family for a month. Lu Baichuan was in that month. He had his own opportunity and was able to enter the Tao of space. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, the reason why Lu Baichuan wanted his descendant to marry Jianghu was entirely because of the Space Spirit Jade. It could even be said that his scheming against the Zhang family was related to this. However, Yang Kai couldn't use these fluctuations to investigate anything. If Jianghu were to come into contact with this jade, he didn't know what would happen. However, even though the item was in his hands, it still came from the Zhang clan. Yang Kai took it for himself and didn't return it. After all, it was his spoils of war, and the Zhang family was in no position to say anything. If he went to the Zhang family to inquire about the secret of this item, it would be somewhat unreasonable. The Zhang clan might not know the true value of this item. Or else, 200 years ago, she would not have given it to the Lu family as a dowry. It seemed that he had to rely on himself for everything. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the Zhang family's residence. Every time he left the guest room, he would investigate the secrets hidden in the Space Spirit Jade wall. Unfortunately, he found nothing. When he realized that probing like this was not the way to go, he knew that there was no point in continuing to stay in the Zhang family, so he immediately left to bid farewell to the Zhang family's matriarch. The old woman and the middle-aged beauty repeatedly urged him to stay, but seeing that Yang Kai had made up his mind, they didn't force him and personally escorted him out of the manor. Benefactor, please take care of yourself in the future. If you have free time, please come to visit my Zhang family. My Zhang family will always welcome you. After 2 days of rest, the old woman looked much better. Lady Ruo, she is both beautiful and intelligent. How could I dislike her? It's just that. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at the old woman. Seeing that the old woman was also looking at him with some expectation in her eyes, Yang Kai knew that this matter had probably been discussed between the old woman and the middle-aged woman. Perhaps, that night at the banquet, he glanced at Zhang Ruoxi a few more times, causing them to misunderstand. Seeing Zhang Ruoxi lowering her head, biting her thin lips, and looking like she was about to cry, Yang Kai sighed in his heart and swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. He said, "It's just that I don't want to force you. I have to ask for Lady Ruoxi's opinion on this matter. If she wants to go with me, I can take her away from the Zhang family. If she doesn't want to, then forget it." Hearing this, the middle-aged beauty breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "Of course." While speaking, she looked at Zhang Ruoxi and said, "Girl, Benefactor asked you a question, so you should answer truthfully. Are you willing to leave with Benefactor and serve him as a slave or maid from now on?" Zhang Ruoxi didn't even dare to raise her head and just nodded gently. The middle-aged beauty smiled and said, "Just speak, otherwise, Benefactor won't know what you're thinking." Only then did Zhang Ruoxi say in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm willing." The middle-aged beauty smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "Benefactor, you see Ruoxi is willing, no one forced her." Yang Kai sighed and said, "All right. In that case, you will come with me." "Many thanks, sir." Zhang Ruoxi bowed gracefully. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you. Please rest assured, old madam." Yang Kai turned to the old woman and said seriously. The old woman smiled and said, "It's Ruoxi's fortune to be able to follow Benefactor. My Zhang family believes in Benefactor's character." Yang Kai nodded and looked at Zhang Ruoxi. "If you have anything else to say to your family, you can say it now. I'll wait for you in front." After saying so, Yang Kai flew off into the distance. Looking back, Zhang Ruoxi was in the old woman's arms, sobbing nonstop. The old woman kept patting her on the shoulder to comfort her and to remind her of something. Later, Zhang Ruoxi said goodbye to the middle-aged beauty and the others one by one. Before leaving, she kowtowed 3 times to the Zhang family's residence before walking back to Yang Kai. When she got close, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "Sir, I'm fine." Yang Kai chuckled, "You don't have to make it sound like a parting of life and death. I live in Maplewood City. If you miss home in the future, you can come back at any time. I won't restrict you." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, "Great-grandmother said that I will no longer be a member of the Zhang family in the future. If there's nothing important, I don't need to come back. I just need to serve Sir wholeheartedly." Yang Kai was startled and nodded. "Old madam has given a lot of thought to this." The old woman's warning to Zhang Ruoxi was obviously because she was afraid of making him unhappy. However, she didn't know that he didn't care about this at all. Moreover, the reason he agreed to take Zhang Ruoxi with him wasn't what they thought. However, this kind of thing wasn't easy to explain, so Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Flying back, Yang Kai didn't have any good flight-type artifacts. He only had a star shuttle that he had bought in the territory of Homestar. It had long since fallen behind the times when his cultivation had improved. So, he simply wrapped Zhang Ruoxi in his power and flew back with her. Zhang Ruoxi was only a first-order Saint King and had never left the Zhang family before, so she had never experienced such a fast flight. Although it was clean and tidy, it was also very simple. Thinking that this would be her place to live in the future, she began to think about how to renovate it. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly smiled and began to take out some things from her space ring and arrange them. Spirit Pill Plaza. When Yang Kai entered, someone immediately reported to Kong Si Ran. Not long after, Kong Si Ran hurried out and enthusiastically grabbed Yang Kai's arm. "Alchemist Yang, you finally showed up. If you hadn't appeared, I'm afraid you would have missed this auction. Come, let's go, there's not much time left. Let's hurry to the City Lord's mansion." "The auction will be held at the City Lord's mansion?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. "Naturally. After all, this auction is personally organized by the City Lord's master, so the venue will naturally be the City Lord's mansion." I'll tell you what good things will appear on the way. Along the way to the city lord's mansion with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai listened to the inside story and learned that although Maplewood City's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties when they entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, some of them had really obtained some good things. Needless to say, the Dao Source fruit would definitely appear as the finale of the auction. There would also be several Dao Source grade artifacts, attracting many Dao Source realm masters from nearby forces to participate in the auction. Moreover, there would also be some pills and lost secret arts and secret techniques. In short, this auction would be unprecedentedly grand, and Maplewood City's cultivator was looking forward to it. However, there were conditions to participate in the auction. After all, there were so many cultivators in Maplewood City that even if the city lord's mansion was large, it could not accommodate so many people. If one wanted to enter the auction, besides having an invitation from the city lord's mansion, there were only two kinds of people who could enter freely. One was a cultivator above the Origin King realm, while the other was a cultivator with strong financial resources. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to enter the auction. Kong Si Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, often dealt with the city lord's mansion, so naturally, he had received an invitation. His invitation allowed him to bring one person into the auction, so Yang Kai did not need to be checked for his cultivation or financial resources. Heavenly Martial Holy Land put 3 Dao Source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and one will appear in the auction. I wonder who will get the remaining 2. Kong Si Ran had been brooding over the Dao Source fruit for a long time now and was very annoyed that he did not have such an opportunity in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now he had to compete with others for it. For this Dao Source fruit, he had brought out almost all of his savings and was ready to go all out. However, he also knew that there was no hope for him. After all, although he was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, how could his financial resources be compared to those sects and families? If he represented Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, he could get the support of the Chamber of Commerce, then the situation would be completely different. But how could he get the financial support of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in such a short time? Hearing him say so, Yang Kai sniffed but did not say anything. After all, one of the Dao Source fruits was still in his space ring, and he did not know who would get the third one, or how many Dao Source realm cultivators would appear. The two talked as they walked and soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion, there was a bustling crowd. Many cultivators were scrambling to get in while the guards of Maplewood City were trying to maintain order. From time to time, someone would fly back and forth from high up in the sky, scolding those who wanted to cut the line. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator wants to participate in the auction? Go back and cultivate for a few years before coming back. What? You have source crystals? Let me see. Hundreds of thousands of source crystals are source crystals? Get out of here. The sound of cursing came from the front. It was obvious that there were cultivators who did not meet the requirements who wanted to sneak through, but they were caught by the guards and thrown far away, their faces covered in dirt. First Order Origin King, you barely qualify. This friend, please. You're just a Third Order Saint King. What are you doing here? Do you think I won't slap you to death? Hey, you brought 1,000,000 source crystals? You should have said so earlier. You can enter now. The cultivator guards were also very busy. Seeing that the auction was about to begin, there were still countless cultivators who wanted to enter, giving them a headache. Ah, it's Shopkeeper Kong. Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd for a long time before they arrived in front of a city lord's mansion guard. The guard recognized Kong Si Ran at once and immediately put on a smile. Shopkeeper Kong, we have to follow the rules this time. You should have an invitation, right? Of course. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Under the envious eyes of many cultivators nearby, he took out an invitation and handed it to the guard. The guard took it, verified it, and said with a smile, "Good, Shopkeeper Kong, please come in. Once inside, you only need to show your invitation and someone will come to greet you." Many thanks. By the way, this Kong wants to bring this friend in. Is that okay? Kong Si Ran pointed at Yang Kai. According to the rules, there's no problem. The guard just glanced at Yang Kai and let him in. Kong Si Ran nodded and jumped out of the crowd with Yang Kai. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Let's go, the auction is about to begin," Kong Si Ran said and quickened his pace. After a short while, the two entered the city lord's mansion. After Kong Si Ran showed his invitation, a maidservant immediately led the two to a private room numbered B9. Kong Si Ran was a little surprised by this number. After all, he was a well-known figure in Maplewood City. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, he had the halo of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Even City Lord Duan Yuanshan didn't dare to underestimate him. But now, he was only assigned to a private room in Room B. It could be seen that there were people stronger than him in the rooms numbered before him, or those with even more powerful backgrounds. Realizing this, Kong Si Ran couldn't help but frown. He had a bad feeling about this. The auction hall should have been temporarily remodeled from one of the city lord's mansion's main halls. The area was quite large, and the hall below was densely packed with people. In less than half an hour, more than 40 items were auctioned off. This was completely impossible in the auctions Yang Kai had experienced in the past. Pills, artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques appeared one after another. Some were put up for auction by the cultivator themselves, but most of them were taken out from the 5-colored treasure pagoda. These relics from the primordial battlefield naturally caused a lot of people to fight over them. The atmosphere in the auction was extremely heated. Yang Kai also roughly understood the prices of these items. An ordinary Dao Source grade artifact cost 7 or 800,000 source crystals. If the grade was slightly higher, it would be normal for it to cost a few million. He thought that with 1,000,000 source crystals, he would have some confidence, but now it seemed he was still poor. Dao Source grade low rank, Tiger Battle Armor, 1,800,000 going once, going twice, going thrice. Friends who bid, please bring your source crystals backstage to complete the transaction. Let's take a look at the next auction item. After Drunkard finished speaking, he stood to the side again, motionless. From backstage, a maidservant walked out, dragging a mysterious auction item on a jade plate. The item was covered by a red cloth, so no one could see its true appearance. They only knew that it was about half a foot tall. When the maidservant came closer, Drunkard suddenly smiled meaningfully and looked down. This auction item is extremely precious. It was originally supposed to be the finale, but under this old man's strong request, it appeared ahead of time. I'm sure many people have already guessed what it is, so let's begin. Saying so, he lifted the red cloth on the jade plate, and the true appearance of the auction item was revealed to everyone. It was a furnace that could be held with one hand. The furnace was blue in color and was carved with dragons and phoenixes, looking extremely extraordinary. A desolate and ancient aura spread out from it. Drunkard picked up the furnace with one hand and smiled meaningfully. This black jade furnace has been refined with this old man and city lord master for many days, but we still can't tell. We only know that it is an alchemy furnace, a Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace at that. A Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace. Exclamations suddenly came from below. Although many good things had appeared in this auction, and there were even countless artifacts, there were only a handful of Dao Source grade mid-rank treasures that were of the upper grade. In particular, this was an alchemy furnace, so its characteristics would naturally cause many alchemists to scramble for it. Alchemists were extremely wealthy existences, and a good alchemy furnace could often make alchemists go bankrupt. What's more, the various great sects and families had always been dedicated to cultivating their own alchemists, so this Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace would definitely tempt them. With a good alchemy furnace, an alchemist could not only improve their chances of successfully refining pills, but also refine pills that were normally impossible to refine. As such, the value of an alchemy furnace could be imagined. Even Yang Kai, who had yet to bid, couldn't help but light up when he saw this alchemy furnace, sending his divine sense towards the high platform to investigate it carefully. There were many people who did the same as him, and countless divine senses poured in from all directions of the auction hall, converging together and creating a lively atmosphere. Does Alchemist Yang want this pill furnace? Kang Si Ran observed carefully and asked with a slight smile. I have some ideas, but… Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile. I probably won't be able to snatch it. In addition to having the various abilities of an ordinary alchemy furnace, it also had its own characteristics. It was also a Dao Source grade mid-rank pill. Its value was so great that in the eyes of alchemists, it was no less than an emperor artifact. Time is limited, so this old man won't show the other characteristics of this alchemy furnace one by one. However, this old man can guarantee that if an alchemist can obtain this thing, they will be able to refine pills an entire realm higher. As soon as this statement came out, countless people gasped. It was more difficult for an alchemist to break through than a cultivator, especially when it came to breaking through a great realm. Many alchemists were stuck at the Origin King grade high rank, unable to advance even an inch in their lifetime. But according to Drunkard, as long as they had the Black Jade Cauldron, an Origin King grade alchemist would have a chance to refine a Dao Source grade pill, and even the chances of successfully refining a pill would not be too low. All kinds of temptations and benefits not only tempted the alchemists present, but also caused the eyes of the representatives from the various sects and families to burn. Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemy furnace, Black Jade Cauldron, starting price 1 million source crystals. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. Please proceed, Drunkard shouted and walked to the side with a smile. Starting price 1 million. Yang Kai heard this and could not help twitching his mouth. Just now, when he saw Drunkard's extravagant words, he was naturally tempted by the Black Jade Cauldron. The alchemy furnace in his hand was the Purple Origin Cauldron he obtained from the Emperor Garden. Its grade was not low, at least an Origin King grade high-rank alchemy furnace. It had accompanied him until now, but compared to the Black Jade Cauldron, the Purple Origin Cauldron was not even on the same level. However, this starting price of 1 million still made Yang Kai smile bitterly. He only had 1 million source crystals on hand, which was probably only enough for the starting price. Is this Black Jade Cauldron really so magical? To the side, Kang Si Ran also seemed a little surprised. Although he could rely on his good relationship with the City Lord's mansion to obtain some information in advance, he obviously did not know much about this Black Jade Cauldron, so after listening to Drunkard, his expression could not help but become solemn. If he could win this alchemy furnace, the output of Spirit Pill Plaza would definitely increase greatly in the future, and as the manager of this place, his performance would also improve. Perhaps one day he would be rewarded and promoted by the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. But when he thought of the Dao Source fruit, Kang Si Ran hesitated again. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai, only to see Yang Kai also smiling bitterly, so he asked in amazement, Alchemist Yang, are you not going to bid? No, I'll just watch the show. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Seeing this, the Jiang family man who had just spoken was overjoyed. Vice City Lord Master, can we… Before he could finish speaking, a charming voice suddenly sounded, Old Master Jiang, don't be so anxious. Little sister hasn't bid yet. For 2 million will do. As soon as this was said, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the Jiang family's private room flashed with a cold light. He looked towards the source of the voice and shouted, Shopkeeper Zhua? At the same time, Kang Si Ran also coldly snorted, Zhuaning Si. That slut really can't hold back anymore. As each other's sworn enemies, Kang Si Ran naturally recognized the owner of the charming voice. It was the shopkeeper of Pill and Artifact Pavilion, Zhuaning Si, who had tried to poach him before. Although she was only a third-order origin king, she was still representing Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so after a moment of silence she asked coldly, "Dare I ask for your excellency's name?" However, the bidder in the A block didn't seem to have any intention of replying to her. Zhuaning said angrily, hiding the head but showing the tail, "Does your excellency not dare to show his name?" After these words came out, the bidder finally sneered, "What a joke, this father is just participating in this auction, what's wrong? Do I have to announce my name before bidding? Which auction has such a rule? Sir Vice City Lord, does Maplewood City's auction have such a rule?" His last sentence was directed to Drunkard. Drunkard frowned when he heard this, thought for a while, and cupped his fists. "Friend must be joking, Maplewood City's auction naturally does not have such a rule." "That's right, shopkeeper Zhua. Since you are a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, this father will not lower himself to your level, but if you dare speak presumptuously again, don't blame this father for being ruthless." Saying so, a powerful divine sense spread out from a block private room and directly swept over Zhuaning's body. Zhuaning's face couldn't help turning pale as she immediately realized that the other party didn't give her any face at all. If she continued to pester him, she would really anger him. Judging from the strength of this divine sense, the other party didn't seem to be a master from the first-order Dao Source Realm, but a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Maplewood City's City Lord, Duan Yuan Shan, was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was already the overlord of the surrounding several 100,000 kilometers. Who knew where this person had come from? But he actually possessed strength that was on par with Duan Yuan Shan. Even if Zhuaning was wearing the halo of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, with this person's cultivation and strength, he could easily kill Zhuaning without anyone noticing. After realizing this, Zhuaning reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "Since Senior is interested in this black jade furnace, this mistress can only give up. Congratulations, Senior." Without even mentioning the fact that the price of 6 million source crystals had already exceeded Zhuaning's bottom line, this person's temperament was also extremely perverse. If she continued to compete with him, she would definitely suffer. Zhuaning judged the situation and naturally didn't dare to open her mouth to bid, instead withdrawing after saying a few polite words. No one had expected that the black jade furnace, which had been fought over by so many great families, would eventually fall into the hands of a mysterious person who had only offered a single bid. However, a price of 6 million source crystals was indeed within his ability. After Drunkard stepped onto the stage and counted down from 3, the ownership of the black jade furnace was settled. "I didn't expect that the black jade furnace would be worth 6 million, then the Dao source fruit." Kong Si Rant's face was filled with disappointment. Although he had brought a lot of source crystals this time, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to obtain the Dao source fruit, so he couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him and could only remain silent. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill. On the high platform, Drunkard smiled mysteriously. "As for what this spirit pill is, please allow this old man to keep everyone in suspense." While he was speaking, a maidservant had already presented the auction item to him. After he lifted the red cloth covering the item, everyone saw a navy blue spirit pill about the size of a longan lying quietly on a jade plate. Chapter 2031. Vice City Lord Master, may I ask if this spirit pill was brought out from the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Someone in the audience asked loudly. Drunkard smiled and nodded, "Indeed. Moreover, this spirit pill is not one of the spirit pills that the great sects used before, but a genuine ancient spirit pill. As you can see, because of the existence of pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit pill have always been preserved. Otherwise, after so many years, even the most powerful spirit pill would have been reduced to ashes. After a spirit pill was refined, it was generally stored in a jade bottle to preserve its medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. However, even if it was a high-grade spirit pill, with the passage of time, its medicinal efficacies would fade away and eventually become useless. However, if a spirit pill formed pill veins, there was no need to worry about this problem at all, as pill veins could automatically absorb world energy to maintain its medicinal efficacies. The pill clouds above pill veins were even more incredible. A spirit pill that formed pill clouds could increase its medicinal efficacies over time. The longer it was, the more terrifying the medicinal efficacies would become. If an Origin King grade spirit pill formed pill clouds when it was refined, after thousands of years of precipitation, the medicinal efficacies contained within it may not even be comparable to an Emperor grade spirit pill. Yang Kai had such a spirit pill in his possession. When he obtained the purple origin furnace in the Emperor Garden, there was a dragon flame purple marked pill that had formed pill clouds inside it. It was refined by the owner of the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, but for some unknown reason, it had remained inside the purple origin furnace until Yang Kai finally obtained it. The Emperor Garden had been silent for tens of thousands of years at that time, so this dragon flame purple marked pill had been nourished by pill clouds for tens of thousands of years. As such, although it was only Origin King grade mid-rank, the medicinal efficacies contained within it were not necessarily comparable to those of an Emperor grade spirit pill. Such a spirit pill would likely be of great use to the Emperor realm. The reason why Yang Kai had not dared to take it was because he was worried that the medicinal efficacies would be too much for him to bear, so he had kept them until now. He did not dare say that such a spirit pill was unique in this world, but there were definitely no more than 10 of them. It was easy to imagine how precious it was. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he did not dare to recklessly consume the Dragon Flame Purple Mark pill. He could only wait until his strength increased a little in the future to see if he could withstand the medicinal effects. Vice City Lord Master, what is the grade of this spirit pill and what is its use? The cultivator below asked. This was also the question that everyone was concerned about. Drunkard smiled and said, "Even if you didn't ask, this old man would have explained it anyway." After several days of research by many masters in the city, the final conclusion was that this spirit pill is a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What's more, its effects are quite attractive. Hearing Drunkard's words, the cultivator below suddenly became spirited and looked at the stage expectantly. What was the name of this spirit pill in the ancient times? No one knew. The pill recipe has long been lost. The City Lord Master named it the Marrow Washing Pill. As for its specific use, you can tell from the name. Naturally, it can wash one's marrow and meridians, allowing one to be reborn and improve the cultivator's cultivation aptitude. As soon as Drunkard's voice fell, the cultivator below the stage suddenly exclaimed. Their gazes towards the marrow washing pill became fiery and violent. Even the masters in the private rooms released their divine senses one after another. They went to investigate the spirit pill. It was no wonder everyone had such a reaction. How miraculous was a spirit pill that could wash one's marrow and meridians and improve one's cultivation aptitude? At the very least, except for a few pills that only appeared in legends, there was no such thing in the star boundary. But this marrow washing pill had such a heaven-defying effect. No one would complain about having good aptitude. Everyone wanted to go to the next level. Why were some third-order Origin Kings unable to break through to the Dao Source realm? It might be because of their secret art, injuries, or other various reasons. But most of them were because their aptitude was not enough. If one could improve one's aptitude, they might be able to be reborn and easily enter the Dao Source realm. The marrow washing pill in front of them was obviously such a thing, so it was only natural that people coveted it. That's not right, Vice City Lord Master. A man's voice suddenly came from a private room. It was the man from the Jianghu family who had bid many times before. If this spirit pill really has such a miraculous effect, how could anyone be willing to take it out for auction instead of taking it themselves? This Jiang believes that as long as a cultivator has a bit of brain, they wouldn't make such a choice. Vice City Lord Master, is there anything wrong with this spirit pill? Hearing this, the cultivators who had been staring at them with fervent gazes were shocked. They secretly felt that the Jiang family members' words made a lot of sense. If the effects of the marrow cleansing pill were really so miraculous, which fool would put it up for auction? It could even be said that City Lord Duan Yuan Shan would take it for himself. It was just that Drunkard's description made people subconsciously ignore this concern. Now that they were reminded by the Jiang family man, they immediately came to their senses and asked Drunkard for a clear explanation. Drunkard glanced at the Jiang family's private room and grinned meaningfully. Brother Jiang asked a good question. Although this marrow washing pill is miraculous, it does have some drawbacks. Please elaborate. The Jiang family man quickly said. First, although this spirit pill can indeed wash one's marrow and meridians, it can only be used on cultivator at the Saint King realm and below. It has no effect on cultivators at the Saint King realm and above. Secondly, its effects would only last until the person who took it reached the Origin King realm. Once the person who took it broke through to the Origin King realm, they would revert back to their original aptitude. Of course, other than these 2 points, this spirit pill has no drawbacks. There will be no side effects after taking it. Please rest assured. There is such a strange spirit pill in this world. The Jiang family man was stunned. He just spent 6 million for the Black Jade Furnace, and now he's bidding for this artifact spirit. What do you know? If we can obtain both of them, they will complement each other perfectly. If we can integrate the artifact spirit into the Black Jade Cauldron, it may be able to advance to Dao Source grade high rank, or even reach the level of an Emperor artifact. So that's how it is. It seems this senior is determined to win this fire attribute artifact spirit? Haha. That depends on this senior's financial resources. There are a lot of people here who are interested in this artifact spirit. When this voice called out 3 million, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He naturally recognized the owner of the voice. The other party was interested in Lu Yen because he had just won the Black Jade Furnace. Just as the other cultivator had said, he should want to integrate Lu Yen into the alchemy furnace to improve its quality. The other party was rich and overbearing. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people who were about to bid fell silent, causing the auction to go silent for a long time, with no one bidding. Seeing this, Yang Kai had no choice but to make a move and shouted, "For million!" Lu Yen was the only one he could not give up on. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he would not hesitate. After Yang Kai's voice came out, Lu Yen, who had been standing on the high platform and looking around coldly, couldn't help but tremble slightly. She glanced towards room B9 before quickly turning her eyes away, but the corners of her mouth still curled slightly. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai would not allow her to fall into the hands of others. Another fierce man has come. This is going to be interesting. I wonder who will win in the end. That will depend on who has more source crystals. Yang Kai raised the price from 3 million to 4 million in a single breath. Just like the previous person, he also increased the price by 1 million, but his boldness was not inferior to the other parties. Inside the A block private room, a thin man who seemed to be in his 40s could not help but frown as he sent his divine sense towards room B9. Although these private rooms had barriers that isolated ordinary divine sense from probing them, because they had been set up temporarily, they were naturally not too powerful. The thin man's divine sense immediately broke through the barriers and directly pressed down on Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran. Kong Si Ran immediately let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and he suddenly felt suffocated. Yang Kai's body also shrank, but after circulating his divine sense, he was safe and sound. Second Order Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai's heart sank as he was able to infer the other party's true realm from the strength of his divine sense. Brother Han. On the high platform as the host of the auction, Drunkard naturally could not allow the strong to bully the weak. Seeing this situation, he immediately shouted, "Please stop." He called out the thin man's surname, obviously already knowing the other party's identity. Hearing this, the thin man surnamed Han sneered. This Han didn't do anything, he was just looking at them. Your Excellency Vice City Lord doesn't need to be nervous. Drunkard frowned and said lightly, that's good. Brother Han is an honored guest, so he naturally knows the rules of the auction. You don't need to remind me, the thin man surnamed Han coldly snorted, seemingly quite displeased. Drunkard nodded lightly and said, then let the auction continue. This friend in room B9 has already bid 4 million. Does Brother Han want to increase the price? After Drunkard asked this question, before the thin man surnamed Han could speak, a loud laugh suddenly rang out from the private room next to his. This young lord bids 4. This guy doesn't put this young lord in his eyes. Does he want this young lord to kneel down and lick his boots? In his dreams, Ning Yuancheng unfurled his golden fan and gently fanned himself, his face filled with pride and joy. Lu Yizhi sighed and didn't say anything more. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master bid 7. 5 million, is there no higher bid? Then 7. 5 million going once, going twice, going thrice. The fire attribute artifact spirit will belong to young palace master. Please bring chi source crystals backstage for the transaction. Drunkard's face wrinkled with a smile. For him, the higher the price of the auction he was hosting, the more profit he could make from it. After he finished speaking, Drunkard's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, the auction is now coming to an end. As for what the final auction item is, I presume all of you already know. And this old man won't go into too much detail. Present the auction item. As soon as he finished speaking, a maidservant immediately walked up with a jade plate. The final auction item was naturally the Dao source fruit that Heavenly Marshal Holy Land had placed in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. For a time, it attracted the attention of countless people. Many cultivators had never seen what a Dao source fruit looked like in their entire lives. So even if they knew they had no chance of winning it, they still wanted to enjoy the sight of it. In the future, they would naturally have another topic to talk about. Many of the guests in this auction had come for this Dao source fruit. In the previous auctions, many of the Dao source realm masters in the A block private room had not participated, not even when the black jade furnace appeared or when Lu Yen bid. They had come here to participate in the auction for only one purpose, the Dao source fruit. A single Dao source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and if one was lucky, 5 or 6 pills could be produced, which could create 5 or 6 Dao source realm masters. This was a great temptation for any great force. And this last auction was destined to be an intense competition between the major clans and sections. Yang Kai's mind was no longer in the auction house. The Dao source fruit might be attractive to others, but he could turn a blind eye to it. After all, he already had a Dao source fruit and did not have the financial resources to participate in this auction. He silently sensed the location of Lu Yen. Although the connection between him and Lu Yen was minimal because of the seal on the round bowl, Yang Kai was still able to sense him after he calmed down. Since he could not compete for Lu Yen openly with his powerful financial resources at the auction, he could only steal from the shadows. Fortunately, Lu Yen was eventually won by Ning Yuancheng, so Yang Kai had no qualms about stealing from him. He had some grudges with Ning Yuancheng. At the entrance to the second layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Ning Yuancheng had taken the initiative to attack him with a group of Flying Saint Palace disciples. Yang Kai did not put the other members of Flying Saint Palace in his eyes, but the second-order Dao Source Realm Lu Yizhi was a little tricky for Yang Kai. A second-order Dao Source Realm Master was not someone he could compete with right now, but fortunately, he had the Monster Insect Queen and the Blue Flame Thunderwolf. These two blood beasts had the strength of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master and a first-order Dao Source Realm Master respectively, so there should be no problem for them to restrain Lu Yizhi. As long as he could restrain Lu Yizhi with Yang Kai's means, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to snatch Ning Yuancheng from him? Yang Kai thought so, but there would definitely be some variables if he really wanted to implement it, so he had to plan carefully. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, the auction house was already in full swing because of the Dao source fruit. Even Kong Si Ran joined in the bidding, but with his financial resources, he only had 2 chances to bid. As soon as he called out a bid, it was replaced by a higher price. The price of the Dao source fruit soared to a point that made Kong Si Ran despair. When someone shouted a high price of 8 million, Kong Si Ran slumped into his chair and sighed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this. From what he could sense, Lu Yan's aura had already reached the private room of Flying Saint Palace. Obviously, he had completed the transaction with the city lord's mansion. However, Ning Yuancheng did not rush to leave and instead stayed to watch the fierce battle for the Dao source fruit. Just as he was struggling to move forward, Yang Kai suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. This sudden situation caused his face to change and he came to an abrupt halt. This divine sense didn't contain any murderous intent, but it was extremely cold, and after sweeping over Yang Kai, it withdrew. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy look on his face. After a while, he whispered, "Someone is still tracking the people from Flying Saint Palace? This feeling, it's that man surnamed Han." Back at the auction, that man surnamed Han had used his divine sense to suppress Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai, so after interacting with him at this moment, Yang Kai immediately knew the other party's identity. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that in addition to himself, there would be someone else chasing after the people from Flying Saint Palace. If it weren't for the other party's confidence in his strength and not putting an origin king in his eyes, Yang Kai might not have been able to detect it. Once Yang Kai attacked the people from Flying Saint Palace, this man surnamed Han might have taken advantage of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this man surnamed Han had acted superfluously, otherwise, things would have become really troublesome. The other party probably wanted to use his divine sense to intimidate Yang Kai so he would retreat and not get involved in this muddy water. If it were any other origin king, they would have turned around and fled at this moment, but Yang Kai had a reason to continue chasing. After a short pause, Yang Kai continued to chase, but at this moment, his mood was no longer as anxious as before. In any case, it was obvious that this man surnamed Han wanted to make things difficult for the people from Flying Saint Palace, so Yang Kai didn't need to rush to take action. It would be better to wait until both sides suffered losses before acting. The reason this man surnamed Han chased after the people from Flying Saint Palace was obviously because of Lu Yan. At the auction, his financial resources were not as good as Ning Yuancheng's, so he could only snatch it halfway. This idea happened to coincide with Yang Kai's. With this man surnamed Han acting as the vanguard, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became cheerful, and while chasing, he began thinking about how to act stealthily. It would be best if neither side could discover him. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't come up with a good plan, making him quite depressed. He could only make up his mind to act when the time came. On the Flying Saint Palace ship ahead, the disciples were busy maintaining the ship's speed, so naturally, none of them were aware of the 2 people hiding their auras behind them. Half a day later, when the sky was about to turn dark, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a flash of light and the sound of explosions could be heard vaguely as strong world energy fluctuations were transmitted over. That guy has made a move. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to quietly and quickly approach this place. His Nihility secret technique, in addition to having a miraculous effect in avoiding fatal blows, could also conceal one's vitality and aura. This secret technique, which originated from the Tao of space, was even more powerful than the concealment techniques of ordinary sects. Unless there was a cultivator whose strength was higher than Yang Kai's by an entire great realm, it was generally impossible for others to detect his existence. After flying forward for half an hour, Yang Kai finally arrived at his destination. Under the moonlight, a beautiful ship was suspended mid-air, and on the deck of the ship, there were some vague figures looking in a certain direction. Lu Yiji's face suddenly became extremely pale as he recognized the reason for this change. Hehehe. Han Lung's body had already disappeared, and at this moment only his voice could be heard radiating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. Good, since you can recognize this spirit array, you can die in peace. When did you arrange this? Lu Yiji asked with an ashen face. Knowing that you are from Flying Saint Palace, I naturally know your whereabouts. What's so great about arranging this spirit array in advance? You can only blame that young palace master of yours for being too arrogant, thinking that no one from Flying Saint Palace would dare to provoke him? Han Lung's voice continued. Not far away on the ship, Ning Yuancheng's face was also extremely ugly. Although he seemed to be extremely safe on the ship, he was currently surrounded by the heavenly lunar cycle array. And judging from Lu Yiji's expression, Ning Yuancheng could guess that this spirit array was somewhat unusual. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly turned to the Flying Saint Palace disciples on the ship and shouted, "Quickly go out and support Deacon Lu, this young lord will be here to meet you." On the ship, in addition to him, there were more than a dozen Origin King realm cultivators, most of whom were second or third order Origin Kings. Together, they were not a weak force. When these people heard this, they didn't hesitate to use their movement skills to fly up from the ship and meet Lu Yiji. "Don't come out!" Lu Yiji shouted subconsciously, but it was already too late. The moment these people flew out, the countless silver moons in the sky flickered and shot out beams of clear moonlight. The moonlight seemed very peaceful and did not cause any harm. However, many of the Flying Saint Palace disciples had rich combat experience, so before they understood the power of this spirit array, they naturally would not allow these beams of moonlight to hit them, so they quickly dodged. However, one of the second-order Origin King cultivators was unable to dodge in time and was hit by a beam of moonlight. Silently, the left half of this second-order Origin King cultivator's body melted. Yang Kai's protective Saint Chi did not play any role at all. Seemingly noticing something strange, this cultivator turned his head in a daze and the scene he saw almost scared him out of his wits. A scream immediately rang out as this cultivator fell head first to the ground. Before he hit the ground, he had already lost all signs of life. Such a strange scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air as a chill ran down their spines. Lu Yiji sighed heavily. Although he had some complaints about Ning Yuancheng in his heart, he did not say anything and instead changed his tone. "Since you've come out, come with me to break this spirit array. The heavenly lunar cycle grand array is indeed amazing, but the person who arranged it isn't very skilled, so we can only work together to open a bloody path." These Origin Kings were all panicking when they saw the tragic death of their companion, but after being comforted by Lu Yiji, they immediately calmed down and gathered around him with a shaken expression. Han Lung's sneer came from all directions, not revealing his figure at all. Under his control, the countless silver moons flickered again and shot out beams of moonlight towards the group from Flying Saint Palace. "Stop!" Lu Yiji shouted and took the lead in slashing out with the long saber in his hand. Saber chi burst forth and formed a several dozen meter-long beam of light that shot forward. The others didn't dare to neglect and quickly displayed their secret techniques and summoned their artifacts. In an instant, multicolored lights flashed and collided with the silver beams of light. Chapter 2038. The final clash between the two second-order Dao Source Realm Masters had obviously caused Han Lung some serious injuries. After he stabilized his body, he actually spat out a mouthful of purple-black blood, and his extremely sharp aura suddenly weakened significantly. Lu Yizhi, on the other hand, had already disappeared. Even within 1,000 meters of this place, there was not the slightest trace of his aura. Only the artifact he had summoned before had fallen from the sky in tatters, its surface dim and spiritless. This shield-like defensive artifact had obviously been destroyed. With even this kind of artifact destroyed, Lu Yizhi's fate could be imagined. Damn it! Han Lung's face was gloomy as he grit his teeth and spat out another mouthful of blood, his breathing finally becoming smoother. It wasn't until this moment that Ning Yuancheng, who had been hiding in the ship and watching the battle, finally reacted. Scrambling to his feet in a panic, he formed a series of seals with his trembling hands, causing the exquisite ship to turn around and quickly escape from this place. Even Lu Yizhi had died at Han Lung's hands, so how could Ning Yuancheng have the courage to remain? At this moment, he only wanted to escape as far as possible. But how could Han Lung allow him to do so? As soon as the ship moved, Han Lung coldly snorted and struggled to stand up, his figure flickering as he disappeared again. Immediately afterwards, the many silver moons that had dimmed suddenly lit up and the spirit array hummed as it once again condensed a terrifying beam of moonlight and bombarded the ship. Han Lung obviously wanted to kill them all, otherwise, if today's events were to spread, Flying Saint Palace would never let him off. The moonlight beam shot out like a bolt of lightning and hit the ship's protective shield. The tremendous force caused the decent-sized ship to sway from side to side. Ning Yuancheng, who was standing on the deck, was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Silala. A harsh sound rang out as the powerful corrosive power contained in the moonlight beam continued to wear down the ship's protective shield. At this moment, Han Lung's figure was revealed. He was actually hiding in the moonlight beam, the long sword in his hand blooming with a dazzling light that coordinated with the power of the spirit array. He wanted to break the ship's defense in one fell swoop. Han. Senior Han, why do you have to kill me? Let me go, please let me go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Although Ning Yuancheng was a third-order origin king, when he saw Han Lung's ferocious attack, he actually lost his composure and began begging for mercy, not even bothering to resist. Han Lung did not say a word, but his eyes became colder and more ruthless. Ning Yuancheng was scared out of his wits. He begged for mercy even harder. Crack! The clear and melodious sound was like the tolling of a death knell. As it entered Ning Yuancheng's ears, his face paled. His eyes focused, and what he saw caused his soul to fly out of his body. Shockingly, a crack had appeared on the protective shield of the ship. He was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Kacha! The crack grew bigger and bigger, and more cracks appeared around it. Soon, the cracks intersected like a spider web, and it seemed like it would not be able to hold on any longer. In the end, with Han Lung's roar, the protective shield of the ship finally shattered. At the same time, the many silver moons that enveloped this small world began to tremble. It also disappeared. The heavenly lunar cycle array, after exhausting its last bit of energy, automatically broke apart. The moonlight beam dissipated, and Han Lung, wrapped in sword light, shot towards Ning Yuancheng with a fierce momentum, the long sword in his hand reappearing not too far behind Ning Yuancheng. Chapter 2040. Such a scene was not surprising. Although the wood spirit clone in front of him had broken through to the first order Dao source realm after swallowing Han Lung's flesh and blood essence, the monster insect queen could display second order Dao source realm strength at this moment, and the blue flame thunderwolf was not weak either. Although its cultivation was the same as the wood spirit clones, it could control fire attribute strength, which was the nemesis of the wood spirit. Coupled with Yang Kai, it would be strange if they could not suppress the wood spirit clone. One man and two blood beasts, working together, cut the wood spirit's countless vines into pieces. The cut vines fell to the ground and green liquid flowed from the severed vines while the broken vines wriggled like maggots, as if they were living creatures. However, after the green liquid flowed out, these vines all shriveled up and instantly turned into dead wood. When the wind blew, they were reduced to dust. The wood spirit roared again and again as it pushed its strength even more angrily. The vines that were cut down were quickly replaced by new ones, and for a time, it seemed like there was no end to them. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression could not help becoming a little solemn. He always felt that this wood spirit clone was a little different from the ones he had dealt with before. It was really difficult to deal with. This made him constantly vigilant as he wrapped his fire sword chi around his body, not giving the wood spirit a chance to attack. After a cup of tea's worth of time, although it seemed that Yang Kai and the two blood beasts had the upper hand, they were still unable to deal a fatal blow to the wood spirit and fell into a stalemate. At that moment, the blue flame thunderwolf, who had been urging its fire attribute strength to attack the wood spirit, seemed to have run out of energy and the fireballs it spat out paused for a moment. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a strange sound rang out. Suddenly, roots burst out from the ground. In an instant, the blue flame thunderwolf was entangled. These roots were the ones that the wood spirit had pierced into the ground before. The blue flame thunderwolf whimpered and struggled desperately, but it still could not break free from the roots. A vine took the opportunity to pierce through the blue flame thunderwolf's body. In the next moment, the gulping sound that made Yang Kai's scalp tingle rang out once more. The vine actually began to devour the essence of the blue flame thunderwolf's flesh. The blue flame thunderwolf was an 11th order monster beast with the cultivation of the first order Dao source realm. After being killed by Yang Kai and condensed into a blood beast, its physique and essence had not been lost. Instead, it had become even more powerful because of the nourishment from the golden blood threads. The wood spirit's previous injuries were almost completely healed, and a hint of surprise and elation appeared on its twisted facial features. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Without even thinking, he immediately shouted, "Return!" Accompanied by his shout, the blue flame thunderwolf wrapped in roots flickered and turned into a golden blood thread that shot back towards Yang Kai. After the golden blood thread returned to his body, Yang Kai silently sensed it. His face became ugly. In just a short time, a third of the vitality contained in this golden blood thread had disappeared. In other words, 1/3 of the blue flame thunderwolf's vitality had been devoured. If he wanted to make up for it, Yang Kai would have to use his own golden blood to replenish it. On the other side, the wood spirit suddenly went berserk. It seemed that it had become extremely furious because it had not been able to devour the blue flame thunderwolf. It no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and turned its attention to the monster insect queen. Just now, it had obtained great benefits from devouring the blue flame thunderwolf, so it naturally wanted to use the same trick again. The ground beneath the monster insect queen's feet cracked open. Countless roots flew out like snakes, trying to entangle the monster insect queen. But how could the monster insect queen allow it to succeed so easily? The azulate sword shone with a dim light as streaks of cold sword chi shot out in all directions like arrows. The cold power of the laws of ice lingered around the insect queen's body, greatly reducing the speed of the roots. Not only were they unable to cause any damage to the insect queen, but they also suffered quite a bit of damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. If the two blood beasts could not be used in such a battle, then this time he would really be in trouble. Now, it seemed that the monster insect queen's performance was much better than he had expected. After all, it was a fusion of sword intent and blood beasts, so the combat power it could display was not something the blue flame Thunderwolf could compare with. Yang Kai was preparing to rush up again and join forces with the monster insect queen to attack the wood spirit when suddenly his heart stirred as he sensed an anxious call. This call came from the sealed Lu Yen. Although Lu Yen was sealed in the round bowl, she seemed to be aware of the battle outside, so she activated the imprint Yang Kai had left on her divine sense many years ago. After being stunned for a moment, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and secretly scolded himself for being a little stupid. He had only thought about joining forces with the two blood beasts and had not considered the existence of Lu Yen. Lu Yen was a pure fire attribute artifact spirit, so even if her cultivation was not as good as the two blood beasts at this moment, she would still be able to display greater combat strength than the two blood beasts. As long as he could get Lu Yen out first, would he still be afraid of a trivial wood spirit? Considering all this, Yang Kai's gaze immediately turned to Han Lung's corpse on the left side of the wood spirit. Giving the monster insect queen a command in his heart, Yang Kai took advantage of the moment when the monster insect queen and the wood spirit were fighting to arrive in front of Han Lung's corpse, reaching down and scooping up the two space rings on his hands. Of these two space rings, one belonged to Han Lung and the other belonged to Ning Yuanqing, while the round bowl that sealed Lu Yen was stored in the latter space ring. After obtaining these space rings, Yang Kai immediately prepared to return. But at that moment, the wood spirit seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's small movements and sent out countless vines towards him. At the same time, a faint beam of light shot out from its body, disappearing in a flash. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly blocked the attacks of the vines. After blocking them, he retreated. His expression became gloomy and uncertain.